at the UCL London and have been working on these issues for some time. It's a very important research. And I believe Professor Campbell doesn't need any introduction to anyone in this room. So I'm not going to even try to introduce him. Thank you so much for the visit.
Where's the machine? I think this. Oh, maybe she's not going to know.
Slides.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to be talking a little bit about climate change as a driver of our regional integration. I hope you all can hear me, or do I have to speak though? So much of African regionalism has been built on the assumption that if states cooperate around shared economic and technical functions, that cooperation will spill over into shared benefits and then deeper integration. However, climate change is definitely challenging this logic because shared vulnerability does not behave like a shared market or shared technical cooperation. Instead, we are seeing its droughts, water scarcity, and floods, displacement, and extreme weather trends, heightening insecurity and zero-sum politics and unilateral actions. So at the same time, livelihoods cross borders, and after Africa's independence is immaterial and unavoidable. So climate pressure, overland and water and mobility is kind of moving faster than regional systems are able to absorb them at the moment. So the existing regional model we rely on is largely designed by non-water disruption and human vulnerabilities that climate change brings. So in other words, they're not designed for managing shared vulnerabilities. So we have regional bodies like ECOWAS and IDAN that do have a regional climate strategy. And those represent important ambitions, but they remain also constrained by, as you can imagine, fragmented authority, donor-driven priorities, and also dominance of unilateral national decision. Then when cooperation, so in this talk, what I would really like to do is to argue and challenge briefly that climate change can be a driver of regional integration, but in order to do so, it has to be anchored by shared risk, recognizing material interdependencies, shared authority, as well as shared justice. So, as you noted already, this is a report map taken from one of the websites that track this movement. It's structured how first across borders and communities and ecosystems and economies are already beyond functioning beyond national boundaries. So climate change, therefore, is kind of transforming these interdependencies that we are looking at into complex spaces. So in dry lands of Sahel and the Horn, pastoral mobility shows how climate change are organized droughts, push carriers across borders in search water, following long-standing ecological and cultural routes linking places like Burkina Faso to Mali and Ethiopia to Somalia and Kenya to Tanzania. So the same dynamic also appears in transboundary river basins where climate change offers seasonal flows and then it kind of increases the state from them for bringing down. Finally, we also have climate vulnerability as rapid displacements, reshapes regional politics, floods in Mozambique and Malawi, drought in Somalia and Ethiopia, and all these also result in exclusion where states can own these cases and militarize borders, so at the same time, as I have noted, the issue is that there are not ways to respond to the things, but the institutional economic institutions that exist at the moment to respond to things are not designed to absorb them or to evade them. So when shocks came, existing frameworks become overwhelmed or bypassed, with regards to unilateral actions and at the bottom of this, that economic institutions not only are designed for this kind of situation, but also have limited political authority and dominance over the. So that's the first argument. The second argument is that there is a need for shared authority. So climate governance is not only about harmonizing regulations, building infrastructures, or improving technical standards. It's also inherently a political process shaped by history, bargaining power, and increased interest. So what looks like an engineering problem for financing delay is often a symptom of the deeper political and economic inequalities. So even if we take, for example, renewable electrification, there are technical models show that there's definitely an economic benefit in adapting cleaner and cheaper energy. So implementation depends on financial systems which risk greatly produce hierarchies of credit worthiness and other barriers that make the actualization of this is impossible or not impossible, but so there is this is to say that climate change advances through political solidarity, evidence, best practice and models. So climate change, climate regionalism. We have moved to a language of climate regionalism for Africa now. Would need more than a line policy. It requires shared political purpose and mechanisms that distribute authority and limits those individual decisions. So this is also another example where we have the ECOWAS as a regional climate strategy. It's very ambitious around embraces solidarity, cost-benefit sharing systems, sectoral cooperation, including regional electricity integration and shared water volumes. It also recognizes ecological traits as a regional public good that no state can alone manage on its own. But its promises again are constrained by structural realities, limited institutional capacity, and uneven political will. And so all those strategies contain the right language, challenge of converting this language into binding authority and shared governance is remains an issue. I'm going to talk a little bit quickly about these two hydropower projects that currently exist. The first one is the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. It was built on the Blue Nile to meet Ethiopia's growing energy demand, but also to export electricity, renewable electricity across the region. It's undertaken and initiated and financed by the Ethiopian government and the Ethiopian people. Construction starting in 2011 and inauguration in September 2025. The other dam is the Rusuzi 3 hydropower project, which is site on the Rusuzi River shared by Rwanda, Burundi, and the DRC. It's designed as a joint project managed through the economic community of countries. It reflects a cooperative governance, joint ownership, shared benefits, full financing, and collective decision-making over the transboundary resource. So development began in mid-2010s and it's still underway with financial close and not issues. So both projects have the potential to serve as the regional public goods and to anchor climate response integration. For example, both can transcend national ownership by acting as a regional stability assets through shared capacity, multi-country offtake agreements, and cross-border grid policies. Or they can also anchor shared risk governance, where states manage fluctuating water flows together through joint hydrological monitoring and data platform. Then it can also be a source in both places, in both scenarios. There is also an opportunity for this to fuel regional carbon industry, low carbon industry, by enabling climate responsiveness and industrial value chains. Or, for example, on the Rethinking, where we can imagine clean power for cross-border agro-processing and low-carbon manufacturing. And with GERD, we can imagine anchoring for green industrial corridors in Ethiopia, Sudan, and Kenya, powering EV power, EV assembly, as well as green cement and things like that. So, but what we have is with GERD is Ethiopia shows that a nationally financed project can evolve into a regional asset through electricity export, cross-border transmission, and other infrastructures. However, it also shows that climate investment can heighten geopolitical anxiety when trust building lags behind engineering success. The Rusuzi Third hydropower project offers an opposite lesson. It shows that infrastructure can be a regional asset when authority is shared. However, the project remains fragile due to financing uncertainty and political its members. So shared governance exists, like institutional resilience is not yet strong enough to withstand instability or extreme political or social or institutional shock. That's my ignorance. So both projects demonstrate that climate infrastructure can produce integration. But however, it only becomes regional when states and institutions make it regional. So this is the third one. So the third one is that shared justice for regional stability. So climate-induced insecurity does not rise primarily from turbulence of droughts or floods. It is generated through unequal political economy and ecological structure. And the burden of climate change, I don't need to say so much about this, obviously falls disproportionately on groups whose livelihood depends on those cross-border markets and shared resources. There are rooted, but at the same time, these are also kind of communities that are rooted in marginalization, limited political voice, and inequality in public investment. So for reasons that we don't need to get so much into that, justice is not just an addition, a moral addition to regional climate governance, but also a practical requirement that needs to be part of it. So when cooperation is led only by technical progress, find that national bargaining and elite negotiation, it can harden existing inequalities. So which means that there is a room and a possibility that that's beyond responsibility for regional entities if they shift their thinking into becoming to frame the way to manage climate risk is therefore to involve not only state-centered cooperation but also institutions that can cooperate the most affected. Current policies, regional strategies, they do mention this. They are all make a point of engaging with the vulnerable communities. The ECOWAS strategy does acknowledge vulnerability and gender disparities, but it does not foreground this land rights, mobility rights, or pastoralism, or guarantee for community participation. The same with the IDAN regional and climate change strategy. It prioritizes technical cooperation and adaptation. Also mentions engaging with civil society, but it does remain largely on an advisory role, and therefore the agenda setting remains beyond those that are active in the same center. Even at the continental level, the African Union's draft national climate strategy promotes unity and institutional capacity, yet also remains aspirational rather than introducing the structural principles for how resources and rights are shared. So in closing, bringing this all three matters together, this is the argument that this is an argument that the current existing African regionalism that integrates nationally emerge from shared markets and technical harmonization need to follow, if we're gonna follow up the climate change. And for the reasons that I discussed with principles and logic, that things are fine through vulnerability rather than commerce. It exposes interdependencies without building trust and magnifies inequalities that cannot be resolved by treaties alone. Therefore, under climate stress, regionalism need to be reimagined as a political, social, and institutional architecture for governing shared survival. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meron, for that excellent presentation and also being so well designed. And I think the focus you had on the hydrological vulnerability directly into Professor Campbell's presentation. Please.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for being up to be part of this session. And I want to thank the organizers for inviting us to be part of this distinguished meeting of economists. And in this presentation, we want to speak about interbasin water transfer schemes for the reconstruction and transformation of Africa. We want to be able to engage in a discussion which brings to the forefront the urgency of what you just heard in relationship to the climate disaster before us. The image you see before you is the image of the plan for the full unification of Africa, taking water from the Congo through the Ubangi River, refilling Lake Chad through the Chari River in the Cameroon and Central African Republic. So what I would want to do is to thank my young brother who invited me to be among the economists, and thank all of you who came out this morning. So our presentation is inspired by the ancestors who insist on the full unification of the African peoples. So the presentation is divided into a number of sections. And the first section is to draw our inspiration from Kwame Nkrumah on the imperatives of the unification of the people's Africa. And we want to highlight this scheme, which is called the Transactua scheme, as our main force for the unification of Africa. And as you heard this previous presentation, we need to go beyond regulatory fragmentation, because the issue of global warming and destruction is so real that we must be proactive in developing strategies to reverse the immiseration of the African peoples and the exploitation of the African peoples. We will talk about building 8 canals for the unification of Africa. That is the plan that the Lake Chad Basin Commission has embarked on the first of this plan. And we will end by talking about the Congo-Chad water transfer and the Pan-African responsibility and the political will. So I hope you will bear with as we take you through this discussion. The information is clear. Lake Chad has dried up. It's lost 95% of its water since 1964. The people who live around Lake Chad, the 300 million people whose livelihoods have been affected know this. And the French water companies that dominate multinational water, and through the French research institution called the IRD, they're saying, well, it's not really a problem, it's because it's an endemic thing, and it will fix itself over time. And what has happened is, in the discussion on Lake Chad and the need for reversing Lake Chad, the French intellectuals, the IRD, the World Bank, seek to have the last word on what is happening. And the question is, what is the role of African intellectuals, African technologists, and hydrologists? So these are technical questions, but the technical questions can only be unleashed by political clarity. And the political clarity comes from the fact that you cannot save Lake Chad under any philosophy of regional integration. It comes only out of ensuring that we unite the waters and the people of Africa. And that's the objective of this presentation. And we want to point to the centrality of the peoples of the Congo. Imperialism understands this. And that's why the Congo has been destabilized for the past 65 years. They understand the centrality of the Congolese people, the 100 million people. They understand the centrality of the resources of the Congo. And the Lake Chad Basin Commission understands this too in terms of the centrality of the Congo for the unification of Africa. Kwame Nkrumah said, we must unite for economic viability, first of all, and then to recover our mineral wealth in Africa, so that our vast resources and capacity for development will bring prosperity for us and additional benefits for the rest of the world. That is why I've written elsewhere that the emancipation of Africa will be the emancipation of man. Let us forgive Kwame Nkrumah at that time, because of Che Guevara and Kwame Nkrumah would talk about man at that time. Of course, he was talking about human beings. The point is, the unification of Africa is not an African challenge, it's about saving humanity in this present period. So it is the same Kwame Nkrumah that inspired the establishment of a Pan-African organization called the Lake Chad Basin Commission in 1964 with Cameroon, Chad, Nigeria, and Niger. The inception of the Lake Chad Basin Commission with 4 members. Libya was admitted in 2008 to collect, evaluate, and disseminate information on projects prepared by member states and recommend plans for common projects and joint research programs, and to keep close contact between the high contracting parties with a view to ensuring the most efficient use of the waters of the basin to draw up common roof. When they wrote this in 1964, there was water. The problem is, how do you get back this water into Lake Chad? How do you get back this water into Lake Chad? The plan is, how do you ensure that 1,800,000 cubic feet of water that flows every second in the Atlantic Ocean, how do you ensure that that nearly 2 million cubic feet of water is used for saving the African continent? That's the challenge that the Lake Chad Basin Commission has taken itself. And they came up with this idea called transaction, which a company called Bonfica came up with, and to tap the water from the Congo River through the Chari and the Bani River and to refill Lake Chad. This is very ambitious scheme. Not a scheme that is impossible. Bonfica talked about this scheme. Many of you know that the United States, China, France were built on canals. And so this canal system is going to be the basis for the unification of the waters of Africa, linking the waters and aquifers in Africa. And the objectives are to replenish Lake Chad, increase access to drinking water, revival of agricultural activity, revival of fish farming. There were at least 3 million people in the region who depended on fish farming in this region. Regimentation of flows, electric power production, river and ports. This is the ambitious scheme of the Lake Chad Basin Commission. In addition to transporting this considerable mass of water to Chad, the artificial canal would perform another important, not marginal function. It will present a means of water transport for freight because it is known that it's the most convenient form of transport. This river highway of 2,400 kilometers in the heart of Africa would cover approximately 800 kilometers of territory in the Central African Republic, 1,600 kilometers in the territory of the Congo. On both sides of the water, there will be 2 service roads for the clearing of the wooded areas and construction of canal as for and for maintenance. Now, when the Lake Chad Basin Commission had a meeting, because they've been meeting about this for 30 years, and they're meeting in Abuja in 2018, and the Italians and the Chinese said, yes, we're going to do this, we can do this. The French and the World Bank and UNESCO are coming up with all kinds of objectives to say, well, you cannot do it, we need more study, it is going to be harmful. The African Union should endorse the Inter-Basin Water Transfer Initiative as a Pan-African project to restore the lake toward peace and security in the Lake Chad region. To promote navigation, industrial, and economic development for the whole of the Congo Basin. The Congo Basin, the Niger River Basin are 2 river basins along with Lake Chad, which were the basis for the whole reconstruction. But those of you who live in this region know that the Niger River Basin and its headquarters in the capital of Niger, the French technical experts have been sitting on that Niger River Basin for the past 50 years to ensure it does nothing for the people of this region. So along with the water transfer system, we have the plans for planting trees with the great green wall of Africa. In other words, global warming cannot be solved by twiddling our thumbs at this time. We need comprehensive, rigorous, and massive schemes to be able to save Africa. And so the idea is, how do we mobilize millions of engineers and hydrologists to tap into the transboundary aquifers in Africa? There are oceans of water in Africa. Let me repeat this. Oceans of water in Africa under the ground. The aquifers, like the Newport aquifer, is one that has, it's like a vast ocean. How do you tap into this water in Africa and to be able to turn this into an asset for the people who live in Africa where there's no water? The same French who influenced the current leadership of the African Union has not put the water transfer scheme from Lake Chad on the table. What they've done instead is to put on the table the proposal of the Egyptian government. And the Egyptian government has put forward a scheme called the Victorian Mediterranean Water Corridor to go to Europe. The same Egyptian government who's opposing the Renaissance dance in Ethiopia. So the challenge would be, how do we transcend the regional fragmentation that exists between the regions at the present moment? There has to be an agreement between SECOS and the Lake Chad Basin Commission. SECOS is the International Commission of the Congo-Ubangi-Sanga Basin. It includes Angola, Gabon, Cameroon, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Central African Republic. The French, that have much more control over the Cameroon, the Republic of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, has influenced the technicians and the hydrologists to say the Congo does not have enough water to support this peak. I just pointed out to you that nearly 2 million cubic feet of water goes into the Atlantic Ocean every second. But they're convinced the hydrologists that no, we cannot have this scheme. And so the challenge would be, how does France now, in order to oppose the Lake Chad Basin Commission, support anti-people elements in this region, so that the Lake Chad Basin Commission has to spend more time on fighting anti-people elements by fighting what they call them Boko Haram. We don't call them terrorists. I just want to show you some of the pictures of what is happening in this region. What you see here in this picture, if you go to Chad, where the Chad River, what you see there is people building homes where the river was, because the river has completely dried up. When I went to Chad to go to do this work, and we drive through what used to be vast fertile areas, is what you see. And Boko Haram now is a major international military organization. It's not some terrorists that deal with handlers, financiers, military planners, logistical intelligence, runners, traders, fighters, and suppliers of food that are integrated into the global armament structure through France and enemies in Arabia, especially United Arab Emirates. So this is what is happening in Lake Chad. This is a unique species of cattle called the Kuri cattle. The Kuri cattle is only found in the Lake Chad region. This is a cattle that swims. This cattle is about to become extinct with the destruction of Lake Chad. So this is a challenge before us. So how do we build infrastructure across the continent of Africa in both roads and canals and electricity and space for the unification of Africa? That's the challenge that we want to do, because the British Geological Society came out
From this class.
in 2012 about the aquifers in Africa, and this map shows the British Geological Society that there are oceans of water under the continent of Africa. So we want to draw on the Black Radical tradition about how do we have a vision about how to reconstruct Africa and to transform the African continent. As Robin D.G. Kelly said, without new visions, we don't know what to build, only what to knock down. We not only end up confused, rudderless, and cynical, but we forget that making a revolution, not a series of clever maneuvers and tactics, but a process that can and must transform us. So the transformation of Africa is to transform the national resources of Africa and build canal systems. We're proposing a series of 8 canals for the full unification of Africa. This one, the first one, has been talked about in Zimbabwe and Namibia for the past 40 years. The Zambezi to Limpopo water transfer system, incorporating the Matabeleland Zambezi water project. The Kalahari Canal system harnessing the resources of the Ovango Delta, and the Pan-African Canal system linking the Congo River to the aquifers in the region and ultimately replenishing Lake Chad. This one, all of the studies have been done to do this. The Chinese are ready to finance it, but the French and members of the European Union say, well, no, it's not feasible, and they've come up with schemes and projects postponing. The Northwest Aquifer system, the Lake Chad Niger Canal system. So this is all the canal systems that we're envisaging for the full unification of the peoples and water resources of Africa for the 21st century. Let me move to the conclusion. When Libya built the Great Man-Made River, the Great Man-Made River was to tap into the same aquifers to be able to provide water. The CIA made a study of the Great Man-Made River and said, this is a threat because Libya and Africa will become self-sufficient. And when the French invaded Libya, and I would encourage you to read my book on the destruction of Libya called The NATO and the Catastrophic Failure in Libya. The first thing the French and NATO did was to bomb the factory that made the pipes for this Great Man-Made River. Because the French water company sees water stability and water security in Africa as a threat. So this is where we need to see we are in an intellectual, political, economic battle with French imperialism and US imperialism. So we have a choice. Either business as usual, talking about potential destabilization, or we make a break. Making a break is a fractal concept dealing with how we change the momentum by moving in a new direction. We hear about forest fires all the time. These are the satellite pictures of the amount of forest fires that are all over Africa every day. So we are at a point of no return at the present moment. We're not talking about climate change anymore. We're past the tipping point for humanity. The satellite imagery shows that if we do not move to, say, Lake Chad, the Kalahari Desert and the Sahara Desert will meet by 2100. This is why we must deal with 2 oceanic indices, the Atlantic Multilateral Oscillation and El Nino Southern Oscillation. The drying up of Lake Chad is not an African problem only, it's a problem for the entire planet Earth. So we must decide, what are we going to do to save Lake Chad? There are 6 questions, and I don't have time to go through them in great detail. The first and most important is we must have peace in this region. We must have social peace. Social peace in order for the people of the region of Lake Chad, the Congo, and this entire region, for the people to carry out their basic livelihoods. The second most important requirement in this region is political will. Political will ensure that we have a political leadership that is responsible to the peoples of Africa, that will be able to follow through. The Nigerian state had pressured by the hydrologists and the engineers, but the Nigerian bourgeoisie, who spent billions of dollars shipping overseas, we said that the cost of drying up Lake Chad, you don't have to go to China. Nigeria alone has $217 billion in funds overseas. So we need the political will by changing the political leadership in Africa. Mobilization and public education. Mobilization means that everybody in Africa should know about this drying up Lake Chad. And we will train the requisite engineers and hydrologists for these projects. In Jamaica, 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I just have 2 minutes. 3 weeks ago, there was a hurricane. And the young people in Jamaica has a country with 2-3 million people. They said we need 5,000 engineers and hydrologists to recover the society. The country in Jamaica needs 5,000 engineers and hydrologists. How many people do you think we need in Africa? 30 million engineers. In other words, we need to be talking about what kind of reorganization and mobilization of resources. The last point I want to make is that global warming is not something to be tinkering with. Global warming requires a change in the capitalist mode of production to overthrow capitalism. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's amazing and really interesting. Very provocative presentation, so I'm sure I will love the questions. And while you're thinking of the questions, I'm looking for hands, but meanwhile, if I can address my position by asking both of you to just very quick. I mean, in a sense, really the question to both of you, because Campbell made out a very ambitious and I would say, very convincing case for something, but it also has a whole range of environmental consequences, as we know. We know through the China tree borders and the interlinking of river projects, in India where there have been attempts. And these are rivalries that are not just across nations, but equally happen across state governments. The issue, the hydropolitics of water is a huge issue, right? And I think we're going to capture some of that. So, in a sense, it's really that a lot of what we was talking about is almost like a constraint on the grand vision that you were suggesting, for example, in terms of the final slide where you outlined the preconditions, and those, getting to them having the preconditions first, we will never have. So first, in terms of the environmental concerns that we know exist, and just secondly, in terms of the possibilities for the political, changes when we can bring. But then we open it up, and I'm sure there are many questions there as well. And there's a bear out there. Yes, is there a mic? Is there a mic?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the great presentations. And retained a lot of critical points, information. We really appreciate that. let's talk about the second presentation. As you were talking about the Chad region, the Chad Basin, as in West Africa, I was thinking of the Senegal River, which is between Senegal, Mauritania, and Mali. The Gambia River to Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau. And we have many instances like that in Africa. So as you are working on this issue in Central Africa or whichever region of Africa it is, I think there needs to be a coalition of other African countries that are not in that region to sort of, learn from this experience or maybe bring their knowledge with this initiative so that it can become a real African initiative. I think it's important to do that. And as you were talking, I heard you made mention of China, which is ready to finance it, but also of France and the European Union, which seems to be very hesitant or maybe even think that this initiative is impossible. Yes, they think it's impossible. I think that's what you said. So my question again, and I asked this question yesterday, is why do we always look outward? What does the European Union has to do with this initiative? Yes, but I mean, it's in a presentation, so I'm just talking in general. No, you can answer. Let me just finish, please. Yes, for me, if all the Africans come together around this initiative, they can reciprocate this, or at least expand it to other parts of Africa and make it a continental initiative. That's how it's going to be worthwhile, in my opinion. Okay.
Bonjour, Madame la Directrice, je m'appelle Elimandou du Sénégal. Je voulais féliciter les deux présentateurs. Se féliciter vraiment de la qualité des sujets. La première préoccupation que j'ai, c'est effectivement les experts nous disent que la troisième guerre mondiale sera la guerre de l'eau. La présentation de M. Campbell se retrouve un peu avec celle qui a précédé, parce que les défis climatiques et les défis de la maîtrise de l'eau au plan africain, pour moi, dépendent en grande partie de la mobilisation, comme M. Campbell l'a dit, de la volonté politique de nos États à travers l'Union africaine et à travers l'ensemble des organisations sous-régionales. Comment faire pour goûter dans les défis sécuritaires que sont la présence djihadiste et la présence de et forces d'armes dans tout le continent? C'est ça la grande approche. Comment nous devons nous mobiliser à travers l'Union africaine pour que tous les grands pays qui parviennent, comme l'Algérie, comme les autres pays à lutter contre le djihadisme, se mettent ensemble pour sécuriser cette zone importante. Parce que le principal dénominateur, je pense que c'est la grande muraille verte, considérer un pont pour non seulement lutter contre les changements climatiques, mais en même temps faciliter ces canaux d'action. Mais pour les réussir, à mon avis, il faut une sécurité forte dans ces différents régions. La France ou les autres pays européens retarderont le maximum parce qu'ils doivent toujours être là pour avoir une devise dans la gestion de nos ressources en nous. Donc, la Chine se propose, mais il faudrait que les États prennent des responsabilités et permettent également à ce que nous avons en Afrique, les ressources que nous avons, pour permettre de financer ces projets importants. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, je vais aller sur très graphique. Je reprends le propos de mon frère à propos de l'engagement, la pertinence, la profondeur de l'étendue des deux transitions.
Alors, je voudrais juste dire un mot à propos du projet de la muraille verte. Il est bon de revenir là-dessus les artistes. Et aussi, on va faire notre introduction, je pense qu'il y a une manière, une mondiale qui a fait un excellent sur ce projet. Et je crois que les exemples qu'il y a du Sénégal, l'OMVS, c'est un programme très intéressant. Le Sénégal.
No, can you listen to interpretation mode?
Alors?
Could you please repeat the interpretation because we were not told this
Oh, I can't speak in English. Yeah, so I just want to say it's French. Secondly, this project concerning innovation,
You don't have the floor.
more interesting to know that we have to raise the difference.
That was the same.
For people, periodization is already
The same one.
The Sahara was not a desert.
But the woman was the one.
People say that
And
it's
then
possible.
the same place. Or,
The
no.
European, the Mediterranean, will have a problem in some years. Anyway, we have to think that we have to think globally and develop as people in the contemporary area. Now, in service, today, there is a big meeting in Senegal concerning water. And I think we have to link our efforts in here and the seminar now in service in Senegal about water. My conclusion, Cheikh Anta Diop says that this problem can be solved from Congo. Only Congo can give electricity to all Africa. This is the book of Cheikh Anta Diop. But anyway, we have to link all these ideas, and I think that in the future we have to educate people to know that the European and the Asia maybe can come back in Africa, because Africa was the continent where people were living for millennia. Thanks in Senegal, and I conclude, when President Diouf was president of this country, the Japanese wanted to come to Senegal for all the people. As it's a journalist, when they become to talk about this idea, the government was afraid. But it's a tendency that the European and the Asian come back to Africa. It was the only continent where people were living during minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have two more questions here. May I request you please to keep them brief? So that you would like to give time for them to respond.
Je vous remercie, madame. Je voudrais poser deux fois.
This is what I'm going to say.
Parce que l'expression que j'avais,
This is what I'm going to say.
mon ami Diamba Moussa,
I say thank you very much.
c'est de savoir si
And thank you for
les
the
présentations qui
presentation.
sont faites seraient disponibles par la suite
If
pour
in
que
meetings,
les uns et les autres en disposent.
missionary souls
Rassurés.
in Africa saw this coming. Why did you waste it? Why did you waste so much time?
La Chine est une. La Chine a dit que le travail de
Why did
revitalisation
you
du
waste
Kachap,
so
tout à
much
fait
time?
possible.
So now,
Bon, la
successful government has failed us. It is not
Vous
as
appelez-
basic.
Ok, mais quelle est la position maintenant des africains?
And then again,
C'est ce que je voulais
the
avoir.
behavior of the people and the
Ah,
analysis
grave
of
de la
the
verte.
right.
Je suis au
I think
Sénégal,
we should have
il y a un projet.
an
qui s'appelle
African
la-
president to oversee to this point.
J'ai vu dans le
I know that
effectivement,
people
ce poste est adopté. Du Sénégal jusqu'à au Soudan. Mais ce n'est pas tellement d'informations sur l'identification de d'autres pays concernés par rapport à ce programme qui va y avoir. Si vous avez des informations là-dessus, je vous remercie. Tout d'abord, je voudrais vraiment remercier la campagne, ce travail pendant le président. extrêmement utile. Ma question, elle est relative à l'enjeu de l'eau au XXIe siècle. Et j'ai envie de vous demander, est-ce que la question de l'eau ne va pas être la source des principaux conflits, et des principaux enjeux géopolitiques et des principaux conflits sur le continent, et que ces conflits vont être de plus en plus manipulés. Il se met le chaos. Je prends comme exemple le conflit latent entre l'Égypte et l'Éthiopie, et il y a aussi d'autres conflits, plutôt du lac Tchad, et dans la zone des Grands Lacs, etc. Et il suffit que des puissances extérieures, on voit par exemple le rôle des Émirats, le rôle que les Émirats jouent par rapport à la question des terres, c'est l'eau, l'accaparement des terres, pour l'avenir, un rôle très néfaste. Et ça se généralise. Dans les zones sahéliennes, il y a énormément de prétentions autour des terres avec de l'eau. Donc, je voudrais avoir votre avis sur cette question.
Thank you very much. So that's a lot of questions. Okay, the very, very last one over there. Absolutely last question. Running out of time. Okay, can you keep it within half a minute, your question?
D'accord, ok, merci beaucoup. L'eau, c'est la vie. Que nous, au Sénégal, nous sommes conscients de cela. Et je suis membre de la Convention globale de lutte contre les accaparements des terres, des eaux et des semences climates. Et c'est un vrai plaisir pour moi d'apporter mon grain de sel par rapport à cette lutte, si c'est bien ici. Ah, je voulais juste rappeler aux gens que l'Université de Dakar a organisé un colloque sur l'eau, vecteur de paix au Sahel. Et ce colloque a permis de réunir les experts des différentes régions des Afriques, et je dirais même du monde, pour partager sur la problématique de la gestion de la gouvernance de l'eau. Et l'exemple du Sénégal a été donné par le Sénégal à travers la mise en valeur du fleuve du Sénégal, qui franchement est un outil de coopérative qui a permis, malgré un certain temps une divergence en un certain temps entre le Sénégal et la Mauritanie, mais l'organisation a toujours existé et a permis de jouer un rôle sur le plan de la coopérative. Et j'aimerais juste poser une question.
Please, the next person will not get a chance.
Oui, permettez-moi. Ma question est de savoir quelle est la stratégie pour engager les communautés vers la résilience climatique à travers la politique de la gouvernance de l'eau. Merci.
Very last question there, because we have to stand up again as well. And please, half a minute. Yeah, can you put your hand up again, please?
Bonjour à tous, et merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Et félicitations aux présentations. Je dirais que l'Afrique est vraiment l'un des continents plus exposés aux effets du changement climatique. Malgré sa contribution dans l'accomplissement des émissions de gaz à effet de serre sur le plan mondial, depuis 2023. Par rapport à ça, je voudrais poser deux questions concernant le changement climatique. La première est que, pensez-vous que le changement climatique peut-il réellement unir le pays d'Afrique alors qu'il n'arrive pas à s'unir sur le commerce et la sécurité? Et l'autre question, c'est que le changement climatique, une approche financière, le changement climatique à travers la Banque africaine de développement, ou Afrique Banque, est insuffisant pour soutenir des projets d'adaptation à grande échelle.
Thank you. Right, we have an enormous set of questions to answer, so good luck. Oh.
I think it's the last question that I heard, specifically to you that I had. And the question of whether climate change can unite when when climate change unites when trade hasn't. I think that was the main argument that I was trying to make, that there is a need to unite, not because as a mode of survival, as a way to survive, not as an opportunity, not where financial interests are there, but also should think how our institutions think about change. Why there is a current national about climate change, it's also an opportunity for different kinds of development. But I think there is also a need to bring the nature shift, which is that allow coming together and uniting, and also shifting how we think about climate change and the need for survival as an opportunity or as a trade mechanism. The ideal need that uniting.
Thank you very much for that. There is no question about you. It's either we unite or perish. That we can't good level of it. And because I'm speaking to scholars and economists, the technical work you do is based on the ideological framework from the start. I traveled the length and breadth of Niger, Chad, Nigeria, Cameroon, going to the communities that have been affected by Lake Chad. And you cannot save Lake Chad with a mindset of neoliberal capitalism. We can use the example of the Great Green Wall. People in Senegal, people in Niger are encouraged to plant trees. And when you plant the trees, you turn over the new land to real estate developers and not to the people. So you have to have a clear budget of what you're saving Africa for. Are you saving Africa for capital, or are you saving capital for the people? So there's no two ways about this question about the future of Africa. It's a political project. The second point I want to make is about the Egyptian state. The Egyptian state at the present moment and its leadership is an obstacle to African Union and to the freedom of the people of Africa. They're also an obstacle to the Palestinian people, because the Egyptian state at present is an ally of the Israeli state. So what the Egyptian state is doing with the program for investment in infrastructure development in Africa, in the African Union with France, is something that we have to expose. We're not opposed to the Victoria Mediterranean transport system. But why promote a system and scheme to go to Europe when we have a scheme to unite Africa, and you ensure that that's not on the table within the African Union, but you're pushing this scheme in the African Union? I think we also have to talk about ourselves as scholars, because as scholars, many of us are intimidated by the French and the European on the basis of getting resources for research. The fact is that if you go across the length and breadth of this region, You have nearly 100,000 French corporals living in the most rural villages, and their research institutions influence the research on Lake Chad and water in Africa. Because the two biggest water companies in the world are French water companies. They have a vested interest in this matter of water. The fact is that the Lake Chad Basin Commission has had to divert its attention from dealing with water question to dealing with Boko Haram. So it's now a military front called the Multinational Joint Task Force that is coming out of the Lake Chad Basin Commission. So to my brother over there, my presentation is influenced by Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop's view of Africa and its unification and hydraulic civilization influenced my approach to this unification of Africa. The one last point I want to make, I want to say that to the organizers of this conference, I will have my paper available. So I hope they'll publish it so everyone here will have access to it. The environmental question is a question of human beings. You cannot save the environment without saving human beings. Africa is not going to China to save Lake Chad. We looked at what the Chinese have done, the Lake Chad Basin Commission have looked at what the Chinese have done, and they're studying the environmental challenges. But the point is, we need our researchers and engineers and scientists to come to work on this question. There's no problem in financing the Lake Chad recovery. The money is there. It is not a question of money. It's a question of political will. The point is, when the Chinese got involved, the French and the Americans intensified their opposition, especially in relationship to intellectuals. I just want to make a point about the environment. During the Rwanda genocide, nearly 1 million people were killed. And there were some guerrillas up there in the mountains. And European NGOs came and said, we must save the guerrillas. They're more interested in saving the gorillas than saving the people who are killed. So yes, we are concerned about the environment, but we are concerned about the 300 million people who have been affected by Lake Chad. So we must do the work to save African lives. African Union is not about the union of states, it's about the union and the survival of the African people. And thank you.
Thank you all. I think we'll agree that we've had a really excellent and very stimulating discussion this morning, and I pass the floor on to the next session. Thank you.
Let them start.
So thank you very much for this insightful conversation about Southeast environmental challenges, so coordination. So we will move to our next discussion, which is going to be about climate development and social justice. So unfortunately, Mr. Vera Shana is not available to chair the session, so I'll be doing it. So I will briefly introduce our speakers for this conversation. We will begin with Dr. Wolsey, who is the Vice President and Chief Economist of the Global Fund for a New Economy. He's also an Associate Professor of Economics at the University of Campinas in Brazil and founder of Transformer Brazilian think tank focused on peace, development, and economic policy. So please have us welcome Mr. Wolsey. So this will be laying out the foundation by framing the climate development imperative from a global south viewpoint. So building on that, I will also call Professor Jakob Mulugeza, who is a professor of energy and development policy at the University College London, a founding member of the African Climate Policy Center at UNECA, and also part of the Climate Compatible Growth. So he will be diving deep into the African context, exploring a critical question: energy being the engine for a new transformative form of regional integration. Please help us welcome Professor Jakob. And last but not least, we will be welcome also Professor Daniela Gabor, who will bring us into the reals of global finance by examining the dominant role through consensus and questioning what a return to developmentalism really requires. So Professor Gabor is the professor of economics at SOAS, University of London, where she studied central bank, shadow money, just transition, and critical field policy. So please help us welcome Professor Daniela Gabor. Shall we just start with Mr. Pedro, person?
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour, good morning. I'm going to speak in English, but I'd like to use my French just to thank the organizer and to say, remercier tout le monde, les organisateurs, et de dire que c'est une satisfaction énorme d'être ici au Sénégal pour la première fois. Alors, c'est vraiment un honneur. So, my presentation is on climate and development. So, I basically want to deliver here two main messages. The first one is the need to articulate climate and development. And this is kind of obvious, but when you go to the climate discussion, you don't see that. Sometimes climate it's the main issue, but the development is secondary, and sometimes it's neglected. So the need to articulate issues. And the second message is to discuss deeper the asymmetries of the global system within the development and the climate, this discussion. So the need to revisit, to revival the dependency theory, which I think it's a key instrument for us, right? And I was talking to Ndongo, and I want to start with this curiosity. In 1972, here in Dakar, Samir Amin organized a conference that was called Strategies of Development, Africa versus Latin America. And this is very interesting because at that time, there was a very rich, diverse, and original discussion coming from outside the mainstream centers and bringing all the specificities of the periphery and the underdeveloped countries that was invisible at the eyes of the mainstream, right? The idea that we have a center and a periphery
the idea that we are not developing country on the way to somewhere, on the way to develop. There's no catching up in the system, but we are underdeveloped, which is a specific historical condition that is a result of an asymmetrical global system. The idea that we need a national strategy, a regional strategy, and not to follow just the needs of the global capitalism. The idea to prioritize domestic needs, control over our resources, strategic planning, and industrial diversification. And of course, all the forms of solidarity within regions, Latin America, Africa, and global South, South-South cooperation, right? So all those ideas were shared among many others. As I talked about Samira Lin here, but Celso Furtado, Paul Prebisch, and many others were sharing a common discussion. And there is this interesting thing that there was a lot of connection between Latin America and Africa at the time. Celso Furtado came here to Dakar, invited by Samira Lin. They had the same advisor in Paris, and then there was a lot of sharing of ideas, of discussions, of papers and books. So I want to highlight that and to say that this discussion that was very rich kind of lost momentum with the neoliberal counter-revolution, right? So there was a lot of setbacks, not only in terms of the proposals, the policies, but also marginalizing the thinking of those authors and this original way of thinking the global South. And I think, an example of that is that Francis Fukuyama, in his famous book of The End of History, dedicated a whole chapter to criticize the dependency theories, which shows the relevance of that. It was basically denying those power relations and the way that there's nothing blocking the development of the periphery, right? So it showed how important the discussion was and how important for neoliberalism to deny an original discussion coming from the South and proposing a different way towards development. And I'm saying that because now neoliberalism is in a huge crisis. People are looking for new ideas, for bold ideas, for new pathways. And I think it's time to revive that, to revisit that, to update this discussion, right? On all its diversity, for the more radical version, the more reformist version. So we need new voices, new economic policy, new economic science. And I think a good way to start for Latin America and Africa is to revisit this discussion and to update it. And I think that my next argument, that climate is a good opportunity to update this discussion, right? Because climate crisis is an opportunity because the solution to climate crisis is economic transformation, right? So it's not just about energy or resources, it's about production, it's about consumption, it's about labor market. And if you want to add the just adjective to the climate discussion, we have to talk also about income distribution, wealth distribution. It's all about economic transformation. And I think people are realizing that there is no economic transformation without a development plan, right? Actually, the definition of development that, for example, Celso Furtado uses is economic transformation, right? It's transformation of the economic structures, labor market structure, the trade relation structure, the production structure, the energy structure. Transforming the economic structure is development,
right? And development is not growth. You can grow without development. You can have a commodity boom when prices go up, and then you have a period of growth. And this money goes to profit, to imports, but does not change the structure, right? Does not change the industrial structure, does not change the income distribution, and so on. So we can have growth without development. And the thing is about development. And Furtado also used to say, so Celso Furtado is a Brazilian economist, which dialogues and influence a lot Samir Mendes. And he used to say that development is a political will. So it's not a natural result of well-functioning markets, right? It's a political will. We have to think about it, to design it, and not let the market do it, right? So then, this is to say that when you look at on the climate discussion, and I have been recently to Belém, where there was the COP30 discussions. I mean, there's a lot of looking for new things. Of course, you go there and you see 100 sessions on carbon markets and blended finance and all these de-risking funds, but people are exhausted of that, right? And this doesn't lead to real change, right? We need to look for real change. The real change has to come with intentionality, with play, and with development as the core of the argument. So there is a demand for this real discussion on development that the neoliberal toolbox don't provide. And I'm saying that here because I see potential and I see ideas as a key organization that can provide this discussion. But climate is also a huge challenge. Right? And here comes also the discussion on the dependency theory. And I basically, because of two things. One, underdeveloped countries now are asked to develop in another way that other countries did. So it's unprecedented. We have to develop, but we have to keep it green. We have to do it ecologically grounded. No country did that. I mean, historically, the developed countries did that by polluting, carbonizing the world. And now we are asked to do it in another way. So this is the first challenge. The second challenge is that this green new economy is creating new forms of dependence, right? So there's a new round of exploitation of natural resources and land that we can call green colonialism. And water is essential in this discussion, right? The data centers demand a lot of water, and then the whole discussion is this. But also in terms of debt and liabilities to finance those green investments, but also a technological dependence, right? Through imported capital goods. So we cannot just change the infrastructure here and have a new flow of input that we will depend for the next 10, 20, 30 years, which will reinforce the old labor division and will deepen the global inequalities under this sustainable disguise. So there's a need for a development plan, a sovereign plan in the periphery, so we can face these climate challenges as they have been proposed. So coming to the conclusion. So my argument here is that we have to strengthen this debate on development, on sustainable development, economic structural transformation as an alternative to the neoliberal solutions, but also to show and to confront many of the progressive views and narratives that used to look only at the micro level, right? So supporting community-led solutions are very important, valuing traditional knowledge system, respecting the local community, and so on. This is very, very important. But without structural change, this effort cannot challenge the root cause of inequality, of underdevelopment, and of economic crime. Right? So there is no contradiction between protecting nature, the local communities, and really changing and pursuing economic development and pursuing industrial diversity. Right? On the contrary, there is a need for that. We have to change structurally the things so we can protect nature. We have to change consumption patterns to protect nature. We have to change energy consumption. We have to change the way we produce. And this is about investment. It's about the new capacities. Like we have to look at this variable, the macroeconomic variable of investment, right? Produce the new way, like the new capacity. We have to change the old way we produce to implement a new way. We only do that by doing investment, macroeconomic investment. Right? Yeah, I'm coming to the thing is, Africa and Latin America were the big losers of globalization period, right? Because the way we integrated in this problem. And if you look at Asia, they integrated in a more clever way. By trade, by industrial diversification, by technology. And we did integrate by financial opening and by the neoliberal receipt. Now we are living a kind of crisis of this period. There's no globalization as we have seen 20 years ago. We are kind of in a transition to something else, right? And this something else doesn't exist yet, but it will exist. So my hope is that in this next cycle, we can get a better integration as continents, North America, Africa. But to do that, we have to seriously discuss development. Thank you.
For this presentation, without any further people, and the going to the football presentation.
While this is being noted, well, thank you for this wonderful gathering and maybe taking overall areas. And everyone from the ideas community have been a really fascinating as well as uplifting event. But just as I was, and this is something that comes to my mind from time to time. If you were to go back 30 years or so, 40, 50 years, you can name names. You know, you can have people like, Modibo Keita, not far from Jerry Man, Nkrumah, Nyerere, Lumumba. You can name so many names, even Nasser and Kaunda, if you want to go that far. Algeria had, very strong leadership, but the challenge that I see now is I look around and I think, where is the leadership going to come from? Now, I'm not trying to, you make a big deal out of individuals, but nonetheless, where is that leadership going to come from to try and transform Africa? But the other evening, I was listening to Wanjiru speak, and I felt a little bit more energized because I do think that there is a leadership that is emerging from the bottom as we speak. Thank you. This presentation, I put a question mark at the end of it, with your permission. Energy as enabler for regional integration. It's a question mark because we don't know. Because some of that kind of regional integration formulas that we have at the moment don't necessarily deliver the type of transformation that we would like to see. But just to kick off with some background here in terms of where the state of energy is at the moment in Africa. So we're talking about roughly around 550 million people who have no electricity in the continent. We're talking about 45–50% of the population. A significant proportion of that population also cooking with firewood, charcoal, crop residues, and so forth, and with all the accompanying social and environmental problems. Universal access, rather Africa accounts at the same time, for roughly about 6% of global energy use and less than 3% of greenhouse gas emissions. It also accounts for 3.1% of global electricity demand. So we're talking about an Africa that really is struggling under the weight of energy poverty wherever we go. Now, if we were to talk about universal access for Africa, we would be, the increase on global energy or for that matter on greenhouse gas emissions, if that's a statistic that appeals to you, is not that significant. We're not talking about a major global issue. Now, the other thing, of course, and then if you look at the access, you've got 3 countries across Africa who have achieved 100% electricity access. At the same time, you also have this horror statistics that shows the slide on the right-hand side, where U.S. gaming, energy for U.S. gaming, the game that that children play in the internet, accounts for more energy, uses up more energy than the whole of Nigeria, Zambia, Costa Rica, So that's the kind of inequality that we're looking at when we talk about energy in the global sense. But at the same time, this is a continent that's also endowed with huge resources. We're talking about hydrocarbons, plenty of this to go around, but also more and more of it is being discovered. Here in Senegal, natural gas has been discovered, Mozambique, etc. Renewable energy resources are plentiful across the continent. It's the largest reserves that we have globally. Yeah. And yet, we are still struggling with that energy poverty across the continent. Minerals, 30% of the world's reserves of minerals essential for the energy transition, as well as the digital infrastructure. 55% of the world's cobalt reserves comes from most of it in DRC and to a lesser extent in Zambia. 38% of manganese reserves, 70% of 80% of plutonium, platinum, sorry. You name it. Yeah, that's a pretty significant statistic. But also Africa remains concentrated at the extraction level of the value chain. 7% of global nickel reserves are here, but less than 2% of that is refined. 29% of bauxite, apart from here, Guinea is the largest producer of bauxite, and yet less than 1% of alumina is refined in the continent. So I think you get my point that it is a continent that produces, but at the same time it's the continent that benefits them. Other things that we are beginning to observe as well is that there is a much greater uptake over the past year. Example, something like solar imports have risen 60% in the last 12 months. And this really amounts to something like 15 gigawatts, if you look at the totality of that. Now, 75 gigawatt is the total amount that Africa generates at the moment. And that was produced or generated or constructed over a period of 30, 40 years. But just in 1 year, what we have seen is this significant uptick. And who is benefiting from it? Of course, individuals and firms are benefiting, but also, this is also being imported from China. So again, Africa is continues to produce in the renewable energy revolution. So the discussion around, I'm thinking the discussion around regional integration comes with this, that, having to face this type of inequality that is very much, inscribed in the global energy system. But energy as a natural entry point for integration, is it possible, is the real question that we are raising here. And we can make a case because energy resources are inherently transboundary, especially in this continent. Regional power groups, as we have them, and cross-border transmission do create material interdependence, and they potentially produce incentives for cooperation. The shared energy systems countries, these are assumptions I'm talking about, yeah? Improve reliability and underpin industrialization. I know, we see it in other parts. And energy cooperation can generate visible early wins that build trust for deeper integration. However, colonial borders and infrastructure is designed for extraction, most of our countries, and not necessarily for inter-African connectivity or development of access. But even the post-colonial experience is not different from that. It's a continuation of that colonial experience. Through structural adjustment programs, donor conditionalities, and divergence of reform paths that we have seen. Privatization here in Senegal, we see that privatization has happened, and then it gets renationalized. And I think at the moment the discussion is about unbundling. Yeah. So there is a constant effort to restructure in order to not necessarily align with the development priorities and objectives of the country, but rather to try and meet some of the market criteria. Now, I'm not going to go through how long do I have now? Okay. How long do I have? 10 minutes. Here, but if we were to look at the history of energy production and consumption across the country, you can, in West Africa, for instance, you can differentiate this, across the Anglophone, colonial experience where it was much more of a market-led and infrastructure were built to serve mines and railways and export, enclaves. So we've seen, the early hydropower planning, mix of, public utilities and so on. So these were, the countries such as Nigeria and Ghana were somewhat better prepared, should we say, for some level of regional integration because already some level of infrastructure was there. The experience in the Francophone Africa is quite different. And a lot of it was, much of the projects were driven or designed in Paris. Huge delays in electrification programs, but also weak urban supply and very little particularly in terms of hydropower development. So what we've seen are very much isolated type of diesel based type of energy systems that we've seen in the Francophone communities. These were weaker, had weaker grids and much slower for a potential level of regulatory harmonization. So what we're looking at is a mixed bag of countries with very different histories in their energy, and a lot of this is very much defined and determined by that colonial experience. So there is a legacy there that we have to play with. Now, the logic behind the existing power points, once again, designed around market integration, necessarily for development and coordination. The emphasis is on competition and unbundling and to ensure that, there are independent regulators that eventually decide prices and so forth. Very much, donor-driven governance structures that reflect external priorities. In short, we're talking about pushing integration as a commercial exercise rather than a development and project, that's grounded in equity and access and structural transformation. Now, can we reimagine that, from markets to development, regionalism, which I think Daniela is going to talk a lot more about. But here we're talking about, anchoring, powerful state-led development mechanism, coordinating investment and long-term planning and public ownership force of transmission assets as well. This means, rebuilding institutional design around energy access, around industrial policy, and of course, the social outcomes. That's something that's often overlooked as well. So again, in theory, it is possible to create those regional bodies with clear political mandates and not just, defined by the authorities. But the question is how. It needs governance, strengthening government, the regional regulators with authority, financing, domestically generated finance to establish, regional capital pools. Some talked about sovereign wealth funds, how to use that, how to utilize that, how to process that, rather than, relying on fragmented donor financing. And then I think, Meron and various others have talked about, making sure that equity and justice is really at the center of that. But it requires some level of political integration. And the way I started my discussion was that there was some level of political unity in the leadership in Africa, which we don't have at the moment. So that's a massive challenge that has to be addressed. But then the other thing to ensure, or the other aspect of it, is that energy on its own means nothing. Energy for what? I think, we have to speak about, energy for structural transformation, but also making sure that whatever industrialization emerges, it has to be should we call it, humanized, industrialization. The idea that somehow the old model of industrialization where where capital actually rules over labor and what is not going to work. There has to be some tangible benefits for community. So energy integration alone is not sufficient. Without industrial policy, you can have all the cross-border power lines. They don't mean anything unless they change the market conditions of communities at large. So energy regionalization can anchor industrial policy, but only if given the policy space, prioritizing public investment and negotiating collectively in global energy and technology markets. The moment that one country is competing with the other, with the weaker economies and smaller markets, it isn't going to deliver beyond creating a fragmented set of conditions. I mean, this is just a pitch towards, rethinking the public institutions. And I'm throwing it here. I'm not a big fan of the Ethiopian regime. I've never been. But during successive regimes or governments in Ethiopia, what we have seen is the Ethiopian Airlines, which has consistently performed very well. The thing that makes it quite unique is that this is an entity that is government owned, but it runs with a management system that actually functions. But the other aspect is also, we can think of the Ethiopian Airlines as a Pan-African integrator. It's state-owned enterprise that has become a leader across the board, built in dense Pan-African network, essentially going everywhere and serving But the key that made the Ethiopian Airlines was a success story is that it invested heavily in human capital through its aviation academy and runs like a business, including, the Prime Minister's office in Ethiopia, for instance, has to deliver an invoice or has to send, or rather the Ethiopian Airlines has to send an invoice. This isn't, an airline that runs where, the president's office says, give me a plane or whatever. It doesn't quite work like that. So it is possible to have very strong public institutions that actually have the fiscal discipline to function properly. But then my final slide here is really it's a fantastic paper that Daniela wrote, de-risking developmentalism, the tale of green hydrogen. It's really worth reading. Just an excellent paper. But there's a little piece there about Shekanta Diop's, who was imagining, talking about green hydrogen as far back as 1985, as a way to mobilize, African institutions, African knowledge for African development. And nowadays, the whole discussion around green hydrogen seems to be a novel thing, but quite clearly, this wonderful man was thinking about it as early as the 1980s. And this is really nicely captured in this paper. I strongly recommend that for you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Well, what an introduction. Thank you. I was going to make a joke about being a co-author with Ndongo, but now you see what a privilege is to be a co-author with Ndongo. You find out that every great idea that a Westerner had is first started in an African intellectual, and it was a great pleasure to start starting this work. So when I sent Ndongo this title, he said to me, Daniela, this is a very provocative title. And I didn't mean it as a provocation to you, but as a provocation to myself. I've been asking, is there a return of developmentalism? And here I think about developmentalism with Tandika Mkandawire as structural transformation, transformative ambitions of the state. And are we really in a world of post-American hegemony? So this is my provocation to myself. And maybe by the end of this, I will have an answer, or maybe you'll convince me that this provocation is not holding. And when I think about American hegemony, right? I mean, there are many different ways in which one can think about American hegemony, but I want to think about it in terms of international development and in terms of the international liberal order. We met American hegemony. I'm from Eastern Europe, from Romania. We went through a very deep period of the Washington Consensus. We met American hegemony first as the Washington Consensus, which was to me a deep sustained attack on state capacity for developmentalism. It weakened over time the capacity or the hold of the Washington Consensus and the Washington Consensus institutions, the IMF and the World Bank. They weakened over time, and by 2015, because of the global financial crisis and because of the rise of China as an alternative development narrative, we have something called the Wall Street Consensus. I think about the continuity between the Washington Consensus and the Wall Street Consensus, and I'll show you in a second what I mean by this. But we have still an American push hegemonic effort to preserve the hegemony of the US in international development, but now in a kind of different shape. And that different shape says, if you want to get development, if you want to transform all your economies, you have to partner with capital. You have to create what many development institutions call investable development. And you can find traces of this Wall Street Consensus in since 2015, I think you can pinpoint to 2015 as not just, the last big breath of the international liberal order led by the United States, but also as a change in the development paradigm that the US is pushing towards this Wall Street consensus. And if you read the Paris Climate Agreement, if you read the UN Agenda 2030, if you read the final document of the Financing for Development Conference of the United Nations in Addis Ababa, there is a kind of new impulse, a new development imperative called mobilized private capital. You mobilize private capital, you get foreign investors in, you get them to invest in your SDG projects, you get development. And this is still quite powerful. In the Just Energy Transition Partnership that, for example, Senegal and South Africa have signed, in Seville this year in June at the 4th United Nations Financing for Development Conference, we just heard from Pedro at COP30 in Belém. The logic of mobilizing private capital as a development strategy is still very powerful and is still pushed by, and it's still, to me, a strategy of American hegemony. And what is the logic behind it, or why is it that it's become a development strategy? Because of this graph, right? So this graph just shows you that something called institutional capital, that is pools of capital from pension funds, insurance companies, high net worth individuals. There are trillions of US dollars around, trillions of US dollars managed mostly by Wall Street, but not only by Wall Street, that are looking for profitable investment opportunities. And BlackRock, I usually look at BlackRock as a good example of this, an asset manager in the United States, with a very significant presence now on the African continent, and we can talk more about it. Kenya is a good example of why BlackRock-led investable development is very damaging for the country. The idea is when you want to mobilize private capital, you want to mobilize these pools of institutional capital into development. And I want to just show you very quickly an example of how this works in practice in the institutions of the Washington Consensus. This is from 2015, a meeting at the IMF World Bank Annuals, where you had a Minister of Finance from Peru, a Minister of Finance from Cote d'Ivoire, an IFC World Bank senior manager, and the kind of interesting person in my story, Thierry Do, who's the CEO of Meridian, a French asset manager who's managing 2 billion in euros with lots of infrastructure assets on the African continent. And this is where you have, I mean, you can go on the website of the World Bank and you can listen to this conversation. This is where Thierry Do says, we will partner with the government, we will help governments develop, but this is what I want from them. And I just wanted to show you that Thierry Do is very close to Emmanuel Macron, and he says, when I'm looking, what we look for in a government is a resilient long-term partner. This is the intuition of the Wall Street Consensus. We want to see people, pipeline, inclusiveness, and sustainability. And by sustainability is not what Pedro means by sustainability. It doesn't mean that, you reorganize your economy for climate purposes, but it basically says, will the government ensure that I get my cash flow, I get my payments from the infrastructure projects that I own as an asset manager? And he says, you won't invest, so that I won't invest over 25 years if the population is not capable of paying, or if the budget of the government cannot sustain payment. This is what private finance or private capital thinks when it comes to the continent. Will I get sustainable cash flow? And this is not just very quickly, this Wall Street Consensus and this idea that Thierry Do and financial capital wants sustainable cash flow is now extending very rapidly to nature as an asset class. And what should we make of this? Since I have very little time, I just wanted to show you very quickly. Development becomes an asset class for institutional investors, for these investors. It means that there has to be a reliable cash flow from privately owned energy plants, from schools, from roads, from hospitals, from houses. Everything becomes a process of extraction, and the state is there to de-risk this investment, to take risks from the private sector in order to make sure that these cash flows remain there. And I put here a project that is organized over the last 2 years with financing from the Open Society Foundation, where we are asking, okay, if we look at the African continent and the Wall Street consensus in the energy sector in particular, what do we learn about the effectiveness of this development strategy that is pushed by, or it's part of the American strategy for preserving its hegemony? And you can see, if you go on the website, it's redcaju.org, you can see, for example, that Meridian is present in the energy sector here in Senegal. It has with a wind power plant. You can see we have very detailed information about these energy projects across 4 countries, and we're planning to extend them. I encourage you to engage with it. What is interesting to me is that what started in 2015 as the Wall Street consensus for the global south, then moved towards the global north, with the Biden administration in the United States adopting industrial policy. And it's the same logic of, I want to mobilize private capital in strategic sectors. It's a particular kind of industrial policy. And what should we make of this Wall Street consensus? I argue that it's a weak strategy of American hegemony. It's a weak strategy to preserve American hegemony for 3 reasons. One, it's not fast enough. If you trust private capital to set the pace of your transformation, of your developmentalist ambitions, you simply won't get where you want to, because private capital has other kinds of risk return priorities. And in the climate space, what you get is a lot of greenwashing, simply because the state is not strong enough to discipline capital into its strategic priorities. It's also not just enough. This idea of mobilizing private capital is a kind of hidden Trojan horse for the continued privatization of public goods. This is privately owned infrastructure, and again, if you go to and check, for example, the Rethinking website, you will see there that everything, every time you say mobilize private capital, you say privatize infrastructure. Now, where it's more interesting in some ways, it's not stable enough as a strategy to preserve American hegemony. First, because it generates what I call green extractivism in the global south, and the paper that we wrote with Ndongo on Namibia's green hydrogen shows that for countries in the global south, adopting the development strategy of mobilizing private capital, it kind of transforms them, or it invites them to be generators of financial yield, right? You have to generate return for the Terido and for Meridian, and you become consumers, but not producers of clean tech. In other words, you import technologies rather than adopt your own industrialization strategy. And it's not stable enough also globally, because the US cannot win the geopolitical competition with that the Chinese industrial policy has created and accelerated, particularly since 2015. And I don't have a lot of time to spend here. I would just say, maybe in China 2025, if an industrial strategy announced that year, is to me the most successful industrial policy strategy we have had over the past 30 years. And I just wanted to show you how successful it is. These are on the left hand side, you see industrial policy as a share of GDP. I took it from a presentation of the European Central Bank, because you will be aware, we in Europe are really terrified of how successful China is at completely obliterating the European industrial sector with good reasons. You see China here spends a lot more on industrial policy than the rest of the world, and particularly Europe. But you also see on the left-hand side that it's not just about industrial policy. What China reminds us again is that you cannot do industrial policy without controlling your domestic financial system. And without controlling your domestic financial system, you don't really stand a chance, in my view, in pursuing developmentalism and structural transformation. So where are we now? 5 minutes, okay. Okay, in 5 minutes, I'm trying to explain stablecoins for you, which is challenging. So where are we now after the Trump election of the second Trump administration? The Trump administration kind of moved away from industrial policy as we oriented towards climate, and it has an AI strategy to revive American hegemony. It will have what they call AI diplomacy, although if you want to use the word diplomacy in this context is up to you, but it's supposed to provide, to force infrastructure and software on countries in the global south and also in the global north, and to use the very rapid growth in digital finance, crypto and stablecoins in order to reinforce the international currency status of the US dollar. I don't think it's a very successful strategy for the Trump administration in the sense that China is winning this transformative battle that is taking place at the moment. If you look at clean tech, if you look at AI, my prediction is that the youth AI sector will implode very quickly. But I'm an economist and we shouldn't take our prediction very seriously. But that's what I expect. We'll have a Minsky moment in the AI sector. So this is the context we are in now. So what developmentalist opportunities do we have? Thinking again with Anika Makanda, we read that the developmental state needs both ideological coalitions and structural capacity to pursue this. Now I'm going to be very provocative and think, and first argue, if there is one takeaway from here, from what I said today, is we are in a moment where there is a revival of developmentalism, but without state control of money and credit institutions. This is very important because of the legacy of the Wall Street consensus. We are not taking control of the money and credit institutions that are necessary for transformation, for developmentalism. And what does this mean? And I'll finish with this, trying to give you an example of what happens or what are the dangers of trying to pursue developmentalism without state control of money and credit institutions, looking at Burkina Faso. But I think it's difficult to disagree that there is a very strong developmentalist ambition in Burkina Faso, but as a country in the CFA franc area, there is no significant control of money and credit institutions. And if you ask yourself why, you just have to read Ngongo's extensive work on the topic. And Burkina Faso has found a solution, or at least seems to have found a solution, which is to create a gold-backed digital currency, a stable that is going to be issued in partnership with Pan Promax. And very quickly, I am very interested in stablecoins because I'm a monetary economist, and I want to think very quickly with you, what is the opportunity for Burkina Faso? And I'm showing you first as an example of the world's largest regulated stablecoin that is issued in US dollars. It's issued by Circle called USDC. And you know, a stablecoin basically is, you can think of it as a one-to-one parity between a US dollar and a US stablecoin, right? Instead of holding US dollars, I hold stablecoins because I can buy and sell crypto very easily. It makes transactions very fast. But for me to buy this and hold these stable coins, I need to have some trust that I can get it back, I can convert it if something goes wrong. And this trust is based on reserves. So there are reserves that is stable coin issuers are holding. And in the case of USDC, these reserves are basically either by party US bank deposits or managed by BlackRock in something called the Circle Reserve Fund. And I won't bore you, but they are invested in US treasuries. And US treasuries, US government bonds, basically, if you listen to Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, he says stablecoins are the future of the international dollar systems because all the stablecoin issuers will buy our government debt, and so we don't need to worry about Japan selling US treasuries or other countries. What does Burkina Faso then do? It says, well, I will issue my own stablecoin. I think it will be, there aren't much details, but I think it will be a new local denomination, so it won't be in US dollars, and we will back it with gold and commodities. So instead of investing in US treasuries, we will promise that it's strong money by our modern commodities. I mean, this is a nice story, but if you look at who's behind it, it becomes a lot more complicated. And to me, there is a significant worry that Burkina Faso, that this might end up being an instrument or a vehicle for Burkina Faso to lose legal control over its gold and other commodities. Right, so just if you look there, the company that is going to issue the Burkina Faso stablecoin, the BGF, I'm probably pronouncing it correctly, it's called Promax Investment. It is a partnership between Promax United, which is a state-backed United Arab Emirates, an Emirates state-owned company, and Palm Global. Palm Global there is run by an American financier who used to work for BlackRock. I find BlackRock everywhere is fascinating. Palm Global has received return support and investment from something called Akawan Foundation, which you can see there. Akawan Foundation is another Emirati kind of vehicle that is simultaneously backing another stablecoin issued by a company associated with Donald Trump. So when you think about monetary sovereignty in the context of Burkina Faso, you have to see that this is an ecosystem that doesn't look that sovereign to me. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I understand, you don't have access to international financial markets. You need to be creative. So I'm not here to criticize Burkina Faso's decision, just to kind of paint the picture of the ecosystem behind it. And if, as the news items, there aren't many, but the news items behind it say that this stablecoin will be issued in the Emirates. If it's issued in the Emirates, it means that the legal fund holding the reserves of the stablecoin based in the Emirates will have direct access to the gold reserves of Burkina Faso and will be able to exploit this. I'm going to finish with this. To me, American hegemony is under threat and in flux. It has brought, particularly because of the Chinese threats to American hegemony, it has allowed for a context in which developmentalism understood as state ambitions for structural transformation. Developmentalism is bad, but because of the ideological and structural power of the Wall Street consensus of private American finance, but not just American, it's a developmentalism without state control of money and credit institutions. And my provocation to you, and I hope I'm wrong, that it's not going to produce the kind of industrial upgrading and revival that countries here on the continent and countries elsewhere of contribute of, but they will produce new forms of geopolitical subordination.
From renovation, I really like the coalition between Latin America and Africa in terms of development issues. Also, really like the point that it's being stressed out again and again, but to me, it's never enough about development being a political view or anything. Pointing out challenges such as maybe develop in a green way, where this hasn't been done by the West. Another form of dependency with colonialism, technology, and looking for more sovereignty and value traditional knowledge. In the part, I also see that you lend out in vision for developmental regionalism, state-led focus on industrial policy, and also rejecting the idea of the market alone being able to deliver integration. And so the idea that criticize extensively the Wall Street consensus, which is the limit of to the private platform. So that leads me to a question before opening but from the Daniela, so given that the financial consensus is still dominating for money, so what viable system kind of finance debt oxygen? That's my first question. And then I feel like those are all additional questions for the opportunity. Okay.
Merci beaucoup. surtout pour ce thème qui pose des passions actuellement, pour vous résoudre la pression, la réponse au changement climatique, les défis de transformation et de votre quotidien, et surtout de la justice sociale. Surtout lié à la question de l'agriculture, nous avons quand même besoin de régler la souveraineté de l'industrie, mais surtout l'accès, si je prends au Sénégal, où il y a 54 millions de personnes qui n'ont pas encore accès à l'électricité. Les gens sont à ce niveau. Alors, c'est pour ça que le débat avec souvent, nous, comme même pas notre pays, ils ont tendance à avoir, pas seulement même les pays récipiendaires, ils ont tendance à systématiquement opposer à la perspective de l'économie durable, je veux dire, l'économie durable, verte, etc. C'est assez. Alors que je pense que nous, ce plan, nous avons beaucoup plus besoin, en partie que ce soit, de nous intéresser et davantage travailler sur le développement des énergies renouvelables. Surtout que le potentiel est là. Et je vous remercie avant de vous revenir sur ça. La carte de caractéristique potentielle. Et anticiper comme vous l'avez dit dans votre conclusion, on était content de voir ça sur la transition énergétique qui nous occupe aujourd'hui, en indexant l'hydrogène comme étant la. Mais là où j'ai une question pour vous, c'est que quand vous énumérez les impératifs, vous ne parlez pas de la recherche. Alors que je pense qu'aujourd'hui, c'est seulement la recherche que vous qui permet nous de pouvoir exploiter notre potentiel et d'investir et de réduire surtout la limite des coûts de production de l'énergie renouvelable. Et je pense que nous, d'autres citoyens d'Afrique, avons besoin de faire focus davantage, financer la recherche et le développement pour qu'on réduise les coûts, pour que notre soleil, le vent, l'eau qui nous a puisse être exploité pour qu'on ait durablement une réflexion à la question énergétique. Je vous remercie.
If you can, we have brief questions, but I would like to ask a question. Thank you. Thanks to the panelists. I agree with you, Yusuf, about Ethiopian Airways, and I was wondering, Airlines, sorry. And I was wondering if you could think of any other examples or potential examples that African countries can consider based on your research. And for Daniela, I have a question about, I take your point about if you don't control your money in the institutions, industrialization is impossible, or development is impossible. So besides the stable coin, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on then what are the next steps that countries can concretely take on the continent, given where they are, and given where conversations are in terms of resourcing development, right? Especially since this model seems to be entrenched. Thank you very much. Please be really brief so that we can hands up.
Merci. Je voulais juste poser une question à Daniela. Quelles sont les chances de succès de l'expérience du Burkina Faso et quels sont les inconvénients par rapport à l'exploitation dans les pays de leurs ressources? Merci.
Bon, avant la prochaine question, j'aimerais saluer la présence du ministre conseiller à la présidence, M. Adjuma Sow.
Yes, I want to thank the presenters. I think we cannot move forward with Africa without energy. And we have energy raised 1.5 billion. That's the energy will be translate back in terms of the national level. I think that's a very important question of linking the knowledge of the people to those energy resources. I don't know if we want to go back to dependency. We want to go forward now for a new form of intellectual work. in terms of transforming economies. I think the tendency has served its use for years. On the question of a stable coin, and these we have to be more firm on this question. There's no possibility of Burkina Faso getting anywhere with BlackRock and with Barbados, because American hegemony is in a state where it is not fascism. And BlackRock is at the heart of white supremacy. So you cannot discuss BlackRock as an economic financial organization, because BlackRock is linked up with the most conservative white supremacists in the United States of America. So when our brothers and sisters in Burkina Faso is thinking about a currency, and they're going to the white supremacist racists in the United States of America, we cannot, in a country for the economy, say we don't know where to go. We cannot go well for the people of Burkina Faso.
Very much.
This one has a potential voice. You know that.
Thank you. Thank you for invitation. And then we talk about what's development stage looks like, about ideology and state capacity, but there is a part which is the reaction of some people. This stage basically, this already able to say that, especially in the WTO is 80.1 and those for God is I think that's why I don't want to ask that's what is in charge of how we can only find how speak about to take and we look really good and when we talk about that's very really and we know we say this and I think we look at some people should be without that kind of approach to that and yet I mean, one of the reasons that we can learn also that the way they were and they are over maybe a couple of areas, not just in the area like and
Thank you. My name is Steve Theodore. Trinidad today has a quick question for your group. Trinidad and Tobago is in the process of developing the Caribbean's largest solar project. The 92 megawatt Gretchen Castle solar project. It is a collaboration with our government, BP, Shell, and the National Gas Company. When we speak about sustainable development, I would like to raise a question for you of the potential of what community, not just providing jobs as a part of sustainable development is, but community ownership. Communities which have legal rights and ownership rights over renewable energy projects in the global south. Daniela, my question takes up your provocation. The generation of you, Gen Z, young people, many others, we are looking for investment and financial strategies that can bypass the state. Even the multilateral development banks such as the IDAN, in initiatives such as Eco-Invest and Reinvest Plus in Brazil and others, are actually reducing the role of the state by basically by focusing on the relationship between the development banks, private investors, and the local banks, right, in these countries. So my question has to do then with do you see a role for direct investment of communities and youth who wants digital trust once a digital platform is there, they will be willing to invest directly online in mutual funds, investment funds, and others. And we see that as a potential independent path by avoiding some of the state problems that you identified. Thank you.
Thank you very much for some wonderful presentation. I wanted to know practice how do you kind of map out the meeting of the Wall Street consensus? Because you had actually Wall Street about the transformation movement towards private public partnership and moving away from direct privatization, which other parties are investment. It's so dynamic. Look at the agencies that are involved, just the IFC, but also the U.S. Financial Public Planning. We said at the core, was moving away from USAID, what was dynamic, and this dynamic transformation. So perhaps it would be very interesting to understand if you theoretically map out the consensus, where the money is coming from, where it's going, and what the underlying strategies.
C'est clair que nous sommes à cette table, le Burkina Faso et le Mali, concernés par cette question plus haut niveau. Le blocus économique qui est imposé au Mali à travers les attaques sur les camions citernes qui transportent le carburant, vise, on le sait, à un changement de régime, régime qui a la force. Et donc, comme vous le savez, il y a eu le blocus diplomatique financier dans le même ensemble basé sur les lettres. C'est-il jusqu'à quel point cette dimension doit être intégrée davantage dans notre réflexion sur les alternatives de sortie de crise et comment on fait, comment passer du paradigme de la CEDEAO à celui d'une alliance des États africains qui saura vraiment faire la différence. Et on est au cœur de cette problématique. Et la question énergétique n'est pas qu'il faut poser, comme notre frère Horace l'a fait ce matin. C'est extrêmement important que nous on sache que toute cette bande, surtout à partir du Tchad, c'est la question de l'eau. Ce que nous cherchons à faire aujourd'hui, c'est comment construire des pipelines pour faire partir le gaz, le pétrole et tout ce qu'on veut. Il n'y a aucune réflexion sur les ressources en eau. Donc, c'est extrêmement important cette rencontre. Et en plus que Horace Campbell lui-même sait que le président Ibrahim Traoré est à l'écoute des afro-descendants. Pour moi, quand en participant à cette réunion, je vous dis, nous insistons sur l'importance de la réflexion, de la place des intellectuels dans ce débat. Mais les rapports de force ne sont pas malheureusement en notre faveur. Là, aujourd'hui, au moment où nous parlons, j'ai hier, dans les médias, une grande réunion au Maroc où ils sont tous réunis, persuadés que la recherche de fonds auprès des Émirati et de toute la banque va nous permettre de nous en sortir. Donc, ils sont en train de prendre le contre-pied de tout ce que nous sommes en train de dire. Et comment nous allons organiser la résistance, ça c'est une grande question. Et je suis sûr que ce que nos frères, ce que les afro-descendants, d'autant plus que l'Union africaine elle-même a voulu faire de cette année 2025, l'année pour les réparations et l'alliance, la défense des intérêts de l'Afrique et des afro-descendants. Cette dimension de la solidarité pour sauver l'Afrique est une question centrale.
Merci pour les présentateurs. Moi, quand même, la dernière présentation, j'ai une information qui me stomaque. Nous savons que
surtout au Burkina Faso, le régime arrive à avoir de l'argent. Mais en allant vers les Émirats, et en vendant l'or parfois 2 fois plus cher, 3 fois même. Sinon, d'autres intermédiaires avant pouvaient le vendre à un prix. Et eux-mêmes, quand ils se sont aperçus qu'il y a d'autres produits, ils peuvent l'avoir pour plus de prestige. C'est l'information que moi je sais qu'ils vont de façon directe. Mais sincèrement, il faut, il y a un passage par une monnaie stable et qu'on parle moins du dollar. Ça veut dire que nous ne sommes pas sortis, nous allons tomber de tarifs d'ici là. Et sincèrement, c'est cette information-là que Longo m'avait dit qu'il allait en parler, mais on n'a pas pris le contour. Et j'avoue que au moins les 3 États sont en train de chercher la solution pour que ces banques sortent de ces banques et vont proposer une monnaie ensemble. Si cette demande, est-ce qu'elle est unique, elle est unitaire, unilatérale, ou alors les 2 autres ne sont pas là-dedans, déjà, ça pose problème. Là, voilà un peu ma réaction sur le regard de
Oui,
L'alliance, c'est le partenariat. Le gouvernement essaie de c'est une élève. C'est l'état de changer.
Okay, you have one way so sorry.
Okay, so thank you for the comments and questions. I want to start just with a dialogue with Daniela. She was provocative of a little bit provocative too, because developmentalism in the Latin American conflict is an ideology that has 3 components. It has a national strategy, national plan. It has industrialization as a key goal, and it has the state as with a key role, right? And developmentalism can be a far-right thing, right? You can do developmentalism, destroy the nature, and you can increase inequality and so on, as it happened in Latin America in different ways. But you also can think on just developmentalism and sustainable one, which I don't think we do have developmentalism now. We have, like, as you said, the role of the state is back, but it's back in partnership with the big capital, and I really agree with you. This has to do finance and also public finance, and that's the thing we have to rescue. And responding here to the question on, so I emphasize there's a deficit period, and I don't think we should go back there, but we should go forward from that, right? Because they are so original. They are thinking the system from the south with such an original insights that we have to come back to this. And not take like the development discussion that is the mainstream center in the global north, and not having global south voice with original things, right? That puts in the center, this is very important. The power relations of the global south. So I think this is my main one. And one of the things is that we have to redefine that. We have to update that in today's challenges, which are very different than the challenges 30, 40 years ago, as we have to redefine the state, right? And take the state and rethink the state, and also really legitimize the state that has been through a process of delegitimization in the last year. And to bring back public finance
And this is a big thing because we are only talking about private finance to solve the climate crisis. And we have to bring back to public finance and to deal with a whole problem that say that we don't have money to do things, right? Imaginary boundaries. And in many countries, there's no scarcity of resources. There is an unequal distribution of those resources. I mean, you can use taxation to do things, right? In COP30, I was there, and there was many sessions on blended finance, on carbon markets, but there was no session on taxation. Why not discuss taxation, which is a way to allocate resources, right? From the rich to the poor, from the global system to specific investment, social investment, green investment, and so on. So there's a whole need to rethink the system, and that I agree with the first comment on the need to invest in research, investigation, and investigation attached to specificity, to the problem that we have in the global south, and not taking from the north the theories and try to apply it. Thank you.
Can you hear me? I mean, the first question about research, just to add to what you said, Pedro. I think it's absolutely important. And in fact, part of the reason why I am currently based in until January of my sabbatical is because we've established an institute, the African Institute for Sustainable Energy and Systems Analysis, precisely because of our frustration that there is so much talent out there in Africa, but the institutions are so weak. But we can't build the institution from scratch now. But at the very least, what we can do is create a platform for young researchers to be able to work around energy and climate and development issues. I mean, Meron up there, you know, is the coordinator of the program, and part of what we're trying to do is recruit, postdoc level, but also PhD level, but also to create a network of a platform where research is actually co-created with institutions in Senegal and other parts of Africa. And to be able to kickstart at the very least some of that research that's going to be needed. But I totally agree. I think, you know, there needs to be a much bigger investment at national level to take, take climate research, energy research, other research very seriously. Because a lot of what we saw, for instance, last week in Belen and other places, the knowledge that is being pushed out about Africa has nothing to do with African scholars and African researchers. It often is the case that, northern researchers are the ones that are, those, who are supported by World Bank and others who are pushing the agenda. So part of that is also to try and reclaim the agenda, but also do something about it. On the Ethiopian Airlines, I mean, my intention was not so much to illustrate that it's to sort of make the argument, make the case that even in the most difficult political circumstances that Ethiopia has seen over the past 40 years, I mean, Ethiopian Airlines has remained fairly resilient. That was the point that I wanted to make, because it's this thing it started in 1946 and has gone through one government after the other. Initially it was the emperors, and yes, of course, under legacy more investment they have happened. But it's not only Mendes and his political program that is responsible for Ethiopia, but rather the four successive governments we've seen. And the issue there is about creating public institutions that have some autonomy as we're going to try and push that. Of course, there are plenty of other lessons that we can draw from, but it was just an example that I thought was relevant from the point of view of, you have weak institutions overall, but then, you have these pockets of effectiveness that also.
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so very tough questions. Let me start with probably the toughest one to answer, which is, should we be talking about Burkina Faso stable coins if American financial institutions like BlackRock are involved and they are supporting white supremacist regimes there, which of course they are. And I just have to say, look, I'm from Romania. We are taught our culture is when you're a host in a country, you're guest in a country, you can't go and say you're wrong, therefore forget about it completely. I'm also white European. I can't deny the agency of African governments who are in a really hard place. I think the Burkina Faso government is in a really hard place. It needs to find ways of financing its transformative ambitions. Having said that, the questions to me to ask are, is it possible that this will work? The gentleman asked there in the back. If the diagnosis of you can only transform your economy with a state that has capacity to direct credit flows and to articulate that with some kind of transformative project, then the answer is no, because stablecoins do not give you any credit capacity and they do not give you any kind of control in the form that they are designed now. So I would say it might just end up as a marginal project which is trying to raise revenue for the Burkina Faso state. It remains to be seen in technical details. Then the equally hard question is, what is the alternative, right? We criticize here, and a lot of my work as an academic is very comfortable in some ways because you can just criticize a capitalist system that is very destructive in very many different ways. And my first answer is, if I wanted to be very, very, Che Guevara and dream the impossible and be pragmatic, I would say, well, the only way to address the climate crisis is to basically go towards a post-capitalist system where you have economic planning, because that's the only reasonable, but probably impossible way of organizing transformation at the scale that is necessary. Since we are not going to get socialism soon, I think, but I hope maybe I'm wrong, the more pragmatic answer is to have what I call a big green state. And the big green state is reviving again, and I want to reinforce Pedro's calls for us trying to appreciate the state again. I heard over and over again over the last 2 days in this room such skepticism towards the state and towards political elites. It is a neoliberal consequence of the Washington Consensus. It's weakened states and it's weakened our faith in the state. And I come from a country that had a very big state. We live in socialism, the deep planning. I'm not particularly fond of the state, but I have come to realize that it's the only way out. And this is an answer to the gentleman. If we don't occupy the state, if the state doesn't work for citizens, it will be occupied by the others who will use the state in order to subsidize and guarantee profits. And this is what the Wall Street Consensus is doing now. It is occupying the state to benefit, to do redistribution from citizens towards private financial capital. And we have to fight it whether we like it or not, because that's where we are. And that gives very quickly the last point. What concrete steps are possible there are asked? I would say anytime you do industrial policy, any alliance with foreign private capital is a dead end. I think I will explain a long time ago why that's a dead end. I think again it's a dead end. You cannot build state capacity to either discipline private capital or to direct credit flows by somehow hoping that you bring in foreigners and they will teach you to do things. China showed us that you can rely on foreign capital as long as you can blackmail it or you force it to do technology transfers. Without technology transfers, any future in which the state aligned with private capital is not going to generate significant economic transformation. Very much.
Some announcements. First, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Minister Altima from the Presidency of the Republic of Senegal. Very important point regarding the failures of our foreign guests. We sent a logistical note with a form for people to fill in to receive their failures. So those who have not sent their bank details yet, including their IDAN and their SWIFT, please do it ASAP. Here you have the email address of our authority. So if you have not filled the form yet, please send your bank details, including IBAN and SWIFT, to our colleague, Dorothy Diamera. The second thing is about transportation to the airport. So a car has been arranged for all our guests. So the departure to the airport is scheduled at least 3 hours and a half before your flight departure. So you don't have to be at the lobby to find your driver. Our colleague, they will help you in case you have any difficulty. We'll also send an email to give the exact hour at which you will be picked up at your hotel, be it KRB or at the line. And depending on flight schedules, some of you will have individual cars, others will have to share the same cars. Very important, we also have a closing dinner at the restaurant Lagor. So we'll have 2 buses and departure at the lobby of the KRB will be at 7 p.m. sharp here. Thank you very much. You deserve a break.
You deserve a break.
There's one thing I want to do before. What is it? I want to take a picture with this ideas before Charles and so I don't know how I'll get them. The first person I get,
Yeah, yes.
so I have the best picture. I think that picture what they can do. It shows them. I've been taking this. Yeah, so get Charles. Did I get
Let's go.
That's different. Okay, so it doesn't need to be that's what it is. And the majority of that, I agree. I agree, but it's more diverse than what we see. Beneficial for the whole. Let me talk with first. Okay,
All the way to there. What I want you what? But how much is So I really, you know, the big organization of this water. I will just. But we need it for. And I see this. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we have probably. It's right in the. And that is. The book takes 5 years. It takes 5 years. Wait, hold on.
So you see, Africa can never be developed.
No, because
This past presentation actually moved me a lot.
yeah, which we have wasted my time.
Yeah.
Now it's very expensive. How are we going to be able to do it?
Let's go.
So meaning that we have to have an African president,
Yeah.
which then is the ECOWAS,
Yeah.
and it's not strong.
Yeah. A big issue.
So how are we going to do all this, reverse all this thing that we have? I mean, it's difficult to, it means that now, I think our workshop should be focusing on the security,
Yeah.
which is the government security agent,
Yeah.
so that we side their mind from this understanding.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see, and then they will also push forward to the executive.
Exactly.
You see, it's the presentation is very powerful.
Yeah. And then because they have reached a certain level, they don't really care, you know.
Yeah,
Their
because
mind,
you see,
when he has reached that
yeah.
issue.
now when we lose him now, all this knowledge is gone.
Oh, his presentation is really good.
Yes.
So far, he's the one that I've enjoyed. So
Yeah, I picked his own and I picked the General Kutua's own.
what do you was strong?
You see, so that is where Africa we are like that now.
That's like issues of water. When we're in Southern, you want
Eh,
I'm not afraid to
those-
say. Look, I'm just Congo my peppers down.
Um,
And it's really
no,
true.
yeah, you can see
It's
that.
really fundamental.
Mm.
That is life.
No, you see,
Very resources.
look at it. You can, if you look at all these things, we go to school, from school we come, we look for jobs to do. In the end, we come back to the land.
That's true.
You see, because all the resources,
Yeah.
all whatever,
It's very fundamental.
everybody, now I'm going to do farming, I'm going to do this. The moment you get into that, that means you may need water.
Mhm.
You see, now the lithium we're talking about, it's also in
Yeah.
on this land.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This thing, then we need more money to kind of push
Yeah.
this thing, and it shouldn't be something that we do and we don't do again.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
when he was making his presentation, at the point he stopped. That is when you wanted to say there were some countries that wasn't in support.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
Francophone
Yeah.
and the Europe.
Yeah.
He stopped there because we were. But I
That's
used
always
to.
the problem. France has managed to convince all of them. And Burkina is even trying to get out of this. Even though it's not easy for them. Part of the problem. France, now Egypt is also becoming a problem.
What they want to do. You see, even in football, they wanted to play the European Cup.
Yeah, but you are not there.
So they are symptoms of being African. So because the fact that they are rescuing that.
And yeah, and the complex is also useless because you are not an European country. You can never be. Hey. I think there is also another, there should be a workshop in Egypt.
Yeah.
There should be a workshop in Egypt for them to understand that they
have always behaved like that. So because of that, when we was being forced to marry these people's mom.
yeah.
Of reaching out to them.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Even in 19.
They have always been a problem.
Yes.
Because of his African trying to United States of Africa, I said, look, if I don't infiltrate into these people territory,
Yeah.
there's no way out. When they're married from there, try to work close by still.
It's true. It's true. It's true. It's difficult.
And now the leaders we are getting also doesn't have those type of
No, because the vision is not there. Because even in 1964, with all this Nkrumah anticipated that these things will emerge in the future. So let's start to deal with it. And up till now, oh, boss, we look at this is
All right, are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, right. I'm gonna like this so much presentation. Whatever.
How are you?
I am. How are you?
Very well. Very well.
I'm not feeling well.
But it's okay now. Are you okay?
That one, but the problem is me.
That's why I saw you limping.
I can do that one, but too much of walking I have.
Yeah, but let's do the sea this evening at the shore.
Going to do that.
Yes.
Can I do that in my toilet? That is
Let's do that. Let's do that.
No worry. Okay, I'll do some more, huh?
Okay.
Just saying hi.
Hello. Mas anyway, you go. Okay, from Archbishop Portes. Mas sending them on. So see, as good God is in control in that. My results. I get results. I am about Miss what else? I'm not sure your results into me. Maybe be out there on name, right? That's a bad. No, I mean, I'm a young man from Babia project. I'm on it. And he's who my name is Joe, we got the car off. No, why no more? I won't know more. Yeah. And generally, to make a torch or Senegal, no matter credit. No, median from a month, and then from foreign one. Hello.
You like it? You love it, but
The machine is over. Since I have some pictures with you again, you cancel what? Okay, yeah. So,
അമ്മ ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളെ വിളിക്കാറുണ്ട്
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So we will be starting our next panel here. So we are speaking to the panel about the current threats against pan-Africanism, which will be chaired by our distinguished professor, Horace Campbell, who is a professor of African American Studies in political science at the Syracuse University. His recent book is Global NATO and the Catastrophic Failure in Libya. He is author of Rasta in Resistance from Walter Rodney, Reclaiming Zimbabwe, the exhaustion of the patriarchal model, liberation, Pan-Africanism, and African liberation in the 21st century, and Barack Obama and the 21st century politics. So please help us welcome the Horace Campbell.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. We're supposed to be only have 1 hour. And I hope, I know you've shown your stamina. And this session on Pan-African. Well, the entire conference is on Pan-Africanism. And as you know, there are as many Pan-Africanists as there are authors on Pan-Africanism. And so I'm hoping that in this hour we'll have a full discussion on the economics of Pan-Africanism, because we're in an economic conference, but my dear young brother is going to give us a presentation on a brief history of the counter-revolution against Pan-Africanism. And that counter-revolution is alive in Africa in so many ways. And I'm hoping the discussion will bring us up to date on the revolutionary and counter-revolutionary aspect. Peter James Hudson is the Associate Professor of Geography at the University of British Columbia. He is one of the leading scholars on the question of racial capitalism. And for the economists in this room, you should study his work on bankers and empire. Many of you don't know the role of the American bank. It was bank in Haiti and in Central America. So I had the privilege of working with Peter James and comrades in confronting empire at conferences like this. And the thing about Peter and his partners is that they are fearless. They are not afraid of Babylon, as we would see there. Because so many young scholars, in the name of getting tenure, will not speak up in the face of Babylonian intellectual interventions. And we faced a Babylonian intervention in Oxford in 2019 that was formidable. And I would say that they stood up and they delivered, and we have the statement that came out. So we have in this generation of scholars, clarity and fearlessness is what we need in pan-Africanism. I think I've said too much already. Thank you so much. Could you help me to give him a big round of applause?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I want to start by thanking the organizers and all the staff, the media people, especially the translators who seem to be doing almost a physical work back in that booth. We appreciate it. And everyone who's been involved in hosting such a dynamic first Ideas of Africa Network Conference. It's an honor for me to participate. And it's a special honor to be sharing the stage with Professor Horace Campbell, whose life and work really is the living embodiment of the radical revolutionary principles of Pan-Africanism. Now, my talk today is called The Return of the Alliance Blanche, a brief history of the counter-revolution against Pan-Africanism. And I want to start by saying that it will be brief. The kind of, I think, the intellectual energy is flagging a little bit, even if the revolutionary paper is not. But I also want to start with a very basic question for everyone in this room. The question is, has anyone here heard of the Alliance Blanche?
Here we are. Let's start with the.
So the Alliance Blanche, White Alliance, was formed in 1958 after or during, in response to the brief Confederation of Guinea and Ghana. It was a formation of Europe and the United States, and it was organized in response to the threat of the potential formation of the United States of Africa. And to prevent that formation, they were involved in coups, destabilization campaigns, assassinations, and the like. They also had a wing in the United States that was concerned with African-American counterinsurgency during the same period. And they developed, the United States developed a secret multi-governmental plan called the King Alfred Plan, which was to be initiated in case of Black insurgency. And the idea of the King Alfred Plan was that if there was mass uprisings among African Americans in the United States, if there was insurgency of African Americans in the United States, the U.S. would be able to quickly lock down the country and incarcerate the entire African American population with the eventual aim of the liquidation of the Black population. Part of the idea was that they would use the camps that already had existed during World War II for the Japanese.
Is the main one, so
Now, the thing I should tell you about the Alliance Blanche or the White Alliance is that it didn't actually exist. It was a fictional project within a novel by the African American writer John A. Williams. And in the novel, one of the characters finds this envelope that has a copy of the plan within it. But I bring it up today, even though it's fictional, because in many ways, and I think the best fiction does this, it doesn't just reflect a reality, but it speaks to and articulates a current situation. And so if we look at the United States right now, we don't have a King Arthur plan per se, but we are seeing the rapid expansion of the carceral state, the mass incarceration of immigrants and other people. And unfortunately, we see Africa involved in this, and Africa becoming sites of this system of incarceration. And I think we can also see this, and the earlier presentations this afternoon pointed to this, at the heart of the White Alliance is a kind of form of a global authoritarian rule by white supremacy that melds capital and states against people of color. And I think we're seeing this right now through the attempts of the United States to assert its hegemony through what's being called the Don Road Doctrine in Latin America, with the assault on Venezuela. We're seeing that with the ongoing crisis in Russia and the Ukraine. We're seeing that in the anti-immigrant politics of the United States and Europe. And we're seeing that in what I think will become another assault on Africa. So my talk today is about this history of counter-revolution, which in some ways I'm arguing may result in a reaction to or an attempt to deal with the White Alliance. And the talk, the original talk was going to have 3 sections. The first section is called Bloody Neocolonialism. The second section is the counter-revolution of finance. The third, digital imperialism. And the fourth, some concluding comments on the returns of the alliance loan. But before I get to that history and that history of counter-revolution, I thought, and this is kind of listening to a lot of the presentations over the last 2.5 days, I thought I wanted to return us to some to the basics, to some first principles, as a means of grounding us in some of the fundamental politics and principles of Pan-Africanism. These fundamentals, I think, precede or at the foundation of many of the economic and financial questions of regional integration that have concerned us over the past few days. And so I would like to begin then by invoking George Padmore, a figure whose name has been dropped by a number of panelists and presenters, but whose ideas have not really been discussed. But I think Padmore is arguably the most important figure in the history of Pan-Africanism after 1944, perhaps even since 1933. Padmore, for those of you who don't know, was born in Aruca, Trinidad in 1903. Anyone from Trinidad in the room? Can we get this? A round of applause for the very special shout out for the role in the history of Pan-Africanism. So Padmore was born in Aruca, Trinidad in 1903. He died in England in 1959. His remains are interred in Accra, outside a research library that bears his name, and that is sadly a quite neglected institution, the George Padmore Research Library. Now, Padmore has a remarkable biography. The story of his journey from Aruca in colonial Trinidad to Accra in independent Ghana and from communism to Pan-Africanism. It's a biography that is very much the history of Pan-Africanism itself, and one that we should all, I think, be more familiar with. I do also, however, want to put Padmore's importance as a link between generations and eras of Pan-Africanism, but also for his role in synthesizing a number of theoretical tendencies within Black nationalist and Marxist thought to develop and operationalize an original vision of Pan-African socialism. Indeed, when Padmore was a member of the Communist Party in the late 1920s and early 1930s, he joined about 1927 in New York City. He was highly critical of two epic figures of Pan-Africanism, W.E.B. Du Bois and of Marcus Garvey. And if you read Padmore's 1931 book, I think, Life and Struggles of Negro Toilers, he has an entire section at the back where he's attacking what he describes as the Black misleadership class, and he names Garvey, he names W.E.B. Du Bois, he names William Pickens, and others who he sees as bourgeois Black leaders who are committed only to a politics of race without a critique of capitalism. So he wants to separate himself from that group. But after Padmore broke with the Communist Party and broke with Moscow in 1933 over Moscow's kind of retreat from their anti-colonial policy, Padmore makes this incredible shift where he kind of goes back to Garvey, goes back to Du Bois. And so when it comes to Du Bois, Padmore would really kind of continue the work that Du Bois had done in the early 20th century as a Pan-Africanist organizer by organizing the Fifth Pan-African Congress in Manchester. And Padmore kind of installed Du Bois as a presiding senior figurehead here. And he would also probably draw on, in his own work, Padmore would draw on Du Bois's argument, and I think this is really important, that Africa, not Europe, was the center of the modern world, and that Europe itself was produced from the plundered wealth of Africa. And I think this is a notion that we still haven't quite come to grips with, even as we talk, as historians talk about capitalism and slavery, and as we look at the kind of history of extractivism, especially from a place like the Congo, which has been brutally, lithium, uranium, et cetera, going back over 100 years, being ripped out of the heart of the Congo. Now, from Garvey, Padmore borrowed the radical assertion of African autonomy and sovereignty in a world of white supremacy. And this was signified through the slogan of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. Padmore also adopted Garvey's concept of a United States of Africa, sovereign and free from the tethers of European colonial domination, an idea that Garvey espoused long before World War II and long before it was current in any way. And I think, again, it's important to understand the importance of Marcus Garvey in the history of the 20th century and in the history of Pan-Africanism. Garvey in the 1920s organized the single largest mass movement of African people in history through the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities Leagues. He did a certain kind of symbolic work that people sometimes don't recognize. It was Garvey, before anyone else, was espousing that Black was beautiful, that Africa was beautiful, that Africa was not a place of savagery. And the kind of symbology and semiotics of Black nationalism that will be adopted in the 1960s during decolonization really emerges from Garvey, the idea of an African national anthem, the red, black, and green flag, which we see across the continent. These are all ideas from Garvey, and of course we can see that especially in Ghana with the formation of the Black Star Line, which was Garvey's idea, or the idea of Black Star Square. So these all come from Garvey, and these are all things that Padmore began to realize after he broke with the communists, who were important to the development after he broke with the communists that were important for the development of a kind of Pan-African political theory and practice. And I should also say that Padmore also became a massive advocate of the work of Amy Jacques Garvey, Marcus Garvey's second wife after Amy Ashwood Garvey, and a figure who more than anyone else after Garvey's death in 1940 really kept the spirit and the intellectual history and the politics of Marcus Garvey alive. When Garvey had been kind of marginalized in the United States after being harassed by both the J. Edgar Hoover's Federal Bureau of Investigation, as well as by the Black youth leadership class, Black middle class intellectuals. It was Amy Jacques Garvey who kept the philosophy and opinions of Garvey in print for many years. And she also wrote an incredible political biography of Garvey called Garvey and Garveyism, which is worth reading both in terms of its history of the movement, but also the history of their relationship and the kind of toll that being the wife of Garvey took on her. It's really quite an incredible text. Now, in a different generational direction, Padmore was also a mentor to Kwame Nkrumah, who I don't think you need to say much about in this context. But he worked with Nkrumah on the 5th Pan-African Congress in Manchester. Padmore was the fourth behind the All-African People's Congress held in Accra, and he was the director of Nkrumah's Bureau of African Affairs, which was a revolutionary organization that was meant to foment insurgencies across the continent to kick out European colonists. Now, while Padmore would adopt and adapt the work and thought of Du Bois and Garvey, he also did not abandon the lessons he learned from his time in the Communist Party, where after joining around 1927, as I said, he quickly rose through the ranks and became Moscow's most important African organizer. He maintained many of the theoretical positions concerning the national question. He maintained the critique of capitalism, which is something that Du Bois didn't have till later in his life and which Garvey did not have. And he maintained a commitment to class struggle, not just race struggle. And it's worth looking at Padmore's definition in his final book, Pan-Africanism or Communism, which was published in 1956. And Pan-Africanism or communism hasn't been in print since I think the early 1970s. It's a book that's been dismissed by many people, but it's really truly an incredible book, and in some ways should be, I think, a textbook for anyone who's studying Pan-Africanism. It provides an incredible synthetic history of Pan-Africanism from the 19th century. It represents Padmore's own kind of developing thought as he moved through the ranks, coming from Trinidad to joining the Communist Party of the United States to working in London with A.D. Ashley Garvey, C.L.R. James, T. Rasmussen, and other figures who have been mentioned. And well, let me just move ahead and say, if we look at his Padmore's definition of Pan-Africanism here, I think it's worth reading it and worth thinking about. Padmore writes, Pan-Africanism sets out to fulfill the socio-economic mission of communism under a libertarian political system. For Pan-Africanism, the self-determination of the dependent territories is the prerequisite to the federation of self-governing states on a regional basis, leading ultimately to the creation of the United States of Africa. Now, I think it's important to note a few things here. When Padmore talks about the socio-economic mission of communism, we can't forget that he broke with Moscow in 1933. He broke with Moscow in 1933, but he never abandoned the principles of Marxism. So we have to understand that the invocation of the socio-economic mission of communism is not an indication of a kind of degenerate Soviet state. It's a commitment to the African poor, to the African peasant, to the African working classes at the center of a project of economic redistribution and empowerment. Moreover, when he speaks of a libertarian political system, he's not thinking about the kind of right-wing crypto-libertarians that we see running amok in the United States right now. He's referring to not only a system of radical democracy, but to one that does not curtail the rights and freedoms of the individual. So there's a kind of dialectic there between a kind of collective experience of a socialist state and the individual freedoms that should be possible under a functioning communist society. Finally, we can see here, of course, the combination Finally, we can see here, of course, the combination of Marxism with the black nationalism of Marcus Garvey through Padmore's invocation of the United States of Africa. And just to continue, Padmore writes, Pan-Africanism looks above the narrow confines of class, race, tribe, and religion. In other words, it wants equal opportunity for all, talent to be rewarded on the basis of merit. Its vision stretches beyond the limited frontiers of the nation states. Its perspective embraces the federation of regional self-governing countries and their ultimate amalgamation into a United States of Africa. To go on, in such a commonwealth, all men, and I take Professor Campbell's points here about St. Prima earlier this morning, all humans, regardless of race, tribe, race, color, or creed, shall be free and equal. And all the national units comprising the regional federations shall be autonomous in all matters regional, yet united in all matters of common interest to the African Union. This is our vision of the Africa of tomorrow, the goal of Pan-Africanism. Now, we know that Padmore's vision of the Africa tomorrow was not realized, and the principles of Pan-Africanism that he spent a lifetime working out were not fulfilled. The question, of course, is why? And in the time I have remaining, I would like to quickly sketch some of these reasons, going back to those themes of bloody neocolonialism, the counter-revolution of finance, and digital imperialism. Though I have to say, I'm only going to get to bloody neocolonialism. Now, first, bloody neocolonialism. I've taken the phrase bloody neocolonialism from a speech given by Mary Baraka in 1983. The full title of the speech is Bloody Neocolonialism, or the Murder of Mikey Smith, or the Murder of Walter Rodney, or the Murder of Maurice Bishop. And the essay or the speech served as a eulogy for that trinity of what Baraka called revolutionary Black intellectuals, Jamaica's Smith, Guyana's Rodney, Grenada's Bishop, who challenged the status quo of neocolonialism, imperialism, capitalism, and white supremacy. Smith and Bishop were murdered within months of each other in 1983. Rodney, as we know, was killed 3 years earlier. For Baraka, their deaths heralded a murderous counter-revolutionary right-wing turn in the Caribbean in the early 1980s, and a dangerous collapse of Black radical forces. Their murders were an ominous sign for the prospects of socialism in the Black world, especially as those murders came, as Baraka notes, on the heels of the killing of Lumumba, Cabral, Nkrumah, David Sibeko, and Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton in the United States. Now, there are more examples of this bloody neocolonialism and the brutal silencing of radical Black voices. As Ndongo Sambasila and Fanny Pijot described in Africa's Last Colonial Currency, Togo Sylvanus Olympio was assassinated in 1963 for contemplating breaking with the CFA franc and establishing its own currency. They also point out that decades later, in 1907, Burkina Faso's Thomas Sankara, who also contested the CFA franc and tried to end the relationship of political and economic dependence established by Paris, was also killed. But just as astonishing is the catalog of bloody neocolonialism compiled by A.M. Babu in his book, African Socialism or Socialist Africa. And I'm not going to read the names, but it's in some ways a very harrowing catalog of murders of Black Marxists, of African Marxists in a fairly short period of time. In the Cameroons, in Kenya, Tanzania, the Sudan, Morocco, and Guinea-Bissau. And there are, of course, many more examples of this, and I would like to say we had another example of bloody neocolonialism with the death in prison just a few days ago of Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, who was once known as H. Rap Brown, who was basically hounded by the US police state for 50 years. But there are, of course, more examples of this. And my point here is to argue that with the murders of these figures, you are not only killing a person, but you are assassinating an idea and an ideal. Indeed, if we ask the question about why Pan-Africanism, why racial integration failed, the obvious answer is it didn't fail. It was killed. And in the wake of the murder of the progressive projects of Pan-African socialism, in the wake of the murder of these progressive projects of Pan-African socialism, they give space for the rise of neoliberalism as an economic, political, and intellectual project in Africa and the Caribbean. And this is what I mean then by my next point, the counter-revolution of neoliberalism. It's of finance. Yet I'm aware of the time, and we'll have to cut this thing here short. Perhaps we can discuss it as well as a question of digital imperialism, and of course the Alliance Blanche in the question and answer. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It gives us time for discussion. The digital imperialism and contemporary counter-revolution in Pan-Africanism, we did not come to it. But this is something which I would want the audience to think about. That the government of Morocco is at the forefront of organizing a Pan-African conference in Togo. And the government of Togo, which is oppressing the Togolese people, is presenting itself as the organizing Pan-Africanism. Same thing with the government of Zimbabwe and governments in Uganda and Rwanda. So what is called counter-revolutionary Pan-Africanism, we have to reflect on what teacher Hudson is telling us. It's digital imperialism, though. I hope that some questions will come out with that. And Padmore's statement about the unification of Africa and African peoples, all peoples of all races, something that many Pan-Africanists have ignored or forgotten. I'm glad you brought that quote to the surface, because there are people who are segmenting Pan-Africanism. I think there's enough room for discussion, and we still have about 20 minutes for discussion. So I hope we have a robust discussion. So let me take the hands as we see them. Just we see where they are. One here. Two learners. Okay, those three. All right, we start with those three. Go ahead.
Very much. I think that this discussion stated on certain marks the foundation of all of the disputes that we have been discussing over the last few days. I want to reflect on that collaboration between Africans in the diaspora Africans on the continent. We struggle for independence, the development of the Pan-Africanist. We most theory and the other share of Pan-Africanism. And the success that we would have been able to achieve by that combination. And I'm saying that at this time, Pan-Africanism would have been a challenge unless we act it as the history of the colonization. Sorry. Okay, so I desperately said on this, I was reflecting on the collaboration in the African diaspora and the continent of Africa in the development of the concept of Pan-Africanism through the struggle for independence by African countries. And let us take note of the value of that collaboration. And I do think that the stage at which we are in with respect to our liberation movement is that of decolonization and reparations. Because we cannot carry forward that dream of Pan-Africanism without the dismantling of all of those colonial structures, like the colonial way of thinking, the way of governmentative, the way that trade, all what we do are constricted by this whole and this perpetuation of colonial thinking and infrastructure in every aspect of our lives. Therefore, I do want to ask that we continue this working together with the diaspora and the activists, the strong Pan-African diaspora, the activists of the diaspora that still exist today, so that we can continue this struggle. The difference with the struggle at this point, though, is that we do have governments. For example, the African Reparations Commission is a commission that is formed by the governments of Africa. And with recent times, the African Union has declared the next decade, the decade for reparations. The African Union has declared 2025 the year of reparations and justice for Africans both here and in the diaspora, based on the reparations from enslavement, etc. So what I am saying is that we have to shape this struggle that we should find ourselves in all of the challenges, whether it's economic, whether it's social, within the context of how do we now work together to achieve the dismantling of the colonial structures that continue to inherit us from becoming United States of Africa. And when I think of the United States of Africa, I'm going to be thinking of Africa from the continent, because as we know that the African Union has designated the diaspora, African diaspora, the sixth region of Africa. So we see ourselves as part of this struggle and this ideal for the United States of Africa. And I want to ask our African brothers and sisters to not forget the role of the diaspora, and that we continue to work closely together, just as it is happening at the level of the government. We had our second or third African Union meeting. And yes, I know that a lot of things that come out of government, we see it as rhetoric, but we have to use that rhetoric to get them to act. We have to use that rhetoric and continue to remind them of what it is they're saying. But they're saying the right things in those documents that they're putting out coming out of these conferences and summits. And therefore, we have to use those now to spur them into action with the voices of the people reflecting the same ideas.
Thank you so much.
Moi, mon intervention, c'est autour de deux points. Les considérations stratégiques et les considérations tactiques. Ah, il n'est pas allumé, mon micro n'est pas allumé. Alors, donc je disais que mon intervention va s'articuler autour de deux points. Le premier point, c'est à propos des questions de stratégie. Nous tous dans cette salle, on est d'accord, il y a aujourd'hui l'Union africaine, il y a les CER, les communautés économiques régionales, et bon, la question c'est qu'est-ce qu'il faut actuellement faire? Je crois que la question des CER, y compris d'ailleurs la diaspora, c'est une très bonne chose. Il faut que ça continue. Il y a une progression inégale. Je me rappelle avoir dit, je l'ai répété avant-hier, qu'il y avait des incohérences. Et c'est à Johannesburg, je me rappelle 2005, je crois qu'il y a Salif et d'autres qui étaient là-bas. Mais je disais que ce n'est pas possible que l'Afrique avance. Et je donnais l'exemple du Sahara. Le Maroc, à l'époque, voulait faire partie du NEPAD, mais était hors de l'Union africaine. Ce n'est pas possible. Et ces questions-là, il faut qu'on continue de les poser. À mon avis, actuellement, il faut mettre l'accent sur le fédéralisme. La question des unions régionales, c'est bien, mais il y a certaines questions, les Africains ne pourront pas régler. J'ai donné deux exemples très concrets. Avant-hier, quand vous étiez en train de travailler, il y a deux Sénégalais qui étaient invités à Dubaï pour représenter le Sénégal, parce que le Sénégal est déclaré comme pays qui a, dans le cadre du patrimoine, quelque chose de formidable. C'était le Jollof Rice, Ils étaient invités, ils ont pris l'avion, mais ils n'ont pas pu partir. Parce qu'au niveau international, il y a des pays où, même si vous avez un visa pour aller là-bas, en cours de route, si vous n'avez pas le visa de tous les pays, ils ne sont pas partis. D'ailleurs, la presse n'en a pas parlé. Ces deux Sénégalais, l'un s'appelle Alfossi, un écrivain connu ici, et l'autre Fatima Fall, qui a travaillé à l'IFAN. Et tout le monde sait que l'UNESCO leur a donné un prix. Ils ne sont pas partis. Donc, s'il n'y a pas le passeport africain, si on ne se respecte pas, mais les autres ne vont pas nous respecter. Donc, cette question-là, je ne vais pas développer autour de la deuxième question maintenant.
My friend, there are quite a few other.
Okay.
If we had a chance, we will come back to your second point. Okay, Sammy?
D'accord. La question tactique.
My friend, I want to keep someone else.
Okay.
Anil.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. And I just wanted to support what you said about the closeness George Hadmore and Kwame Nkrumah. We know that they worked very closely together in the Fifth African Congress, Manchester 1945, which really gave access to the anti-colonial movements in the continent. But it was, Hadmore also, like you rightly said, had a very strong influence on our father's thoughts. There is no doubt about it. In fact, I'm told that it was Hadmore who met our father when he first arrived from the US to the UK in 1945, when he spent 2 years before returning to Ghana. Now, C.L.R. James had a written note which Nkrumah gives to Hadmore, and in it C.L.R. James tells Hadmore that please take care of this young man. He says he's going to liberate his country from British colonial rule. And in fact, Hadmore was invited to come to Ghana. As you said, he became head of the Bureau of African Affairs, which was a very important entity for the liberation struggle and decolonization in all of Africa. I mean, this is where liberation leaders would come from all over the continent, where they would get support, where some of the, especially Southern African activists were given Ghanaian passports so that they can campaign and travel outside their countries under apartheid and settler colonialism. And Kwame Nkrumah dedicates Africa Must Unite, one of his most important books, to no other than George Padmore, advisor on African affairs. That is how he saw him. And our father says when he was commissioning we have in Ghana and Accra, the Padmore Research Library. Unfortunately, over the years, it's in very bad state. We hope to renovate it. We hope to get together and find a way of renovating it because it contains very, very good archival material, which is ignored. Now, when our father was commissioning this, he said that Padmore was more than a brother to him. He was more than a brother, and he remained loyal to him. He was, and the loyalty was based on so many things, including spiritual and intellectual understanding. So these two men saw eye to eye. They had a seriously shared vision and project together. And lastly, one of the definitions that Nkrumah gives on Africanism, which people don't know much about, is that he says, I think it's the Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare, which he wrote after the coup d'etat, which he called counter-revolutionary rebellion that happened in '66 in Ghana and toppled the Nkrumah government. So Kwame Nkrumah describes Pan-Africanism in that book, handbook, as or defines it rather as the total liberation and unification of Africa under a union, a socialist African government. So the socialist element of Pan-Africanism was something he continued to stress upon. Development policy, developmental state, and meeting the basic needs of the people. So socialism was a very strong element, and he, of course, he never abandoned that, and Ghana, after independence, introduced many socialist oriented policies, of course, even though there were, it was difficult to completely reverse, from a very colonial economy to immediately become a socialist one. But he always proclaimed that that was the objective and the only antidote to poverty and underdevelopment. So thank you very much.
So far, we've got education.
Thank you very much. In my opinion, the fight for Pan-Africanism is two-pronged. One is, yes, to achieve Pan-Africanism, but the other one is to strengthen Pan-Africanist organizations. The reason why I'm saying this is that I've been member of many Pan-African initiatives, but I've realized that we have internal impediments that are curbing us from really achieving what we want to achieve. First of all, there's a real disconnect between Pan-Africanists in the diaspora and those in Africa. It seems like we are living in two worlds. There is no real connection, even though there is collaboration, and that should be strengthened much more, right? So that's one thing. The relationship is one-way relationship. The Pan-Africanists from the diaspora will come to Africa, but Africans don't have the means to go there, to attend, cultural events and things like that. Within Africa, we also have an internal democracy problem in our Pan-Africanist organizations. We have a plethora of Pan-Africanist organizations, each one going its own way. There are so many Comments that relate to sites, I was thinking to whether it was thinking.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and I would have loved to hear more about digital imperialism. But my question is, do you think in light of what is happening last year and this year with of course, the repressive regimes and the shutdown of the internet that we're seeing, do you think that we are seeing an evolution or counter-reaction that is cross-counted and is passing every generational divide coming from the Gen Zs as a retaliatory effort towards the repressive regimes are doing? And do you see potential in this kind of digital movement as a counter to digital imperialism?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presenter for expressing our memory on capitalism. History of capitalism, the splits within the panel. But usually capitalism has some here in Senegal, in West Africa, all progressive movements are putting themselves as the new regime going to have empowered on it as the regime of Pan-Africanism. The ruling party is calling itself Pan-Africanism. You know, in the Sahel region, the three military regimes are calling themselves Pan-Africanism. It's in the name of Pan-Africanism that they are coming together to fight terrorism, trying to have a new way of dealing with the issues of development. And that preparing their second summit, the three leaders. And so that is the Minister of Foreign Affairs are preparing that summit. So Pan-Africanism was well known here, but now we talk about the confusion. There are the absolute forces that are going to set. So how can we, in this situation, try to promote the revolutionary Pan-Africanism in Africa and lead it towards going to the diaspora? I think the diaspora is much having the revolutionary power and to influence from the original Pan-Africanism. While in Africa, you have a revolutionary regime, but you have very vibrant revolutionary movement. So how can we help those movements that take over from the revolutionary government?
Take one last one.
Je suis inscrit de la Bala. Excusez-moi, je vais dire des choses un peu dures. Mais ça marche. J'ai passé 35 ans de ma vie en tant que Tunisien au Sénégal.
Sorry, the chair has been warned that I am too generous, so please be as concisely short.
J'ai passé 35 ans de ma vie ici au Sénégal en étant tunisien. J'ai vécu en Afrique. Et je suis reparti en Tunisie. Je peux vous dire que l'africanité que je porte dans ma chair, est un handicap
dans la Tunisie d'aujourd'hui. Deuxièmement, quand je regarde l'africanité au Maroc, en Algérie, en Tunisie, en Libye, en Égypte, c'est une africanité géographique, pas de cœur. C'est une africanité opportuniste, dans le sens où on voit dans les continents un équilibre duquel on va tirer des avantages des exploitations du marché, etc. Alors, la question, c'est plus pour moi d'exprimer ça, mais la question pour moi, c'est comment diffuser une africanité pas seulement de cœur, mais d'avenir. Cette politique, cette conscience que nous avons un avenir obligatoire commun. C'est pas perdu, mais il y a du travail. Et quand je regarde le sort qui est fait aux migrants dans les différents pays, il y a de quoi s'inquiéter. Et le sort qui est fait aux défenseurs même de ces pays, des migrants, qui sont emprisonnés, etc. Je veux
Thank you very much. That's a very important point. Allow us to get back. Go ahead.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est vraiment comment je suis nigérien. Et moi, je suis de la génération des années 90 et 2000. Et vu que nous sommes bien, on nous donne un dialogue qui est là, le panafricanisme, l'africanité et tout. Mais je pense que à travers cette présentation que le monsieur a eu à faire, il est essentiel aussi de nous faire un diagnostic du système qui enchaîne aussi ce panafricanisme. Parce qu'il a présenté beaucoup de leaders qui ont eu des problèmes à accéder au pouvoir et aussi qui ont été assassinés. Mais il faut aussi faire un diagnostic de pourquoi ça ne marche pas. C'est tout le monde vient de faire ce discours, mais je me dis qu'il doit avoir un diagnostic profond. Pour pas dans quelle mesure, même notre système de gouvernance, que ce soit la démocratie, aussi les réalités, doivent être adaptés aux réalités africaines. Pensez pour les Africains et pas les Africains. Je me dis que c'est ça qui est mieux pour la gouvernance et aussi pour le système du panafricanisme, que ce soit avec la CEDEAO, et aussi la BAC, et aussi l'Union africaine. Connaissons les réalités. C'est bien, ce sont des entités africaines. Mais est-ce que ça appartient vraiment à des Africains? C'est ça qu'il faut voir, et puis pas de diagnostic, quoi. Donc, c'est juste un point de vue. Merci.
You have enough tools. I think many of them are state tests. So I wouldn't take all of them. I would take one over here and one other proposal. You've been told we're running on 9 o'clock.
Well, thank you everyone for your time and for the questions and for the statements. I think it's kind of a forum where everybody has so much to say and so much to contribute, at least that we don't have enough time here, but we do our best. I think there's a couple of things here. One of the books that's been really eye-opening for me is one that I mentioned, which is George Padmore's first book, Life and Struggles of Negroes. One of those was published in Moscow while Padmore was under communist discipline. And the book is incredible in a number of ways. First of all, what Padmore tries to do on a quantitative and qualitative level is show the common experiences of African people under colonialism throughout the world. The book begins with Africa, it moves to the United States, it moves to the Caribbean, it ends up with this a discussion of the Black misleadership class, and it also talks very strongly about the forces of U.S. imperialism as they're displacing European imperialism throughout parts of the African world. And why that book is important to me is because it's not a book that's making an argument about any kind of African cultural identity, any kind of Black essence, and any sense of Africanity. It's making a claim about the common class basis of oppression of Black people worldwide, especially working class Black people. And I think that in some ways, this is where we have to start. And I think I've been in some ways struck by many of the conversations today about integration and institutions and states. And it strikes me how often I feel that people are removed from these conversations that we're kind of collectively having as economists and economics adjacent. And so then, what does it mean to bring back the African working class as the center of the subject of analysis? What does it mean to bring back the African poor as the center of analysis and look for methodologies and models that center that? I think there's almost in some ways an overemphasis on the state. And the other thing that struck me during this past few days was Howard's presentation, where he basically did an intellectual history of neoliberalism, pointed to these two authors who were publishing in the 1950s or 1960s, whose work kind of became the foundation for neoliberal thought, and he was pointing to the fact that they had like 5,000 to 10,000 citations and this kind of thing. And I don't think we could think of a single African economist, a single African writer that we've been discussing in the same way that those writers get the kind of play. And so with that, I think part of the idea, or what I think we need to do, and what I think this conference is the beginning of something, is a massive project, a massive global project of Pan-African education that begins with youth, that begins with young people, that begins with a very, very deep encyclopedic understanding of African history and the kind of figures of African history that I try to evoke here. I don't think history is entirely redemptive, that it will lead to a kind of pure revolutionary consciousness, but I do kind of believe that we need to start with some of that. And I think it's important to emphasize that both Padmore and Nkrumah, part of their education came through historically Black colleges in the United States, where they were in a milieu of Black knowledge that allowed them to see themselves. And also for Nkrumah, it was the encounter with Garveyans in Harlem and reading the philosophy and the people's art. When it comes to the question of the digital and digital imperialism, what I came across an article in Le Monde Diplomatique a few weeks ago, written by an Italian journalist named, I think, Francesca Bria. And she's working on an incredible project that I think everyone should take a look at. It's online. It's called The Authoritarian Stack. And what she's doing is mapping the links between digital capitalists like Peter Thiel, Andrew Carp, and others, and their basically takeover of the U.S. military-industrial complex through just a handful of contracts. And she's trying to make an argument that there's a network of these new digital capitalists who are authoritarian, who are fascists, and who I would argue, and other people have argued, that are white supremacists. And she's concerned about what that means for Europe. But we, in the African world, haven't even begun to think about what that means for us. I think only the one presentation today, Burkina Faso begins to address that. There's no government in the Black world that is as well financed as some of these corporations. There's no government in the Black world that has the power to regulate what these corporations are doing. So we're faced with this double threat of, on one level, these corporations need the resources of the Black world to function. On another level, that they're expanding the surveillance state in ways that we, I don't think, are even aware of. And I don't know how we can compare competition with things. Which gets me to the point, which is, I do not think the kind of digital activism is going to save our souls. It will become a platform for revolutionary activity. Many of us thought that Twitter would be this new kind of pathway of radicalism, and we see that Twitter has become a kind of fascist media adjunct for narcissistic Afrikaner. So I think, you know, I think we almost need to not just dealing from Europe, but dealing from additional and work on a kind of smaller localized scale when it comes to sharing information. Thank you.
I want to thank Peter for putting on the table things that are not talked about. Because we have some black people and Peter Thiel themselves support this fascism that we have. And there are many Africans, but I don't think you address the question of the anti-black position of our brothers and sisters in North Africa. I don't think you address that question because it's a burning question, because there's some Pan-Africanists who talk about Pan-Africanism for Black Africa, and they point to the racism of some of our brothers and sisters in North Africa. I hope you could say something to that question.
I don't know how much I can say. I can only say that you know, this is also, from what I understand, this is a burning issue in the Sudan, that UAE, financing the vial there. I will say that there is a point where I don't think anyone but African people can save themselves, and as much as, you know, Padmore's arguments around diversity of Africans forming the Pan-Africanism, that we will always have, you know, as also Rodman said, that, you know, those whites who will join our cause will have very specific existential reasons for doing so. So we embrace that. But I don't know. I mean, and I think I historically don't have to.
Okay, thank you very much. You know enough to speak about Padmore, so we want to thank you for that. I just want to make a point about this North Africa situation. Because in the Sudan, when the women who were at the forefront of the revolution in the Sudan, the tea sellers and the poor women, they were able to build the solidarity among all sections of the Sudanese people. So it requires political education, organization at the grassroots. And when we organize like that, we can educate leaders. In spite of the limitations of Gaddafi, Gaddafi understood that the future was in Africa. And the leaders of Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, I don't think you could tell any of them that they cannot be part of the Africa Cup of Nations Club. They'll never accept that, but they will always mobilize their people on the basis of being anti-African. That is why I'm saying to my brothers and sisters at IDAN that we need a major project of Pan-African education for the entire continent of Africa so we can transcend these divisions. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Professor Campbell and Hudson. Ladies have a hand of applause. I have two really quick announcements and very important. We have to attend the last panel, the legacy panel on Pan-Africanism at 2:50 p.m. And there are two reasons why we have to be here at 2:50 p.m. One is that the Minister of Transport is time constrained and cannot give us any more time than beyond the allocated time that we're supposed to give. Very busy person. And the second reason is that we have to go for dinner at 7 p.m. And we have to leave the hotel. So if we don't return at 2:50 p.m., we're going to have a lot going on for us. But I trust that we will have a quick lunch, we will enjoy lunch, and then we will return at 2:50 p.m.
Man, let's go for lunch. All right, and 6. Yeah.
Io canale vediamo la mica primero. Giờ cái nhà bài hả? Rồi, lệ rồi, xong qua đây rồi. Giờ đi vào nó phải phải. Qua. Calada. Tapi nggak harus nih. Coba mau lagi play. Mau lagi. Ada mau ngobrol. Ah, itu studio. Oke, makanya kita boleh. I'm gonna give them tell me to say. No, you fan. Cái ai cũng được. Supply về supply cái rồi mình biết cho là sự kiện mà mình biết không
Yummy. Mon amour.
Yeah. Young. Bueno, hablan allí. Oh.
Len ñu def ay Farida. Oh,
Yeah, what did you see? Huh?
You take lunch? I did. I did, okay. Yeah, okay. The one for. Doko, let me ask you a question. It's a weird question. I'm a big football fan, right? Something's planning. Wow. It's planning. Spring tomorrow. Forget it. Final we get that. Wow. Okay, fine. So the question is, how can I see this getting done? This. Okay. Channel online. Online. It's not that great, but you know, people have yeah, there's website, not my direction, that's what we need to. There you go. It's maybe hard to play. But it was fun. Oh, good. Good. What the reason? It was 250, I ordered. So, I knew it's not feasible, but I think it was, you will not be after this, what's it doing? So now something is still guilty. Yeah. Exactly. That's what happened. Well, it's not quite the song. You know,
waaw seetlu naa ko sax man mi sax
am genre picc boo xamante ne su laalee fii pharmacie laa ma jënd bi ma jënd sax tuufaay bi ma jënd tane na ko
waaw mais loolu kañ la la dal
dañ ci fajar ni damaa yeewu sa mbët laa ko ne doo xool naru ma woon a ñëw sax waaye
yooyu noonu
paake mu may ma sama wax mu tibb sa
yooyu noonu parfois bu lay faral di dal ay mbiru seytaane la quoi bu lay far di dal rek day ko del na naaw di la mina seytaane parce que seytaane day def loolu seytaane da koy def quoi
jour bi ma dalee moo daanul sax
ouais vendredi
moom nekk moom boo xëyee rek maa ngi toog
si man kay bi ma la fekkee fee ne daan la laajte fii
mbëri ne ne non ay naa ful sa mais kii la xaw na
sànne quoi
oh dama baal tijji ma soxla rek waaye soo ko araat la
non bu ñëwee bu tijjee rek
day jàll
ngi jaas
naa yu ci des moom duñ am temps parce que waa ji moom vidéo yi da koy alimenté ci page YouTube ba
am naa seen web market la kay waaye dafa bëgg def lépp moo tax mën na
bàyyi ko lépp après da ngay noppalu yëpp da ngay tranquille
mu ngi mel ni man maay boss yow compliqué wu
après da ngay
bit bi dafa neex
gars yi nag ñoom ñoo ne adéquat daal quoi
Non, bit bi c'est
mais man conseil
extraordinaire.
moom nga ciy bàyyi sax.
Ouais, bit bi c'est extraordinaire. Depuis 2019, mais ay sorties précis laay def damay génne yaa ay enjoy ma bàyyi ko mu daw 3 ans 4 ans après ma ñëwaat.
waaw ma ñëw Casamance.
Non, ñoo jël c'est un immense plaisir.
waaw ma ñëw. maa ngi waajal ci bés. ñëwoon bi ñu naan d'habitude saa yi.
Mais bi ñu naan boo acté bi ñu naan comme benn la. Ok.
Casamance 2002 laa ko bëgg ci lëlu 2002 laa ko ba décembre 2023
nga dellu.
nii nii xam naa bëgg naa fay.
yow yéen moom yéen mi nekk si créativité bi wala ngeen di gis daal man de dama dellu mais je le pas regrettable. ak yàlla ma dellu ba léegi ci laa ëpp yàlla.
mën nga fa def ay affaire yu may. mais xam nga si benn instant milieu bi dafa xaw a saturé.
comme connaissance ak comme
ñëpp a
ñëpp a yem comme connaissance bi daal.
waaw léegi nag foofu mooy nekk différence. waaw ñun yàlla li ñu dimbalee mooy peut être li ñu nekk ci ay télévision yu bari ba gars yi di la dégg xam la
tout à fait
loolu parfois moo lay faciliter yenn affaire yi mais su fekkee da nga ñëw bëgg a bokk xam nga boo fekk après ko
non mais da bëgg a ñëw ni naan non mën naa def nii
billahi
c'est combien ñu ko mën
billahi
kon nga am réseau bu dëgër dëgër moo tax nag lii ci la bokk parce que souvent yii nii boo xamee nii boo xamee sens géré ko xel yoo xam nga ëppal sa réseau man na say dem fii 90% de soit mus naa leen fekk soit ci benn conférence bi soit def naa seen réalisation en ligne soit seen vidéo en ligne parce que man corona bi moo tax convertir carrément spécialité corona bi te ñoom dañuy open vidéo bi man maa ko def xam nga loolu nga yàq vidéo bi maa ko def donc si on propose des choses mu am kuy commercial affaire bi carrément loolu moo fi ne jël contact
man ni am na benn ñaar boo xamante ne ñoom laay liggéey man maa ngi ci ay niveau de position yu bëri bëri mais bii moom suñu yëfu bopp la waaye man dama ko ci maison de production soo yoo xamante ne événement présidentiel yëpp je peux dire que fii Sénégal tudul gis event te Macky Sall dañoo liggéey ak moom ba mu wàcc ñu ànd ñi bon dañuy commencé job mais bëri mais kii ay jokkoo mati yu bëri ñu jox la dañu dem ba ñun ñi gis ni dañu am expérience événementielle moo tax duñu sonn en fait
non j'ai constaté
parce que façon kii bu nekk rek ay événement présidentiel
en plus y a une équipe quoi équipe ku nekk am na lu mu war a def
te des nañ de duñu les phase de foyer
man de
mais suñu arsenal bi génnul parce que affaire bi noonu loo xamante ne lu rëy la quoi lañ arsenal boo xamante ne moom saay léegi si ma sa écran sonné lépp la ñuy def no affaire bi yow moom kese amul série te moom pour elle communiquer mais su fekkee loolu communiquer loolu
mais yow ak xam nga borom baax la boo muy jëlee léegi ma toolee nii moom ku jaratee parce que gars yi yëpp ñuy def affaire Sénégal te xam nga moom daa rek xam nekk ci fu mu leen boole rek loolu lay gis quoi moom boole ak moom boole ak femme bi te nañu war nañu jaratee leen baax te nit la am moom sax bu mu doon boo sax ne ñu gratuitement da ngay daaw si loolu la dañu yàgg quoi depuis 2014 xam nga def pas ci yoon lay teg bu gën ci yow
waaw ma ñëw mais bloqué woon vidéo mu koy jeexee rek
mu doon boucle la oh Oh.
And they stole it from you. Because it went, and then going to some archives also would be very good to recommendation of the and reflecting on what it means to grow as a
Okay, you're back. What do you have? Okay. This is our song. इसका फॉर्म तुम लोग के पास है ना? तो फोन उसको देना, कैलकुलेशन तुम लोग करते रहो.
They're eating pizza. भैया इससे क्या क्या खाया आपने तो न्याय होगी जो समझ में आया वो बढ़िया है चिंतना में
So we have our very last panel of conference. Come to an end. And we have Hassan to be chairing the session. So he's a associate professor at the Department of Geography of the University of British Columbia. So please let's welcome again Professor Hassan.
I'm following the government with how to different very good. We know on the much later than that.
Where's the camera? The camera. Where's the camera? Is that? No. Last one is there. Tell the lady.
I think we're very, very lucky to have this session as the concluding session. And I think we really need to thank the organizers for having this issue. Thank you.
No.
For having the vision to incorporate so many generations of Pan-African. And I think it should go without saying, but it's also, I'd like to acknowledge the importance of having this conversation across linguistic divides. And I think in the Anglophone world, we often forget the importance of the Francophone world for the history of Pan-Africanism. So the fact that we are having this conversation across French and English is extremely important. We have 4 quite incredible individuals with incredible histories who are going to be speaking today. And for the sake of time, I don't want to introductions. I just wanted to introduce them and ask them to come to the stage. First up, we have the daughter of Kwame Nkrumah, Gambia Nkrumah. Next up, yeah. Next up, we have the son of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the leading Black Garvey, Dr. Julius Garvey. We have next the childhood friend of Tomas Sankara, Goodell Toy. Here, can we do this again? And finally, the son of Chicken Ross Gallo. And to the presenters going on down here, but I wanted to something extremely simple. I have I have 4 questions that I'm going to pose successively. Very, very straightforward questions. And I would ask that each panelist spend about 5 to 6 minutes each. I won't be completely strict on timekeeping. I think this is your time, and if you all want to hear what you have to say. But so we'll go through the panelists and then go on to the next question. And I want to start with the order that people sat down, so starting with Sammy. And the question is, who is Kwame Nkrumah? What was his contribution to the struggle for the liberation of African people and to the history of Pan-Africanism?
Thank you. But before I start, I just want to thank the organizers of this event and just highlight something that our dear father said, because he attached a lot of importance to the role of deep thinkers, or what he called the intellectual vanguard. Basically, people like a lot of you here today. And he said that behind every social revolution, there is an intellectual revolution. So we need to focus on the mindsets and our consciousness. And that's precisely why we need people like you who will articulate the merits, the need, the necessity for Pan-Africanism and break it down so that it can be understood and debated by the general public. And this is so important. And Father believed in women. I tell you, our mother says, when I was born, I'm the only girl. When I was born, he came home with a huge bouquet of flowers, and she said, oh, you didn't do that when the boy was born. He said, but this is a girl. This is a girl. He said that the degree, you can measure the degree of a country's revolutionary awareness by the political maturity of its women. So when women are politically mature and infused in the revolution, I tell you, change happens. So Ghana was immediately after independence, one of the first countries we passed a bill for the representation of women in parliament. And in 1960, 10 women entered parliament under that bill. But just to give you an idea, when you say who was Kwame Nkrumah, he was someone who believed in the power of women. So from prison, when he was writing his manifesto in 1951, his party's manifesto, and this because we just set up the Kwame Nkrumah Foundation. So I'm looking through material archives, and we found his handwritten notes from prison on toilet paper. You know, in the olden days, you had this hard toilet paper. It was like transparent paper, hard. It wasn't like today's, what we use today. Anyway, he's writing and having his associate, his comrade, Kofi Bedama. No, I have to rewrite the manifesto because we have to make it concise and it has to be accessible. The language has to be understood by everybody, including especially market women who have to understand it and repeat it and be able to disseminate those points. This is how much he felt for what we call the overall man and woman, and how much he was in sync with them. So this was a great Pan-Africanist, a writer, an organizer, an activist, and I call him a prophet because he didn't only indicate the problem of the time, but he also left us something in his over 10 books which he authored. And in addition to other pamphlets, he told us that without African unity, and that included the global African family, all Africans, without that close association and working together to build up our industries and our infrastructure, we would never deliver a better quality of life to the people of Africa. So immediately after independence, we set on the road to political and economic unification. Unfortunately, we did not listen to them. And I have a nice story for you, but I don't know if I still have time. Maybe the next time.
Dr. Garvey, I'm going to give you a little bit of extra time because I'm asking you about two people here. And I would love to hear an answer to the question, who is Marcus Garvey? Who is Jack Garvey? Well, what was their contribution to the struggle to the liberation of Africa?
Thank you so much for that. I'm glad you included that from my mother. I think I'll say, right off the top that my mother was my father's right hand. And bearing in mind the fact that the last time I saw my father, I was 5 years of age. And he died when I was 7 years of age when we went back from England to Jamaica. My mother raised me. So my understanding of my dad is largely colored by my mother's comments and schooling in terms of Garvey and Garveyism. So having said that, basically my father, and I think, my parents, my father and mother, were the primary Pan-Africanists of the first half of the 18th century. And if we understand that period of time historically, basically slavery ended in the British Caribbean in 1838, possibly in the United States, you could say 1865, so around that period of time. But then again, colonialism, it started in 1884, 1885. Marcus Garvey was born in 1887. So it was a post-slavery, but we grew up within the British colonial system in the island of Jamaica. When he traveled and widely, he was very precocious mentally, and he understood himself, and then he understood the conditions of African people. having traveled not only Jamaica, but throughout the Caribbean, Central America, Costa Rica, Panama, Guatemala, etc. And then returning to Jamaica, then he traveled to England and the European continent, and traveled all over Europe and stayed there for a period of approximately 2 years. During that period of time, he imbibed significant information from Bruce Muhammad Ali, African Times and Foreign Review editor and owner of that particular magazine, and he was a reporter for that magazine. And he had an extensive library there for African history. So in terms of his travels, he understood the conditions under which Africans were living. He also took courses at Quebec University in London. So he was developing himself intellectually and understanding African history. Out of that experience, I would say, he decided that what he saw with the condition of African people all over the world, and African people were at the bottom of everything. And nobody was representing African people. He understood that again at the fields and banana plantations in Costa Rica, the Panama Canal, etc. So he understood the condition of African people. And around that time also, he read Booker T. Washington, Upward Slavery, which influenced him significantly, because he understood what Booker T. was trying to do with the Tuskegee Institute, which was allowing people to enter into the industrial age with the Tuskegee program of development and professionalism. So he came back to Jamaica and then formed the organization, Universal Negro Improvement Association of Communities. And his idea was that it came to him, shall we say, as his mission. African people are at the bottom everywhere. And he said, where are there men of big affairs? Where are the people who represent them? And he says he didn't see them. And he felt that it was his mission, to elevate African people and be one of those people who then would have the burden, shall we say, of uplifting African people worldwide. That was the basis of his organization. And of course, one of the matters of the organization was Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. So it was centered basically on Africa as the mother country. And as he said, then, we must liberate our minds from mental slavery, because while others may free the body, none but us have free the mind. And again, that was one of his concepts, that we should not be restricted by the educational system of the people who had enslaved us and dehumanized. But we should seek our own history of our understanding. Again, he said that we should without an honor of their tradition of culture is like a tree without roots. So again, he emphasized our understanding of our own traditions around the culture. And that was needed then for us to enter the industrial age using institutions like the SPG institution. So that was the purpose of the organization. He ended up moving the headquarters to the United States after he came there in 1916. And it became a huge success because people were hungry for that kind of message having from slavery, but in the United States, getting into, shall we say, Jim Crow and the American apartheid system in terms of marginalization. So his organization grew rapidly to more than 6 million people, but it was a worldwide organization with more than 40 people, more than 1,000 different branches. So that by the time of 1920, when they had the first international convention of the legal peoples of the world, it was a huge organization of, as I mentioned, more than 6 million people with economic infrastructure. The Central Black Ireland, a lot of different economic ventures, and but I just want to say that the essence of what he was doing, influenced everybody else, if you will, in some sense that followed. Certainly, we know that Kwame Nkrumah, in that sense, was one of his disciples. Kwame Nkrumah studied in the United States at Howard University as well, in the Penn State. Sort of he understood Marcus Garvey's teaching, and he said that when he read philosophy and opinions and practical philosophy's mind, it was the same thing with Jomo Kenyatta when he went back in London. He said it changed his life. and the Negro World newspaper, which is what he used to communicate with Africans all around the world, as the General has said, when it arrived in Kenya, and of course this was they carried it by sailors because it was forbidden in terms of British colony because it would arrive there. A group would gather around and would read the editorial page, memorize it, and then run off into the different communities with the message, shouted there around Market Garden. So it was definitely foundational with a lot of the independence movements. People such as Mandela Takeaway, and all the way down to the South African movement in terms of the ANC and the early formations and Nelson Mandela later on, Steve Biko, as well as in the independence movements, particularly in the United States. People such as Marcus over there understanding themselves, Marcus as I got it. So, he was influential in that whole transition of us as a people from being enslaved and marginalized and colonized to engineer, shall we say, our own freedom movements, which we were able to achieve politically, meaning that we now have 55 independent African countries. But and also in the Caribbean, we have more than 15 independent dominated countries that say black movement in the United States. So we've achieved some degree of political freedom, but we have not really achieved the true independence that we need, which is both economic, cultural, and education. So there's more to be done.
I think we often forget that Malcolm had his parents were Ghanaians. But before we move on, I just want you to say a few words about you. Especially as you said she was his right hand man. Who was she, and especially after 1940 on this street?
Well, first of all, she was the mother with two children. So I think that's a very significant. But as you know, my father was imprisoned on front of charges of using the men to the fraud in the United States. So that he was imprisoned in Atlanta after 1925. And my mother then collected his works, so to speak, those that she considered significant in terms of the speeches and in terms of his writings and editorials. And with his permission, she went back and forth to Atlanta, going over it with him. She then published the philosophy opinions of Marcus Garvey, Volumes 1 and 2. And she did that out of her own, hard work and saving, we say. So that she was very, very influential in terms of preserving and understanding who and what Marcus Garvey was about. And along with that also, subsequent took to his death in 1940. She maintained contact with their organizations in the United States, as well as the organizations in the Caribbean, especially the one in Jamaica, and influenced them in terms of policy, etc. And she became something of a politician in her own right, although she never fully into the political arena per se, because she was raising, her children, which was very influential in terms of Jamaican politics. So, she has had an extremely important career in nurturing young talented people such as Toni Morrison, which would come to my mother and sit at her knees, so to speak, and learn what it was like during the heyday of the organization and what the essence of Harveyism was all about. So you have some of the young historians, John Henry Clark, was the historian who also, was nurtured himself since by my mother, and Rupert Lewis, who's a major Garvey historian, lived in our house, and my mother nurtured him, pretty much adopted him per se. So she had a significant influence on the next generation of young people who wanted to understand what the movement was all about.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of Madame Isli Paul, the Honorable Madame Isli Paul, Minister of Justice. Who was Thomas Sankara? What was their contribution to the struggle for the liberation of Africa?
Bonsoir, merci. Je me réjouis d'être ici avec vous. Je remercie les organisateurs. Je remercie la population de présence. Et je vais parler de Sankara, je ne sais pas à son héritier biologique. De rencontrer l'héritier, on peut dire, ça vient en fait rencontrer l'Italie il y a quelque temps, peut-être qu'il vient de lui. Je suis très heureux de l'avoir, par exemple, mais moi, je connais Thomas Sankara. C'était un ami qui m'a considéré aussi comme un frère. C'était en 62, j'avais 13 ans, et Sankara avait 13 ans. Et nous sommes restés ensemble assez liés, très liés même, jusqu'au fatidique 15 octobre 1987. Il serait, moi j'ai 76 ans, il serait vivant, il aurait 76 ans, et le mort à 38 ans. Ça veut dire que moi j'ai vu tout ce qu'il a vécu, et bien le voir. Donc, je pense que c'est bien. Mais enfin, Dieu m'a laissé comme témoin. Et le rôle de témoin, c'est de témoigner. C'est un peu ce que j'ai dit, j'étais au lycée, un élève très brillant. Nous avons fréquenté ensemble, ce papier par mère, nous sommes vers l'autre pour réussir. On dit les plus faibles, les plus jeunes, les plus petits, tout le monde nous rappelle. Mais il y a eu aussi d'autres que nous avons tendus en main. Et qui nous ont fait faire fort, que nous aussi sommes et nous portons plus tard. Thomas Sankara aussi il est parti dans l'armée. Son troisième s'est retrouvé au Ouagadougou, moi j'étais à Bogo du Lasso. Et nous nous rencontrions pendant les vacances, presque les parents de Thomas Sankara, avec les parents. Nos familles se connaissaient. Et même juste à la mort du papa, quand il me voyait, il dit, ne viens jamais derrière un parti politique. Viens t'asseoir à côté de moi, que le parti politique vienne te voir. Parce que tu es mon fils égal. Donc, dans ce sens-là aussi, je me sens de devoir aussi de témoigner. Et Thomas Sankara était très vite s'est intéressé à la vie politique de son pays, à la vie sociale même de son pays, aux injustices. Tout jeune, il se demandait pourquoi ceci, pourquoi telle chose ainsi fait. Et on devait lui expliquer. Et souvent, il se révoltait. D'ailleurs, la conscience vient par la révolte. Nous révoltions contre certaines choses. C'était injuste, ainsi de suite. Et quand il s'est retrouvé à l'armée aussi, il est parti faire sa formation militaire d'officier à Madagascar. Et c'est pendant cet événement de 70, de 72 à Madagascar, dans le président Tyran a été renversé. Il a vu la révolution à Madagascar et il a compris ce que c'était que ce soulèvement. Et quand il devait revenir dans l'officier, mais Thomas Sankara s'est donné une année de plus pour aller travailler dans les rizières, dans les champs, avec les Malgaches. C'était pour lui, pour dire, ils m'ont formé, je leur dois quelque chose. Je ne peux pas rentrer plus tard. Et quand il est venu, très vite, il s'est retrouvé comme un officier très travailleur, très rigoureux, et on leur donnait la grande tâche de constituer le fort commando. Quand il devait envoyer des contreplaqués pour la mise en place du camp, il a refusé.
c'est-à-dire amener du ciment, amener du sable, et lui-même et ses hommes, ils ont construit le camp. Lui aussi, il était là à construire, à pousser la bouette. Et à midi, quand il faut manger, un jour, le cuisinier lui a donné 2 morceaux de viande. Sankara s'en est plein. Il dit, mais je n'ai pas travaillé 2 fois plus que les autres. Et pour ça, il a puni l'un. Donc, je trouve que l'État faisait des choses avec le sentiment de la justice et surtout, il est toujours avec eux. C'est ce sens du leader. Le leader avec vous, le leader est devant. Si le leader dit d'aller, de toute manière, on l'appelle le leader. On ne l'appelle même pas le capitaine. D'autres personnes à Ouagadougou qui l'appellent le capitaine. Il arrive à Ouagadougou, il trouve de bon. Il n'y a pas d'eau. Il va à la présidence, il dit, ah, moi, mes éléments n'ont pas d'eau. Et vous êtes là en train de boire du champagne et autres. Moi, il me faut aussi un puits et un forage. Et il l'obtient en moins de 24 heures. Et ce sont des actions comme ça aussi qui l'ont imposé même auprès de la population de Pau où il était populaire. Dans tout le Burkina, petit à petit, on a commencé à le connaître. Et c'est un homme de vérité, véridique. Dès que vous lui posez un problème, il essaie de le résoudre tout de suite. Donc, voilà ce que j'ai connu de Thomas Sankara, mais vous avez dit qu'on va. Vous allez revenir ou bien on s'arrête ou bien.
Let's, okay. We will come back.
Okay.
We'll come back. Thank you. The dialogue, let's shake out the drum. And let us see the difference.
Et un savant africain du XXe siècle qui est issu d'une famille de notables, nourris, agriculteurs, qui a grandi dans son village général et qui l'a rejoint. Et du fait qu'il a reçu d'abord une initiation coranique avant d'entrer à l'école française, il a eu très vite des facilités académiques qui lui ont valu, par exemple, d'être le premier docteur d'État. Et d'acquérir une tout en Sorbonne d'un rabbin. Grâce à l'unité, il a la presse, il a tout rejoint au confort. Où il a fait le doctorat, l'un en histoire et l'autre en physique. Formation transdisciplinaire. Il va se refléter dans le parcours de sa vie. Entré au Sénégal après de sa première thèse, il va publier chez le président américain de la surveille et il est refusé par son jury de la Sorbonne sous le prétexte que le classement Bachelard, qui était son président, a expliqué qu'il y avait une dimension égyptologique dans ses travaux et que lui était incompétent et qu'il fallait donc que les égyptologues sorbonnards acceptent de valider son travail. Auquel les égyptologues de la Sorbonne, il a dû publier sa thèse à sa présence africaine, une nouvelle maison d'édition française qui venait d'écrire à Paris en 1954, et il s'est attelé à la rédaction d'une nouvelle thèse qui va se supprimer 6 ans plus tard, en 1968, avant de gagner tous les traitements sur lui. Sous le régime de Salvador, il n'a pas pu bénéficier d'un poste à l'université, alors que si j'ai votre mémoire, qui était le second docteur d'État ès-lettres du pays, après Abdelaziz. Et on l'a relégué dans un laboratoire du France. Où, n'ayant pas d'enseignement, il a essayé de poursuivre ses travaux de recherche de manière exceptionnelle. Et étant donné qu'il avait entrepris la tâche colossale de réécrire l'histoire de l'humanité à partir de sa sujet, il a construit, on peut dire de ses propres mains, en tout cas, ça porte exclusive initiative, un premier laboratoire de datation en 1994 dans l'Institut français d'Afrique noire, qui est l'Institut pour la famille. Sa thèse initiale ayant été publiée à Pédance africaine, nouvelle édition parisienne créée par Frédéric, il a systématiquement donné toutes ses publications ultérieures à la même maison d'édition, notamment sa thèse principale et secondaire, le philosophie sociologie d'histoire, sous le nom de l'Afrique noire comme table, thèse principale, et l'unité culturelle de l'Afrique noire, thèse secondaire. Mais l'une des caractéristiques de Cherbourg, c'est qu'il était transdisciplinaire. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a aussi une formation philosophique, historique, littéraire, une formation scientifique, mathématicien, chimiste, etc. C'est donc une éducation transdisciplinaire qui n'ignorait pas la situation néocoloniale, c'est Sénégal sous-Sénégal, dès son retour au pays, il a entrepris de monter un parti politique d'opposition. Le Senghor a dissous. Il en a remonté un second. Le Senghor a interdit avant même qu'il ne soit. Et comme ça a coïncidé avec la première grande défaite politique, parce que le peuple, la seconde, parce que la première défaite, c'est la vote oui pour référendum, police pour 1958. La deuxième, ça a été l'indépendance bidon. L'indépendance portuaire, il venait de toute sa substance, à travers la France, l'Angleterre, pays historique, et économique. Et du fait que c'est vraiment du cas, le conflit entre le président du Conseil européen et le président de la République 50, qui avait été à l'origine de la première grande crise post-indépendance, il a voulu contracter une alliance politique avec l'Europe qui lui était attaché. Et évidemment, ça n'a pas été possible. Et donc, il s'est juré que tant que Mandela resterait en prison, il ne créerait pas de nouveau parti politique. C'est ainsi que le troisième et dernier parti politique qu'il va créer en 1976, Rassemblement national démocratique, souvenance de ses amours de jeunesse, puisque étudiant à Paris, le premier parti auquel il est adhéré, c'était le Rassemblement démocratique africain, sa version du mouvement estudiantin, il a créé le RND que Senghor, évidemment, a refusé les autres. Et c'est là où sa contribution politique, comme politique, département de son œuvre historique et scientifique, va se manifester sous sa forme la plus féconde. Au lieu d'accepter l'illégalité et la clandestinité, comme nous tous de tendance plus ou moins marxiste-léniniste avions tendance à le faire, il a estimé que le droit de manifester ses positions politiques dans son propre pays était un droit de la personne humaine, et que nul ne saurait l'empêcher. Et donc, il a attaqué Senghor de ses propres tribunaux pour demander la légalisation de son parti, puisque la loi actuelle que Senghor avait instituée pour le barrer la route était postérieure au dépôt de son nécessité de demande. On s'est engagé une épreuve de force entre le RND et le parti, l'Assemblée nationale, et l'UPS à Senghor, et il faut nécessaire les deux plus bas. Et lorsqu'il a été évidemment débouté par le tribunal, il a refusé ce public et a eu l'intelligence politique, à nous qui étions des partisans de la clandestinité et de l'internité, de continuer à défendre conjointement publiquement notre liberté d'association. Qu'il diffuse librement dans les. Il adresse des lettres ouvertes au président Senghor. Il dit, bref, maintenant, solution. C'est quand Senghor a dû quitter le pouvoir après 20 ans en installant son successeur sur le trône en 1980. Que celui-ci, ce dernier, a enfin donné son récépissé d'existence égale au dernier de la CDU. En même temps qu'un peu d'autres partis politiques vont être menés à la fin, notamment le parti avec un même. Malheureusement, le surtravail, il a passé sa vie à produire des ouvrages basés sur ses propres recherches sur le passé et le présent de l'Afrique et a mené son combat politique sur la base des principes you can there, solidly, panafricanisme. Des idées de prématurement pardon subi. C'est surveillé ou pas. Son parti a rapidement payé le prix de sa disparition prématurée. Et c'est scindé ça. La fragmentation politicienne est caractéristique du parti des pays. Si bien, si bien, qu'il faudra attendre 20 ans après sa mort pour que finalement l'un des fragments issus de son vienne du dernier parti. Le rassemblement. Dans le cadre de la coalition de PASTEF, avec lequel il a fini par fusionner, nous avons enfin renversé dans le pays, montrant en fait pas les faits, que le comptable était non seulement juste, mais historiquement validé par le suffrage universel.
Thank you. I want to switch direction with the next question. And the question in some way the selfish one for me as a historian who's obsessed with archives and how the past historical figures is preserved. I know we've had a casual conversation about this, but I wanted to ask each of you, what is the archival legacy of each person we're talking about here? Are there archives? Where are there archives? And I know you used the word fragments a second ago, and I know the same with Marcus Garvey, is there something, scattered in the wind and collected, and so Sammy, where you could talk first about in Nkrumah's literary legacy and preservation of his papers.
Yes, this is a very important question, actually, and it's something we have to work on in the years to come. Because in the case of our father, when his government was toppled in 1966, he was not in the country, thank God, but his office at the presidency was ransacked and his papers and books destroyed. In fact, there's a very sad account of his books, the books he authored, being burnt at the University of Ghana after the coup d'etat. And he writes in one of his books, and thank God he wrote so many books, over 12 books, articulating his thoughts and what he thinks, giving us advice as Africans, what to do. Now I'm saying that he writes in Dark Days in Ghana, the book he wrote in Conakry after the coup, that the thing that disturbed him the most, even more than the loss of political power, was the destruction of his papers from his office. And he said one of the most valuable papers were documents on the Encyclopedia Africana he was working on with Dr. Du Bois. You know, Dr. Du Bois was invited by George Patmore to come and work with us in Ghana after independence. And that shows you how the true Pan-Africans do not differentiate between people born in Africa and people born outside the African continent. As long as you're an African and making contribution to Africa's development, whether you were born on the continent or outside, you are an African. And you are entitled to be part of government, part of nation building, and that's what happened with Du Bois, with Patmore, and in a different sense with Marcus Garvey, who influenced Kwame Nkrumah, as Dr. Garvey said, in a huge way. But anyway, back to this Encyclopedia Africana, this was the history, a big project to compile the history of Africa from an African perspective. So we started on this major project, which unfortunately was truncated after the coup. So here we are today, we are left with Kwame Nkrumah's books, good, with his speeches, which with a lot of footage, video clippings from his visits all over the world. I was given an example of a very interesting video clip of his visit to the USA in the early 60s, when our father was received by JFK. Now take note of this, the President of the United States of America. And he sees Kwame Nkrumah coming down the steps, coming out of the plane. And JFK is rushing. I mean, this you see it with your eyes, rushing to be at the foot of the steps when Kwame Nkrumah comes out. And in another footage, JFK is actually opening the door of the car for Kwame Nkrumah. And I want you to think today, which African president will be received by an American president with such dignity and respect? And that's just to show you how our countries post-independence had this dignity and respect from all over the world. And this is all documented. And these are some of the things we want to bring out in addition to the archives. That's why we set up the Kwame Nkrumah Foundation, to try and show the younger generation, this is how Ghana was born. Ghana was born as a Pan-African country representing all Africans, including Africans outside the continent. Now, Kwame Nkrumah's papers are all over the world. They are with Howard University, they are Thabo Mbeki Foundation, we are trying in the years to come, we try and see how we can get more and more of these archives, because they are so important for our development today. We have a saying in Ghana, and that's if you have to know where you are coming from before you know where you are going. So, and when we give these anecdotes and historical accounts, we are giving them because we want to learn from those lessons. And with figures, Pan-Africanist leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, we heard this evening, earlier this morning rather, that he was so much influenced by Pan-Africanists outside the continent. That is what gave him the thrust, the energy, the dynamism to come back and fight for independence in his own country, and not think in a micro-nationalist way, but in a wide Pan-African way. So he, on the eve of our independence, and I want you to imagine this, in 1957, he's telling his people, Ghana is free forever. We are free. He invokes the spirit of Toussaint Louverture, of Marcus Garvey, of so many other Black leaders ahead of him. But then he tells his people, the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of Africa. And with that conviction, Ghana starts with training camps, with measures to hold conferences, All African People's Conference, getting liberation leaders from all over the continent to come and participate in the conference. And the few independent countries would assure them in 1958 that they're going to help and support the countries which were still under colonialism, settler colonialism, and apartheid. And they put their words into action. And I want you to imagine if we did not unite to defeat colonialism. Do you think we would have defeated colonialism in the 60s? I doubt it. And that same spirit is what we need today to defeat neocolonialism, to defeat imperialism, to defeat poverty, underemployment, to defeat lack of sovereignty. You know, we need to be inspired with that same spirit. That's the importance of the archives. And I wanted to give you this account. We give you separate, but I want to tell you that part of the archives is also the storytellings, the witnesses to what happened with these great leaders, because they sacrificed a lot. We have to remember that for us to be able to achieve any success, we will have to sacrifice. Now, I was about 4 years old. So I want to take you back to 1964. That year was a very important year for our father and for Africa and the African continent and Africans. But the year started in a terrible way for us. Because one day, we are waiting for our father to have lunch, and he walks into the house with so many people with him, this commotion. And when my brother and I, we look at him, he's covered in blood. So people rushed, taking him to his room, calling the doctor. We found out later that there was an assassination attempt on him in the garden of the presidential residence. Can you imagine? The president is walking from his office to his residence to have lunch with his trusted bodyguard, and an imposter pretending to be one of the police, the guards, fires at him, misses, because his bodyguard sacrificed his life for him. He covers our father. He takes the bullet, falls, dies on the spot, and our father and the assassin are engaged in a struggle. Our father, despite being over 50, manages to put the assassin, pin him down. And the man wants to run away because he knows what's going to happen to him. So he fights our father so hard that he almost, detaches a bit of his cheek. And that's what caused the blood to flow. So there we see our father and this Satan shell. And this is the same year, within a few months, that the OAU summit, the second summit in Cairo, is held. This is the same year that Ghana unveils its 7-year development plan for industrialization, so that we focus on manufacturing, adding value, at the beginning of building so many factories. This is the same year that the non-aligned conference is going to be held, where our father famously said, we neither look east nor west, we look forward. And that's when we start having a trade and cooperation, not only with the US, the UK, our former colonial power, but with China, India, with Russia, which was the Soviet Union, with the countries of Eastern Europe. And that is also the same year when we inaugurate or commission our first nuclear reactor, the building of our first nuclear reactor. So imagine all that was happening at a time when our leaders were under tremendous pressure. And this is the thing we have to remember, that they were working to liberate us mentally, economically, and in every way, but at the same time, they were under tremendous pressure, physically and mentally. They were operating under those extreme pressures. And this is what we have to think about. You know, our Ghana rejected the IMF loan when we understood the harsh conditions on our people. So these leaders make serious enemies, and they paid the price. They paid a heavy price, but they never sold out. They never compromised. They never gave up, and that is why their legacy lives on forever.
Yeah, Dr. Garvey, I think, many of us are aware that with Marcus Garvey, with UNI, the project of archives is very, very complex one, partly because of the many branches of the UNA have their own archives. There's the famous story of the Harlem branch archives being discovered behind the wall in the abandoned warehouse. But I'm wondering what your perspective is and what sense you have of the history of the archives, of the state of the archives right now for Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no real centralized object at the present time to archive all of Marcus Garvey's materials. They're scattered in different places. My monthly significant work in terms of additional volumes, Garvey and Garveyism, which she wrote herself, volume 3 of Philosophy and Opinions, which she did with a Nigerian editor. There was historical material done with John Henry Clark, Marcus Garvey and the Vision of Africa. And there are several other books as well as Tony Martin's books that he did, again, with association and so on. And then there's what Bobby Hill's compiled in terms of the UNA papers over time. And this is a significant section. It was initially at UCLA, and then now I think it's at Richmond University, I think at Duke University in North Carolina, in the Tower. And then my mother also has papers that have been donated to another university. So things are scattered and have not been collected, so to speak. We have not done it from the family perspective. It has not been done from the government perspective of Jamaica. My dad is the first national hero of Jamaica, but a lot of lip service is paid to him as opposed to really understanding his value or history. So that is still something that needs to be worked on, because I think it's very important, as somebody is saying, but future generations can know the true history of what has happened in this particular period that we're talking about. 20th century, 21st century, with the transformations that are taking place. So the short answer is that it's not really developed.
What did you say something about Snapchat? I think part of the issue is there probably are more sanctions than there are ratings.
Oui, il y a beaucoup de discours, mais je dois dire aussi que la Fondation panafricaniste, il s'est engagé, se dit, dans ses discours de façon capillaire, il s'explique que c'est esclave, il n'est pas capable d'assumer sa défense. Il mérite une constitution, il ne s'est pas fait s'apitoyer. Donc, on doit s'engager dans les esclaves, on doit se libérer. Et je pense tout de suite que depuis, c'est comme ça qu'on a dit, c'est Haïti, c'est l'esclavage d'abord. Et puis, le colonialisme plus tard aussi. Le néocolonialisme, bien sûr. L'excellent livre pour moi qui était devenu un livre de le néocolonialisme, qui est le stage suprême de l'impérialisme. Et Thomas les lisait, il se sentait les lisait, et il les vivait. Et il cherchait partout à voyager dans l'Afrique, surtout cette Afrique occidentale, mais même vers la Russie. On a vu avec le fils de Olivier Tambert, il le mettait dans son avion, il le présentait partout. Et voici le futur président, le futur dirigeant, le futur leader de l'Afrique du Sud. À un moment donné, il a demandé à Samora Machel, quand il revenait de Harare, il dit, nous allons en Afrique du Sud, on va voir le cas de Mandela. Ah, l'autre a eu la trouille, il a dit, ah, si tu veux mourir, tu vas aller. Mais sinon, si on voit un avion mozambicain qui plane par là, il sera abattu. Il n'a pas marché. Quand même, Samora Machel, son avion a été abattu dans cet environ. Sankara n'était pas là-bas. Mais il a porté le cercueil de Samora Machel jusqu'à un certain moment. Il a eu des gestes symboliques forts au niveau de l'OLP de la Palestine. Yasser Arafat était souvent à Ouaga. Et c'est un des présidents qui, à l'époque, pour la cause du Sahara occidental du Polisario, il osait aller faire des meetings là-bas. Et les voilà aujourd'hui, ces gens qui sont devenus des terreaux contre nous. Bon, ça aussi, c'est les aléas de la lutte. Quand vous vous engagez en pensant que vous avez raison. Et il y a bien d'autres exemples, mais Sankara n'a pas écrit, il n'a pas écrit, il a écrit des histoires. Il demandait à se retirer un moment après le 4 août 87. Il a dit, il va faire une pause, il va se retirer. Et lui aussi, il va réfléchir, écrire. On ne lui a pas laissé de temps. Et là, ce qui est arrivé, ça m'a déploré tout de suite. Dans son bureau, on est venu aussi, on a tout dispersé. Casser les photos, les images, les photos, c'est vraiment. C'est son discours qu'il avait projeté, qu'il devait prononcer le 15 octobre. Quelqu'un l'a piraté. Et aujourd'hui, cette personne brandit sa part dans un fameux livre comme quoi c'est Sankara qui lui a confié ce discours. Or, il était déjà à la radio pour empêcher, une fois que Sankara a atteint le conseil, pour empêcher que toute personne rentre au conseil, même pour porter secours aux blessés ce jour-là. Sankara, en tout cas, il a laissé, heureusement, nous étions à une période où, quand même, déjà, il n'y a pas de YouTube, il n'y a pas de génération Z, mais on a eu beaucoup d'éléments de discours, de films, dans les autres pays où il est parti. On est en train de les retrouver. Et il y a aujourd'hui le comité international Thomas Sankara qui a été mis en place. Les autorités le reconnaissent comme une association d'utilité publique. Elle demande à la population d'envoyer, de lui faire parvenir des discours, des textes écrits de Thomas Sankara et même des objets qui ont appartenu à Thomas Sankara. Certains les amènent là-bas. Et j'avoue que Sankara, c'est vrai, il n'a pas écrit, mais il a laissé des traces. Il a marché. Et ces traces-là, on les retrouve partout. Aujourd'hui, dans Ouagadougou, la grande avenue, la plus belle avenue de Ouagadougou, c'était l'avenue Kwame Poutou. Tellement il tenait. Et moi, je vous assure que j'ai posé, j'étais au téléphone avec Thomas Sankara 20 minutes avant seulement. J'ai pu quitter le pays, je suis allé au Ghana où j'ai été accueilli correctement. Et je peux vous dire que vous êtes à Accra à l'époque, il y avait 2 cercles. Kwame cercle et puis Redemption cercle, cercle de la rédemption. Et Redemption cercle, on a donné le nom de Thomas Sankara à ce cercle. Beaucoup de personnes ont des reconnaissances. Ça, c'est à des niveaux étatiques. Sinon, à des niveaux individuels aussi, il y a des témoignages qui vont venir.
It's a question of archives, with a little footnote to ask, will there be more translations into English?
Ok. Oui. Cher Raphaël est un historien. Et la matière première du citoyen, dans la qualité, c'est pour les archives. Il a laissé une œuvre constitutive, transdisciplinaire, qui a été traduite dans plusieurs langues. Notamment, principalement en anglais, mais par exemple, son œuvre, l'ouvrage Princeps, dans son écriture, il existe des versions de italienne, etc. Il manque les versions africaines. Et le jour où on se donnera la peine de traduire ces ouvrages de référence dans nos langues maternelles, on devra considérer qu'il y a un début de révolution culturelle qui a été initié en Afrique. Et d'autant plus important, c'est d'autant plus important que la contribution scientifique de Cherbuta est de valeur paradigmatique en matière de sciences humaines et qu'il a utilisé les outils des sciences physiques, notamment des méthodes de datation, de l'économie absolue, pour étayer ces thèses sur le plan des faits et de la. Mais Schmitt est aussi un écrivain de la côte. C'est un des théoriciens les aboutis du panafricanisme. Et de la même manière que National et Culture, sa première œuvre, qu'il a fait publier de son propre chef, qu'on a refusé qu'il l'a fait à l'université, il a publié au moment où il finissait ses études avant de rentrer au pays, un ouvrage absolument fondamental de contribution à la doctrine panafricaniste. Il s'appelle Fondements économiques et culturels, la future État fédéral d'Afrique. C'est un ouvrage de référence où il établit une sorte d'inventaire de toutes les ressources matérielles et immatérielles de l'Afrique noire pour montrer comment nous sommes assis en fait sur une mine illimitée de ressources de toutes sortes. Et vous savez, quand vous avez eu la chance d'être dans un parti politique dirigé par un scientifique qui n'était pas politicien pour moi, la seule fois où on nous a gratifié, lorsque la Senghor est parti, on nous a donné l'opportunité de notre parti dans l'Assemblée de la démocratie, et qu'on s'est présenté à l'élection, à la première élection présidentielle législative en 1923. Tout le monde lui disait, mais il faut présenter, c'est qu'il va être élu. Il a quasiment refusé. Et en secrétariat, il a expliqué pourquoi. Il pensait qu'il fallait laisser la voie libre au surpréseur désigné par Senghor, mais par contre, demander la majorité parlementaire pour montrer qu'on peut gouverner un pays et le transformer sans être le chef. C'est une leçon d'éducation politique. Et lorsque ce scrutin a été truqué comme le référendum que nous avons fait, quand l'économie a dit oui ou non pour la compétence de l'Afrique, les codes africains ont dit oui. Il a été gratifié d'un unique siège, il était la tête de liste. Il a complètement refusé de siéger, comme il a dit dans sa lettre de démission, dans une assemblée nationale issue d'un scrutin frauduleux. Alors, la doctrine politique qu'il a défendue, l'exemple d'éthique en politique qu'il a administré par ses décisions, validées, parce qu'il ne décidait jamais seul. Il décidait collégialement à l'issue de délibérations des acteurs politiques. Nous ont permis à ses disciples en politique. On a encore eu Moins de disciples en politique qu'en science. La fondée est l'État, de toute façon. Dans les disciplines que j'ai fait tout à l'heure, des conservés de l'action en gros. Ça nous a permis, nous, à un autre tournant historique, 40 ans après ça, d'aller jusqu'à dissoudre un parti historique, comme le Rassemblement national démocratique des Chers, la continuation du Rassemblement démocratique africain, le lendemain de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, dans ASTEF, vous voyez, et qui nous ont permis d'éliminer les représentants, les suppôts du système de l'autre méthode au Sénégal. Et dans les perspectives, et c'est là où je pense qu'il n'est pas abusé de dire que la construction social a valeur de paradigme, c'est qu'il nous a montré la voie à suivre pour réunifier le continent sur des bases politiques, en un État fédéral, confédéral, unitaire. C'est pas à nous donner cité sur les peuples africains en France. Mais, vous voyez, le postulat, c'est que, or, l'unification politique de l'Afrique, moi, je savais que les Africains. Merci.
I want to ask another question that actually like beyond to the question is what if Sheikh Kujima was alive today, looking at contemporary Africa, what is the one issue you would see and what would he offer us in terms of an analysis or issue to move forward?
Il y avait un principe politique cardinal. Et il avait donné le sens de la formule. C'est un enseignant né par la privée d'enseignants à l'université de Dakar. Et qu'elle porte son nom aujourd'hui, mais son œuvre figure dans le programme de toutes les facultés. Le principe qu'il a dit, c'est que la sécurité précède le développement. Et que la politique, en matière d'évolution de la société humaine, est le domaine déterminant. Donc, en quelque sorte, mettre la politique au poste de commandement lorsqu'il s'agit de faire un choix politique, c'est-à-dire concernant l'ensemble des communautés. C'est un principe intangible. Or, son principe, c'est que, la fédération africaine, il faut être ça avec les Africains. Je pense que si je réfléchissais sur terre, il me ferait que se répéter. Parce qu'en fait, son lait politique, si nous l'exploitons intelligemment, nous permettra, dans ce monde multipolaire, et non plus multipolaire comme son monde, accroître des atouts que nous avons dans notre jeu pour faire face aux monstres qui menacent finalement les habitants. Et l'Afrique, victime, principale victime des temps modernes, c'est-à-dire le capitalisme sauvage, si elle veut rompre avec cette tendance historique négative lourde, va devoir prendre ses propres décisions sur toutes les questions auxquelles l'humanité est confrontée et tracer sa propre voie. Et nous avons un atout majeur par rapport aux autres, c'est que nous avons une diaspora extra-continentale qui se réfère comme pôle de ralliement. C'est que nous avons des moyens légaux, démocratiques, de peser politiquement de ceux qui se veulent les maîtres du monde, donc qui sont citoyens de l'humanité.
Daniel, the same question. The question is that if Kwame Nkrumah alive today and is looking at Africa and the Black world, what is the one issue they see on and what guidance would he give us to move that?
Without doubt, because I think his main thesis was to tell us why and how we can unite as Africans. And listening to what our brother John was saying. In fact, it is good to revisit Kwame Nkrumah's original idea on unity, because he stressed that a united Africa must be united politically and economically, and that you cannot just try and tackle economic integration without thinking of political unity. So his thesis on unity was comprehensive. And he gave us these, he said, these famous 3 objectives for United Africa, that we have to plan our economies and development in Africa on a continental basis, not state by state. We are 2 small countries which are deliberately divided into unviable economies. So it is fruitless trying to make it on our own. We would struggle and it would be difficult. So we need to plan our industrial development, our whole economic development on a continental basis. And number 2, we said we must try and find a common defense strategy, including the military. Nothing is impossible, but we have to start step by step, because none of our African countries can, if we are attacked, severely attacked by a world power or NATO or anything, we will not be able to defend ourselves alone. So it is important that we have to start thinking of how our military leaders can start talking about forging or creating a common military and defense strategy. And number 3, of course, is a common foreign policy and diplomacy, positions on issues. And the thing is, one of the greatest legacies of our father, I think, is that he made us believe that we as Africans, we can change our circumstances. He truly believed it, but to do that, we have to believe in our capability. And there's a phrase he used, a term rather he used. He did not invent it, but he really presented it to us. Maybe some of you have heard of it, the African personality. Yeah. And he defined it as a cluster or group of humanist, traditional African beliefs or values or principles, like collectivism, like communalism. And he said, in whatever we do, we need to be guided by this, our Africanness, our indigenous knowledge systems. So to give one here example, because some of our countries are suffering from the way we are practicing democracy today, in the sense that we are too partisan or too embroiled in this idea of the winner takes all. So I win, you lose, you are banished, and I take control of everything. Now, this is so contrary to the way we settle disputes and the way we go about in our traditional African systems, where we sit together and we talk and we talk and we talk and we sit until we reach consensus. There's nothing in an argument like I'm fully right and you are completely wrong. No, there is always a common ground. And we will never agree on everything. We come from different cultures, different religions, different everything really. But background, thank you. But that doesn't mean this. We can't find that common ground. And this is part of being an African, I think, to have to strive to find that common ground. And how I wish we would have that in our politics today, where we would try and build that consensus around the priorities for us today, which is, if you are asking me from our father's point of view, and I think it makes perfect sense, which is our development. What we need today more to focus on as Africans, more than anything else, is our socio-economic development, building our industries, building our infrastructure, and building our human capacities. We need to focus on that, our technologies, our everything. I mean, there's nothing more important for us to do than that. But our father will tell us that without political and economic unity, it is going to be very hard for us to do that. And that political and economic unity must always include Africans outside the continent. Because this is how Ghana came to be as a Pan-African country. Serious Pan-African country, which tapped into the skills of Africans everywhere. Just look at our 7-year development plan launched in 1964, and you'll see Africans, names of Africans from all over the world, all over the continent, and all over the world, to advise us on how to develop Ghana. So Ghana was essentially a Pan-African country, and we wanted it to become an example of how the Pan-African country can develop with the help of all Africans and with a Pan-African mindset.
The same question. Thomas Sankara was alive today and looked at contemporary Africa. What would you see as a major problem, and how would you tell us how to address it?
Grande question. Mais d'abord, je dis que Sankara a réalisé des choses un peu comme des gens comme le président comme nous. Quand son pays est devenu indépendant, il ne portait pas le nom Ghana. C'était la Gold Coast. Il a changé de nom et il a donné le nom plutôt Ghana. Le Ghana, dans l'histoire de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, c'était un grand empire. Il couvre des espaces et des espaces. Dès qu'il veut dire, il a une ambition d'aller vers les autres pour les intégrer dans cet ensemble. Et le Mali, c'est le Soudan français, devenu indépendant, se fait appeler le Mali. Ah, là aussi, c'est un gros morceau. Et on m'a dit que Modibo Keïta aurait dit à président Kwame, dit, tu as pris le plus grand nom, c'est ce que nous voulions tous. Là, nous allions être indépendants, prendre ce nom-là. Mais toi, tu l'as déjà pris. Qu'est-ce que tu nous as laissé? Donc, payons. Le Burkina, la Haute-Voie, tranquillement, appelé Burkina Faso. Je crois que nos États là aussi, à nous de réfléchir. Les gens ne peuvent pas, parce qu'ils ont pris telle ou telle direction, et puis on dit que c'est un Portugais qui a donné ce nom, c'est ça. Mais vous-même, en Afrique, c'est quel nom vous avez donné? Je crois que à nous de nous retrouver aussi. Et comme je dis, Sankara, à la fin du discours sur la tête. Ah, il faut que nous acceptions de vivre africain pour que nous puissions vivre dignement. Un discours qui a beaucoup inspiré le président Kaunda. Il paraît que ce jour, à la descente, le président Kaunda pleurait. Il est parti embrasser Sankara et dit, je veux que tu sois le président de mon pays. Est-ce que vous voyez un président au pays? On a reconnu ses compétences et surtout son leadership. C'est quelqu'un qui était là, ce n'est pas des honneurs, mais c'est une voix incontournable pour l'Afrique. Il nous faut être unis, mais on ne va pas aller aussi avec des gens qui vont nous trahir demain, qui vont essayer de regarder ce que nous sommes pour dire, bon, ils vont mettre une grosse pomme, une planche là, et vous allez vous renverser. C'est là où il faut aller quand même doucement, doucement. Lui-même, il y a des choses. Pas qu'il n'a pas cru. Il a toujours dit, si c'est Blaise qui veut me renverser, ce n'est pas la peine de dire de me le dire. Il va le faire. Parce que je ne ferai rien. Il sais qu'à Pau, il a posé son pistolet devant le groupe de sages pour dire, voici mon pistolet, je ne le retournerai jamais contre lui. On a demandé à Blaise, il a dit, ah, il ne sait pas. Il ne sait pas, ça veut dire ça tout dit. Bon, mes enfants, si aujourd'hui il ne peut que clamer ce langage pour qu'on s'unisse, nos routes qui sont là, nos rails, c'est important. Il a mené la bataille du rail. C'était pour rapprocher le rail d'une partie du Mali pour aller à Tamao, parce que à côté du Mali et à côté du Niger. Nous devons avoir de grandes routes, nous devons avoir le rail. Et si nous avons nos commerces inter-États ou à l'intérieur même, tout le temps on nous dit, ah non, vous n'avez même pas d'échange entre vous. Les échanges, c'est très petit, ce n'est rien. Et avec l'Europe aussi, on dit ce n'est rien. C'est nous qui prenons les choses venues de l'Europe, parfois des vieilleries, parfois même du cancer sur certains matelas, et puis nous les prenons. Alors nous prenons aussi d'avoir la dignité de dire nous refusons ça. Nous avons assez de coton, nous avons assez de terre entière, et si nous faisons les échanges entre nous, ça va marcher. On n'était pas dans un monde moderne, mais des caravanes partaient pour chercher le sel vers au nord du Mali, dans le Sahara. Et on venait le vendre. Pourquoi nous n'allons pas chercher à développer ça? Nous avons un certain nombre de choses qui je pense que c'est ça qui bâtit ce que vous avez. Consommons ce que nous produisons aussi ce que nous consommons. Et puis, faisons les marchés entre nous. Et c'est ça. Je crois que le grand langage qu'il y a et essayons de laisser voilà, les autres. Si la Chine le croit elle s'est fermée à un moment donné pour pouvoir faire elle aujourd'hui c'est qu'elle est. Si la Chine avait tout ouvert, on aurait tout déversé. Et c'était, vous vous souvenez bien, c'est l'opium qu'on faisait cultiver en Chine. Et la guerre de l'opium. Les Chinois ont dit non, nous ne voulons pas. Ah, les Blancs disent qu'il faut que les Européens, les Américains, non, vous devez consommer l'opium. C'est ça qui va faire que vous n'allez même pas nous contester quoi que ce soit. Je crois que c'est ça que Sankara nous dirait. Resserrer les rangs. Mettez-vous ensemble, ceux qui peuvent vraiment se mettre ensemble, si vous voulez que l'Afrique réussisse. Ce sont aux enfants, aux fils de l'Afrique, de se donner la main et de réussir le grand combat que ces gens ont fait à diviser. En plus d'argent. Mais du bois dont on a parlé, Patmon, et le président comme et également au niveau de job. Moi, je sais que Thomas lui-même disait cet ouvrage et il écrivait lui aussi avec des cartes égyptiennes. Il y a certaines de ces signatures sur des chèques que les gens n'ont pas pu détourner. Il met des cartes égyptiennes. Personne ne peut le copier. On ne sait pas ce que ça signifie. Mais il avait toujours son génie créateur, était là, il agissait, et nous pouvons faire beaucoup, beaucoup. Merci.
This will be the last question for Dr. Garvey, and we'll open it up for questions from the audience. But again, this question is if Marcus Garvey and Jack Garvey were alive today, how they view Africa and how they calculate its problem.
Is this working? Everybody, yeah. The major problem that Africa faces is disunity and fragmentation. And we speak of Pan-Africanism today, but we can't define it. Kenneth Kaunda had an idea of Pan-Africanism, Kwame Nkrumah had an idea of Pan-Africanism, Julius Nyerere had an idea of Pan-Africanism, etc., etc., etc. But whatever we consider Pan-Africanism to be, is not being taught anyway. It's not being taught in our universities, it's not being taught in our high schools, it's not being taught in our homes. So what does it mean to be an African? The Conference now we try to tell us what it meant to be an African. You have to know your history, your traditions, and your culture. So culture is primary because culture is your lived experience. We have the longest lived experience in the world. We have the first human beings of the first civilization in terms of now the civilizations, and we've heard of Mali, Ghana, Songhay, etc. Also the Bantu style civilizations and again, Sudan and Ethiopia. So we have an abundance of culture and historical precedent to draw from in terms of who we are as a people. But the point is that we've been disconnected from ourselves, at least for the last 500 years, but more or less also since the invasion of the Greeks and then the Romans, and et cetera, et cetera. So this has to be ended because we keep talking about our youth demographic, and we have the youngest population in the world in terms of Africa. But many of them are not in school, and those who are in school are not learning what it means to be an African culture and historical over a long period of time. What we're learning about the European, and somehow we can transform that into an African perspective. If you can't do both, you can't do both European and African, because you have different cultural patterns. Recognize that the Europeans, they're basically scientific materialism and individualism, whereas the African background is by and large spiritual, a piece of balance between spiritual and material, and it's also collective and communal. So the two cultures are different and produce really different civilizations. If you look at Europe, you can really call it a civilization in the general sense. You can call it a mechanical civilization, materialistic civilization. But if you have the definition of civilization as the humanizing of man within society, then Europe was not achieved civilization in that sense. But Africa has done that abundantly over thousands of years. So that's the element in the room, so to speak, that nobody speaks of what it means to be in Africa. If you wake up in the morning, everybody here in the room, and anybody wake up in the morning and says, I'm an African. When you wake up in the morning and say, I'm a Nigerian. When you wake up in the morning and say, I'm a Yoruba. When you wake up in the morning and say, I'm a Shanti. From South Africa, from Zambia, et cetera, or Jamaica. The concept of being African has not been centralized into our educational system. So the point is the need of education system, because it's only through the educational system that we'll be able to translate our culture. We won't go into our culture where shake hands that we have to find our African culture, our common African culture. And we feel applying the same thing. So it's there, excellent in terms of our authors and intellectuals, but it's not gotten into our schools, it's not gotten into our different academies. And that's the problem that we have today in terms of fragmentation, in terms of ECOWAS, we're not able to function among itself, in terms of a regional group. And it's also a fact that we're not integrated with our diaspora, as has been mentioned before. Africa needs its diaspora, but despite the fact that it's maybe 1.2 billion or a bit more, there are more than 300 million of us out there in the diaspora with many resources, intellectual and otherwise. So it's important for us to have this understanding of exactly what it means to be African. And what it means to be African is being to be fully human. And I can't go into all of that, but this is called African humanism. And that's the paradigm that everybody is looking for at the present time. Everybody knows they have to walk away from the European paradigm of extractive capitalism and hegemonic control of the universe, because that's given us, climate catastrophe and lack of resources that is being accumulated at the center. And this kind of periphery is impoverished more and more. So a paradigm is being looked for, but the paradigm that's being looked for so the present in Africa, and we have to maximize that. And that will be our contribution as we go forward. We can look at China, but we can't repeat the Chinese model, because China itself over the last 50 years has been able to move forward with a form of state capitalism, which again is something my father advocated. But they have 90% land, which is their own homogeneity, and just 10% learn and know Chinese, so they don't have a problem with fragmentation. But again, outside Africa, you have 55 different countries. You have at least 3 major religions and many other minor religions that separate. You have languages that separate. And you have different influences, cultural influences that separate, whether you're Francophone or Anglophone or Lusophone, etc. So Africa has to solve that problem of fragmentation, intellectual fragmentation, where we have to capture the minds of our young people, so that Gen Z knows who it is and where it's going. They understand the discontent of living in a continent that's the richest continent, but also the poorest. But they don't know where to go. They haven't created the platforms that tell them where they need to go. So education is the major task I see that is missing at the present time. And I think that's what my father would see it, because he was all about personal transformation. From the old Negro who was enslaved and colonized to the new Negro in Holland, etc., who was free in mind and also therefore free to share, and therefore free in terms of creativity, being able to manage your own problems with your own solutions.
You have about 15 minutes for questions. Even before I ask for questions, people are putting up their hands. So people right here, number 1, can you get maybe 3 questions to start? In the back. Further back. Is it all men? Only men are asking questions to them. And I'd like to exercise a privilege. I don't want to ask a question. I've asked a few questions, but I also wondered if you had questions for each other that you might want to ask. I mean, this is a rare opportunity to speak amongst each other. So if that's also an option, you're free to go straight into it. But why don't we start with the first question?
Okay.
Thank you very much. This question goes to Samir. Thank you all really for your presentations. I think it's been very edifying. But one thing that I've missed in your speech is the place of women in your father's thinking, the importance of women. So if you can just come back to that, we would really appreciate it. The other thing is, was he a changed man after the coup? La question suivante, c'est à M. Diallo, c'est par rapport à Cheikh Anta Diop. Comme vous le savez, on dit que nous les prophètes chez soi. Moi, j'ai pris la mesure, l'envergure de Cheikh Anta Diop quand je suis parti du Sénégal, quand j'ai fréquenté toutes les universités américaines. C'est là où j'ai compris que c'était vraiment un grand homme. Maintenant, cet état de fait semble persister. C'est vrai qu'on a l'université de Saint-Louis, de Dakar, l'UQAD. C'est vrai qu'on a l'école du parti dans le régime actuel. Mais je pense qu'il reste encore beaucoup à faire pour que vraiment le Sénégalais comprenne la quintessence du travail l'importance des chers intellectuels. Voilà, merci.
And again, I ask that people ask the question and hold up and speak. Go ahead.
All right, hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the panel. So my question is about diaspora. Obviously we have Mr. Garvey, and we also have Mr. Kruma mentioned George Padmore voice. So my question is, what role today does the diaspora have in bringing Africa forward? But also as well, what role does the continent have in the diaspora, right? So that's my question.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Moi, je voudrais profiter des personnalités qui sont là pour rendre hommage à nos pères fondateurs et leaders du panafricanisme. Et je voudrais intervenir dans le sillage du professeur Gallo Diop sur chaque antenne. Je pense que la dimension scientifique de Cheikh Anta Diop a été tellement importante qu'elle a masqué sa dimension panafricaine pour beaucoup de gens. Alors qu'en réalité, de la plupart des leaders panafricains, il fait partie des rares qui ont véritablement passé la voie pour l'Afrique. De façon objective, non pas sur des slogans ou bien une volonté, non, il a fait un travail rigoureux qui parle de la question de l'unité culturelle du continent africain, des grandes langues de gouvernance africaine. L'une des questions qu'on a discutées le premier jour ici, c'était justement la nécessité aujourd'hui de raviver les langues africaines. On a fini ce travail. Le débat qu'on a en train de faire ici, il a fini avec ce débat. Il a identifié les grandes langues de gouvernance en Afrique. Il a expliqué comment les colonisateurs ont travaillé à déclassifier, tuer ces langues.
Towards the question, we're just really short on time here.
Okay. Sorry. It is just a contribution. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Très rapidement, j'ai deux questions. Une à M. Diop et une à Samia. M. Diop voudrait savoir ce qui s'est passé dans la manière de considérer l'égyptologie. L'égyptologie, telle que abordée par Cheikh Anta Diop, aurait pu être ce trait d'union, cette continuité historique entre l'Égypte ancienne et le reste du continent. Or, l'égyptologie, elle a été capturée, littéralement capturée, par la civilisation blanche, coloniale, tout ce qu'on veut, pour en faire une spécialité occidentale. Et que dans l'appréhension de l'histoire africaine, on ne bénéficie pas de cette lecture, de cette perspective tracée par Cheikh Anta Diop pour qu'on comprenne notre continent dans son histoire profonde. La deuxième question, elle va à Samia. Samia est la fille de ton père, et il y a une fille égyptienne. Et c'est assez intéressant. C'est une question personnelle, mais qui peut concerner tout le monde. Comment votre histoire, l'histoire du Burma, est vécue aujourd'hui en Égypte? Et comment, dans l'histoire tourmentée de l'Égypte aujourd'hui, dans cette difficulté que l'Égypte a à appartenir à son propre continent, comment votre histoire est perçue?
Donc, one final question right here. So was there a question there also? And then we can go to you after. It's a question.
Just wanted to ask, as we've been talking about the importance of educating our people about Pan-Africanism and all of Sorry, yes, okay. Based on the issue, the importance of issue of education as articulated by Dr. Garvey, I was wondering how useful Kwame's 2 books in assisting, Kwame Nkrumah's 2 books in assisting in this, helping us to face the current dilemma. In his book, the Neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism, so we understand the context in which we find ourselves. And then he wrote this interesting book as well called Conscientism, which is a philosophy and ideology for decolonization and development. I think that these 2 books can be very, very difficult and very timely for us to revisit so we understand our current status.
Thank you.
I don't know if you agree.
The final question, and then I'll let our presenters decide. Right, Matthew? Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to really thank the organizer for what I consider to be historic sessions. And I have 3 questions for the panelists. But I'd like to know how important was the notion of excellence to these exceptional leaders, considering that after Lewis, who actually advised President Kwame Nkrumah, ended up being the only African until today to win the Nobel Prize in Economics. How important was excellence, the notion of excellence, to these leaders? The second questions that I have for these exceptional leaders really to know the notion of dignity. How important was dignity as African dignity to these leaders? And looking forward, can we actually achieve the vision, realize the dream that they had? And how to get to leave that notion of dignity in the daily life. Thank you very much.
And one final question then.
Merci. Et donc, c'est pas remercier pendant les et aussi remercier les députés et les intervenants par rapport à ce panel. J'aurais pu avoir plusieurs questions pour tous les intervenants de certaines questions. Donc, je vais limiter les questions à Madame Mouma et M. Hilaire. Madame Mouma, je regarde dans les vies par rapport à l'engagement du président pour moi concernant les femmes. Je voudrais bien savoir est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose une loi ou qui a été réalisé par moi concernant les femmes. Je voudrais revenir sur ce que disait M. Fidel par rapport au président de l'Ankara. Pour dire que Zaire vraiment, il a dit, mais j'étais un peu sur ma fan parce qu'il n'a pas parlé de l'engagement du président Sankara concernant les femmes, notamment les droits des femmes, le leadership féminin, etc. Tout jeune déjà avait été membre de la libération des femmes et nous avions décerné au président Sankara le prix Alice Diata qui récompensait vraiment l'engagement par rapport au leadership féminin des dirigeants africains. Et pour l'anecdote, le président Abdou, qui était à ce moment-là notre président, n'avait pas beaucoup apprécié parce que nous avions pris le Sénégal pour aller au Burkina Faso et récompenser Thomas Sankara à sa place. Je me rappelle en août 1987, juste avant ce qui s'est passé, les événements, il nous avait conviés donc, à une manifestation, je pense que c'était la commémoration de l'indépendance, quelque chose comme ça, du Burkina Faso. Et vous nous avez offert vraiment toutes les facilités, y compris le transport en avion pour arriver à Ouaga et vraiment partager notre expérience concernant le leadership féminin, les droits des femmes, etc. Et comment faire la jonction et créer des synergies entre le Sénégal et le Burkina Faso. Donc, Monsieur Fidel, j'aimerais bien vous entendre sur ce point-là. Merci.
Bien, madame, je vous remercie pour l'intérêt pour la question. C'est vrai. Donc, là, toujours eu la question de la femme, de la promotion de la femme. Dans son gouvernement, il y avait des ministres femmes. On dit c'est vraiment pas des poutres. Joséphine Modrango était ici à Dakar, au niveau de l'ENA, en a après. Vous avez également, je crois, une qui a fait aussi, IDAN Modrango, qui est d'habitude aussi à Dakar. Je vous assure, il y avait un bon nombre de femmes qui avaient le niveau qui tenait bien. Et je dis même a failli, date de la transition, après 2014, elle a frôlé le pays de Gilles comme présidence. D'autres considérations qui ne sont pas d'une vision santariste. Vous prévalu et elle n'a pas été retenue. Sinon, si vous connaissez bien la seconde moitié du siècle, la femme, elle a eu des activités où il a mis les femmes en avant. Et les gens ont trouvé même que le président Sankara était trop féministe. Nous avions même demandé qu'on puisse donner à la femme un minimum vital pour que les hommes qui ont un salaire n'aillent pas dépenser quelque part sans être occupés de la famille. Même si c'est le tiers, il faut donner quelque chose à la femme pour qu'elle garde, afin d'assurer parce que le mot salaire, c'est le mot aliment, ça. Aliment. Et il y a des hommes qui ne savent pas ça. Donc, autant donner une partie du salaire à la femme pour qu'elle gère. Mais nous, les hommes, nous sommes souvent féodaux. À tel enseignant, il y a une femme qui a dit, même s'il me donne, ou bien vous le forcez à me donner, je vais me cacher pour le rendre, sinon je ne peux pas vivre chez lui. Donc, c'est vous dire, ça c'est une question importante pour lui, tout comme la question de l'éducation que j'entends ensuite. Et quand vous allez regarder le net, vous verrez aussi la réforme de l'éducation, telle dans la vision de Thomas Sankara, que même ces ministres n'ont même pas voulu utiliser parce que ils ont dit, mais ça, c'est l'aventure. Je ne peux pas mettre ma progéniture dans cette affaire. Sinon, il y a bel et bien une réforme de l'éducation qui a plus d'une soixantaine de pages. Voilà ce que je peux répondre pour la femme. C'est très, très important que je vous verrai après pour vous montrer comment il a pu aider des femmes aussi qui étaient en difficulté. Une des Allemandes qui est une Allemande qui était en difficulté, mais ça, c'est des anecdotes que je vais vous raconter. Merci.
Diallo, did you want to respond to the questions on the trajectory of Egyptology that was the gentleman here, or any other question?
L'idéologie, une discipline européenne concernant une civilisation africaine. La contribution sénégale du château a consisté à ramener la civilisation égyptienne et d'abord son écriture, qui est la première écriture de l'histoire. Son origine, son sujet. Et il a posé un ouvrage intitulé Parenté génétique des langues africaines et de l'égyptien ancien, asiatique, arabique. D'accord? Et si vous voulez, dans tous les domaines, la contribution de Chéron à ce caractère, moi j'ai dit subversif, les autres diraient novateur. C'est-à-dire qu'en regardant les choses d'un point de vue africain, il arrive, il parvient à mettre en évidence des invariances. Par exemple, en matière de sociologie, je parle d'autres scientifiques qui sont durs. En la matière, il fait que la société africaine d'origine est une société matriarcale. Et que ce sont des sociétés indo-européennes qui sont des sociétés patriarcales. Et il explique que ce n'est pas fort et c'est lié aux conditions climatiques et géographiques. Parce que l'Afrique d'origine est d'abord agraire, sédentaire, et que donc la femme a un rôle spécifique dans le processus même de possession. C'est elle qui arrive, que ce sont elles qui mettent en vie. Nous, la place de la femme dans la société indigène africaine. Par contre, dans la société indo-européenne ou eurasiatique, ce sont des sociétés nomades, elles ne sont pas sédentaires. Ce sont des sociétés pastorales. Elles n'ont pas le rôle, la contribution de la dame et de la femme dans les processus de production, c'est très de détail. Sur le lieu de résidence fixe. Donc, sur, par exemple, le jardin de maison que les femmes africaines faites pour le rencontre, elles sont en train de donc, le matriarcat, la distribution, la répartition entre le matriarcat et le patriarcat n'est pas fortuite. Elle est liée aux conditions d'existence. Et de ce point de vue-là, il est aussi matérialiste que Engels dans l'origine de l'Amérique, la propriété de l'État. Et c'est l'attitude qu'il a à utiliser toutes les ressources de la connaissance humaine, d'où qu'elles proviennent, d'autant qu'elles soient, à condition qu'elles soient convaincantes, qu'elles soient probantes, et donc, moi, je suis corps, il avait sorti la journée de conversation comme ça. Il dit, c'est pas la femme. C'est d'abord la femme, il n'a rien fait. Il dit, en Asie, c'est la confusion. Il dit, mais en Europe, elle est cloîtrée d'origine espèce. Aussi, certitude il y a de la première étoile, la première humanité, était noté. D'accord? Donc, il faut penser en cas, au moins en Afrique, dans cette conventionnelle. Et ça finira par se faire, parce que notre conviction est que la vérité n'est toujours pas le hasard que le mensonge, et que l'histoire n'est pas. Ok, j'ai répondu à cette question. Alors, je vais poser la question précédente.
Yes. Okay. I'm trying to wrap the questions. I think I remember them, but let's take the women first. There are two people referred to them. And okay, so I start when I was asked was Kwame Nkrumah, I think one of the first things I said is that he really believed, truly believed in the power of women to change our circumstances and destiny. And I think I want to repeat that quote, which I think he made in Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare, which he wrote in 1968 in Conakry after the coup d'etat. And he says that you can measure the degree of a country's revolutionary awareness by the political maturity of its women. So how do I interpret this? That for any great upheaval, positive upheaval, revolution, women have to embrace that cause. Women have to almost lead it, if you will. And I think our father was guided by many things in his belief for women, and not least the fact that during our independence struggle in Ghana, it is truly women who embraced, supported, and even financed the campaign. For him to win his seat in the Greater Accra, the parliamentary seat, actually, he had women financiers, not men. Women came in, even markets women, women entrepreneurs. So I think from his experience, he truly believed that women were the grassroots mobilizers, the true organizers. But I also think that any progressive leader would truly believe in equality, in gender equality, would truly believe in making sure that women are part of his, of his team, because it's a contradiction to be progressive and not to believe in the power of women. So I think that goes with every leader who's progressive. But basically, women were part of our independence struggle. And I even, if we have time, I will tell you a story about how the women supporters of our father actually helped him build his own house. Can you imagine? They were making contributions to build his own house. Now, ironically, he ended up giving that house to the state of Ghana, which is today, if any of you go to Ghana, you will find on top of a hill a beautiful house. It's called Wasi Lodge. Today, it's a property of the government of Ghana. We received dignitaries from all over the world there. It's a presidential lodge. But the origin of this house is that it was the property of Kwame Nkrumah, built by him with the support of women. And I was fortunate to be born in that house. So that's the okay. There's no time. Oh, we had lots of stories to tell you, but no time.
There's so many questions that we've left on the table. The question of export, the question of the question of the relationship between Africa and Ghana, and Africa, the question of Egypt and Ghana. But I feel like with our conversations, over generations, we continue over the hallway, and we continue over the successive generations. So I really like everyone to give a really warm round of applause for having Thank you to all the organizers of this fantastic panel for communications, for all of us, the individuals, the hospitality of Senegal and of Africa. I hope we can all be meeting soon. And thank you everybody for the invitation to come.
Okay, one more round of applause. Our conference is drawing to a close. We have a few more things to do and a big conclusion. May I ask Morris and Demba Dembele to join me so we can invite our honorable minister.
Is the closing section? Closing section? Yes, that's right. Have you ever coffee break?
Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we have just a few things to conclude. And we have in our midst the Honorable Minister for Justice of the Republic of Senegal. We have closed our conference. And she has one little assignment before she closes our conference. May I invite the Honorable Minister? Yes, in fact.
What do you need it for?
One needs no introduction. But just for very brief, she is a progressive economist by training. She's an activist by her way of life. She's a Pan-Africanist, deep soul and spirit. She is now the Honorable Minister for Justice, but she was also the immediate past minister, foreign minister, or Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Republic of Senegal. So once again, put your hands together for that. May I ask you to do two assignments? First assignment is to provide to give some small presents to our panelists that just left, our historical panelists. Please bring them. Excuse me. Please bring the box. May I ask, let's start with Samia. Samia. Is there a little present from ideas? Oh, somebody. Samia, this is a small present to say thank you for coming, for sharing your life story, sharing your father's life story, and for inspiring us. Madam Aminata, as we have introduced her many times, is an activist, a fighter, a Pan-Africanist, a feminist, a cultural icon, and through a sister and a comrade to all of us. Thank you very much. Next. Yes, two more, please. Wow, this is Honorable Boris Wanyuno Campbell. Thank you for being a teacher for years, for being a true African, the nationalist, inspirer, the fighter for justice. That we didn't let you go to waste. Thank you very much. Dr. Julius Gavin. This is for you and for your father, and a father of Pan-Africanism and African unity. We have not yet realized the one Africa yet, but we shall not give up fighting. Thanks for coming to show us solidarity. Okay, your father's work in science, in particular, Africa's role in civilization, gave us all dignity. We all read it for our own source of dignity, and thanks very much. You ran away rather quickly. Finally, Fidel. Yeah. Fidel. The Ghanaian, the Somalian, the Senegalese, the Nigerian, Miss Africa. And thank you very much for staying alive, working hard for us to remember all that Thomas Sankara did, sacrificing his life and living as a young man, 38. You embody everything. Okay, so I grew photo. You see how bad I am at this stage. I grew photo for all of them. Okay, so before we have to read anything, one is that we have a statement. We agreed we were going to develop a statement. It's rather rushed, as you can imagine. It's work in progress. I will ask Walimu to read it for us before the Honorable Minister closes our meeting. Before he does that, we forgot to acknowledge Diego Guevara. Diego has spoken here, but he was a former Minister for Finance in the Republic of Colombia. Diego has accompanied IDAN president. Diego had an interesting experience of keeping the night workers at the airport in company until the next morning. Thank you very much for your surprise and your support. Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave it. Okay. This is the draft declaration of the meeting from November 26th to 28th in Dakar, Senegal. More than 100 leaders and scholars from a wide range of areas, including academia, diplomatic community, policymakers, industry and business, defense and security professionals, and civil society organizations from Africa, the Americas, including the Caribbean, Asia, and Europe, came at the invitation of the Ideas Africa Network, IDAN, to deliberate on the theme, Rethinking Regional Integration, Transcending Past Failures, and Preparing for the Challenges of a Multipolar World. At the end of 3 days' intense, fruitful, and fraternal deliberations, we remain convinced that African unity and progressive Pan-Africanism is an important imperative for the survival and emancipation of African peoples wherever they may be. In all areas, whether defense and security,
the fight against climate change, development finance and debt crisis, prevention, intra-African trade and industrialization, etc., strategies for cooperation and coordination on a continental scale are necessary. The centrality of the working peoples in the Pan-African project, in the realization of the struggles for dignity, was always at the core of Pan-Africanism. At the end of the 19th century, intellectuals articulated a clear program of African liberation for African peoples at home and abroad. We therefore reiterate and endorse the message of the champions of African unity, such as Marcus Garvey, George Padmore, Kwame Nkrumah, Michel Githai Mungo, Sheikh Anta Diop, Walter Rodney, Julius Nyerere, and many others who understood that Pan-Africanism is a political project to defend African identity and unify African peoples wherever they may be. As such, Pan-Africanism is also an ambitious aspiration to rehumanize the world. I want to underline that word. Pan-Africanism is an ambitious project to rehumanize the world. Considering the political reunification of Africa as a whole is indispensable for its sovereign independence, for the moral and physical integrity of Africans and Afro-descendants wherever they may be, and for the advent of the true democracy, the real question remains how to achieve this within a reasonable time frame. We rejoice and celebrate the participation in this memorable meeting of the literal and figurative peers of legendary figures of Pan-Africanism. Dr. Julius Garvey, son of Marcus Garvey. Miss Samia Nkrumah, daughter of Kwame Nkrumah. Mr. Fidelis Cho, childhood friend of Thomas Sankara and minister on this presidency. And Dr. Diallo Diop, nephew of Sheikh Anta Diop, and his intellectual and political here, honored us with their presence and graced us with their time, wisdom, and unwavering optimism for the project of African unity. On their behalf, and on behalf of all participants, we wish to encourage African heads of states, intellectuals, youth, women, cultural workers, and social movements to work together and take the necessary and urgent measures needed to cement Africa as a unified bloc in the emerging multipolar world. Without any pretense to exhaustivity, we would like to insist on some areas for which we think a collective action could no longer be delayed. Our goal is a united Africa in a multipolar world. Africa cannot find its rightful place in an increasingly multipolar world if it remains fragmented and divided. It cannot rid itself of debt, bondage, dependence, poverty, and underdevelopment, nor can the continent adequately respond to climate change and insecurities if it remains fragmented. Unity is a prerequisite not only for confronting challenges, but also for harnessing opportunities that arise from geopolitical shifts and rapid technological change. Beyond simply managing risks and opportunities in this changing environment, stronger unity will enable Africa to leverage political strength and economies of scale to emerge as a significant player in the multipolar world. In that vein, it will be important to coordinate the sale of African raw materials with a view to exploiting them on the continent for the benefit of the continent, coordinate industrial policies at the regional and continental level, adopt a conceptual approach that pools resources to ensure the continent's energy sovereignty and green transformation. We need also to continue promoting the teaching of progressive Pan-Africanist writings in school curricula and working to make them available in national languages. The same effort should be pursued to strengthen the continent's relations with its diaspora in the cultural, diplomatic, economic, and other fields. The importance of monetary integration for African transformation. I'll repeat this last section. The importance of monetary integration for African transformation. The continent has to break free from the legacy of monetary colonialism, visible through the CFA franc, and work towards the advent of a monetary and financial system for Africans and by Africans that can be based on sovereign and equitable partnerships with the rest of the world. Financing, which was intended to support investment and economic growth, has become a major obstacle to emancipation in Africa, with fragmentation increasing the risk and costs of borrowing while hampering the efficient allocation of resources and reducing economic policy across Africa to managing balance of payment crisis. The world is experiencing major geopolitical shifts, marked, among others, by the multipolarization of international monetary system. This change, which has opened the door for new reserve currencies, offers a significant opportunity for Africa to strengthen its position in the international financial architecture if the region can overcome monetary fragmentation. A continental approach to human capital has become an increasingly vital pillar of African integration and development in a multipolar world. While most African economies are too small to compete individually, they can pool resources for research, innovation, and education, creating a competitive continental ecosystem. This approach has the potential to build a critical mass of world-class engineers and scientists, allowing the region to leverage economies of scale to independently lead the development of cross-border infrastructure, expand industrial capacity to speed up the transformation of African economies, and create more opportunities in a region where unemployment rates have remained at Great Depression era levels for decades. Harnessing a united and collective African force to promote lasting peace and prosperity in a multipolar world. Although multipolarity raises the risk of proxy wars, and conflicts, collective security serves as a strong risk mitigant and conflict prevention measure. It will secure Africa's lasting peace and security in an increasingly competitive global order while supporting transformation prospects and global income convergence. To secure peace and stability at the continent, on the continent, by one, removing foreign military bases. I hope you applaud on that one. Let me repeat that this is the declaration of this meeting. To ensure peace and stability in the continent by 1, removing foreign military bases. Coordinating vigorous action in the main war zones that continue to destabilize the continent, such as Sudan, the Sahel, the Great Lakes region. And number 3, building a continental army capable of ensuring the security and defense of the continent. International relations of Africa bloc with the rest of the world should be determined according to the principles of equality, reciprocity, and mutual respect. Africa will be home to most of the world's youth over the course of the 21st century. This important asset will have to be leveraged to transform African economies and position the continent as the bedrock of peace, stability, and prosperity. As participants in this meeting, which is being held in the spirit of Pan-Africanism and internationalism, we each declare within our respective capacities and areas of expertise our willingness to contribute in solidarity to any action or initiative that would help achieve the ideals of progressive Pan-Africanism, which are also those of a multipolar world and a common humanity. Antingitana.
Where's that mic?
All right, so be here. Thank you very much, Morning Horace. And this has been put together at very short notice. May we ask for the sake of time that if you have some comments, additions, and suggestions that will help to improve the statement, please forward them to Ndongo, so we can compile it together. But we wanted you to have a flavor of some of the things that will go into the paper. Thank you very much for those who put this together at very short notice. May we give them a hand of applause. We will now ask the Honorable Minister for her remarks, and she will then officially close our conference for us. What remains for me and Demba to do is to thank you all after the minister would have made her remarks and officially close. Madam Yasin Fall.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I wish I could speak in Wolof, but I'm going to speak in English. And I want to start by showing how I'm so well connected to those people who are heirs of our late leaders. And who were independent that we just finished when I came. I was born on the Senegal River, on the side of Senegal that is facing Mauritania. My mother is from that side, and my father is from the south of Mauritania, on the other side of the river, on the Mauritanian side. My father was born very close to the capital of former Kingdom of Ghana, Kumbisai. This is my connection with Ghana. When I was in the United Nations and I was Director of Economic Division, I used to travel a lot, especially to Latin America, in Asia. But every time I went to a country in Latin America, be it
countries where we saw it was more indigenous populations, I said, are there any people of African descent? And I would go and visit them. Actually, one time I met with our elder, lovely brother, Amadou Matambo, and I was going to Bolivia. And he sent me a message for Evo Morales, because it was while he was president. When I went to Costa Rica, I said, no, this time I'm going to Lemon to visit the house that was built by Marcus Garvey. I was very sad last night, and my brother told me that the house was burned down to the ground. Because my husband and I were traveled, and we were just so much impressed by how big the house was. You can see the vision. By a house built with wood, but so strong, so big, you can see the vision of Marcus Garvey. When I was 10 years old, I grew up in Pekin, in the suburbs of Senegal. My father was an imam, and I barely made it to attend school because my father's brother were all upset that he took my older sister to French school. So my mother had to really plead to my father, convince him to allow me to go to school. I slipped in because they had closed a list of registration, and I still remember my mom standing, my father sitting down on his carved wooden leather praying mat, and my mom convinced him to write a note for me to be accepted after the list was closed. So I was really lucky to attend school. And I went to school, girls' school, elementary, high school. At university, I started actually sharing classrooms with boys because I went all girls' school. But when I was 10 years old, coming from school, walking from a street in Pekin, because when I came from school, I had to go back home and go fetch water in the public fountain. But water was free then. So I went home, I put my bag, and I took my bucket of water going to fetch water. And from the ground, it's a very sandy place. I found a book. The book was in French title. The book was named George Washington Carver. In sandy Pekin, in the suburbs of Dakar. I went back home, didn't fetch water, because books was this was something, unbelievable for me to get, because, I didn't have money to buy books. So I went back home and I told my mom, I didn't fetch water because I found a book. She said, a book? Where did you find it? I said, I found it in the street. It was very well kept, very sandy. That book was about slavery. It was about enslavement. Some of you who know, George Washington Carver was a scientist born in Georgia. I never heard about slavery in my life. And I read the book, and I couldn't believe what was in the book, that he was a slave. I didn't know slavery existed. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that this was true. So I went to my father, who was an imam, who was very well learned, used to write, and asked him, do you know slavery, esclavage? He said, what is that? Because my father didn't speak French, and I started explaining him. He said, yes, slavery existed, but it started to be transatlantic slavery, but not, trans-Saharan slavery. But he did not talk about transatlantic slavery. So I just thought that the book was just imaginary. Until I went to elementary school, and my teacher, who was Dr. Alamas, Dr. Louis-Jérôme Diédou, started telling me, you are very stubborn. I'm going to call this under the grandson of Federer if you don't behave. And I said, who is Federer? Federer was one of the most cruel colonial masters who was in Senegal, who actually was in Saint-Louis. There's a British name after him, Federer, and was a very cruel man because he killed many, many people out of resistance in the north part of Senegal, where I was born, in Dakar. That's when I started really reflecting about colonization and about race relations at a very young age. Until I went to high school when I learned about slavery. So I started being very curious, and I think from that time, I started being very angry inside me to understand race issues, but I didn't have an answer to it. So this is why my whole life, I have always talked about race relations as an African. So that brought me actually into Pan-Africanism. And of course, as I went down until I'm going to skip, the first political party I joined was RMD, party created by Cheikh Anta Diop. And I was a student in France with Diallo. We met a lot of time in Montparnasse in his house. I was in the metro of Paris selling the newspapers he was talking about tax tahoe. So this was a year, 4 years of my life. As a student in France, I'm active in politics. I actually got out of Cheikh Anta Diop in 1980. RND when Cheikh Anta Diop left the party. And the next party I joined was PASTEF. I joined PASTEF because it is a Pan-Africanist, and it is a party that talks about the need for Africa to have sovereignty, the need for Pan-Africanism and independence. True independence from colonial power, be it military, economic, and cultural. Why do I talk about this? I think it's very important for us to always go back to where we come from, to keep our inner structure. Wherever we are, wherever we stand, this fire, this flame of Pan-Africanism should never leave us. This is me, who was Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I'm very happy that what happened in Guinea-Bissau did not find me as Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm really happy. As Minister of Justice, because of the task I'm asked to do, to bring justice in Senegal, because there is no peace, there is no reconciliation without truth and justice. And justice is not only about ensuring that young people who died between 2021 and now get justice. Justice is about how Africa gets justice, how Africa owns its own resources, how Africa decides on its own what to do, how to do it, how Africa, each African country in its countries, say that military in our countries need to stop, it needs to end. Justice is how our resources. I was the other day, speaker, African American. I think my brother here, who I would like to thank and celebrate, because when I was in opposition, fighting for Africa at the international level, held my hands. You heard him speak and present, but my brother, Mwalimu, I call him Mwalimu, the teacher, and I think he's expressed here how he's been really sharing his knowledge. I went several times to Syracuse University to speak there, to talk about what we are doing in Senegal and in Africa for justice and for equality and for Pan-Africanism. I feel connected to all of you, and I feel very solidarity with what has been said here and support entirely the declaration. With my brother here, Charles Abdullah, I remember on my years of activism, how we work together on the global call to action against poverty with my sister from Mali. When we were talking about HIPIC initiative, I think I was the first one to pressure that there is something coming. We have the Jubilee, we finished the Jubilee about debt cancellation. We were calling now action against poverty. The international financial institution have found a catch, which is highly indebted for countries that believe in initiative. It is still actual. It's still the pay that is being given to countries, asking them to restructure. and we are saying, this is not acceptable. So our Pan-Africanism should go to real organizing to how we face international institutions that want to continue to enslave our economies, enslave our minds, and enslave our youth. Because enslaving your mind, like Bob Marley said, enslaved, you have to fight the enslavement of the mind, because we can have very good economies who can even think that they're independent, but they have an enslaved mind. And that is the biggest issue here that we are living in this continent. I think that today, I think, have made a lot of progress. I believe so. Having people in this room, several I know, some I don't know, but the mix and the kind of discussion that I have heard in the report I have heard, give me hope. I think there's a lot of things we can do, but we can think about how we start some steps that could give us some results. I think we all need to provide more solidarity to our IS countries. You know, when Pasteur was fighting, and people were being incarcerated, young people, even if make a joke, you write a Facebook post, I mean, the admitted activities, you are incarcerated. Where do young people went? Where did they go? Did they go to Mauritania? Did they not go to the Gambia? Did they go to Guinea-Bissau? They went to Mali. Several of our young people who were resisting got safe in Mali. They stayed there until the day after the election. We should ask ourselves why and how were they? We should try, like my sister was saying here, how can we understand what is happening today in Niger, in Mali, in Burkina Faso? What is our role as Pan-Africanists? How can we individually, collectively tell the story, understand the situation, and how do we support? Because there is a bigger hand beyond the humanitarian crisis. There is a bigger hand trying to stabilize this country, and we know it. We understand it. Our solidarity should go to that. I think what is going on in Senegal requires writing, understanding, documenting, and collective action. Because, as you know, Senegal has gone through what people call it hidden debts. Some institutions that say they didn't know that we know, I'm sure they knew. We know how it goes. We've been for 40 years writing about international finance institutions and what happens with countries. Senegal is bad news to many. What is going on, the leadership in Senegal is bad news to many because they don't want an example of a country that came through election led by young people and come to a program that's revolutionary and progress. So this group needs to do something about Senegal. What kind of support Senegal needs? What kind of rallying organization, international, Senegal needs? It is our own collective responsibility to support Senegal so that Senegal succeeds. There may be mistakes. We need to call them on those mistakes. Those of us who are in here in position on power, we need you to call on us and tell us, no, you are not on the right. We need you to call it on us, but we need you especially collectively to support Senegal. On an international collective support, on hidden forces, on visible forces, so that we stay on course. So that what we sold to the Senegalese people, the project we presented to the Senegalese people, that will help us maintain that will help us respect our word, so that people who die for defending that will not regret for sacrificing their life, and their families will not regret that. We need you for that. We need you as a document says, that we need to organize. We need to put women's leadership at the forefront of this. We need to bring youth leadership at the forefront of this struggle, so that together, as Africans, we prevail. Thank you very much.
Oh.
You're not the king. What king? Let me so copy it there. I'll give you a key.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la ministre. Votre appel au soutien par un appel qui est déjà acquis, mais qui va être renforcé souvent. Comment au Sénégal, il y a des espoirs. Pas seulement pour c'est la toute partie sous la fête. Voilà. Ça va? Oui. Excusez-moi. Donc, merci Madame la ministre de la Justice. Maintenant, moi, je vais dire quelques mots de remerciement au nom de vous tous et vous toutes. Après ces 3 jours magiques que nous avons passés ensemble. Donc, j'ai rédigé au bout de texte hier, et simplement que vous êtes ici, seront partagés par tous et vous. Alors, nous, participantes et participants à la première conférence du réseau africain de l'avenir, IDAN, selon ce qui suit. Saluons le caractère historique de cette conférence. Ici, saluons le caractère historique de cette conférence qui se déroule en présence de figures emblématiques du continent et de la diaspora. Nous nous réjouissons de la présence effective de Samia Kouma, fille du leader visionnaire, charismatique, éminent paracréiste, le président Kouma. Julius Gardé, fils du légendaire Marcus Garvey. Le professeur Horace Campbell, éminent intellectuel africain américain. Nous nous réjouissons également de la présence de Madame Aminata Traoré, ancienne ministre de la Culture du Mali, de Fidel Touré, ancien ministre et compagnon de Thomas Sankara. Nous nous réjouissons également de la présence d'éminents intellectuels d'autres continents. Nous saluons la présence de personnalités intellectuelles du Sénégal et du continent. Nous sommes unanimes à saluer la grande qualité des présentations et le niveau élevé des débats. Nous saluons l'éclatant succès de la conférence. Aussi, nous exprimons nos remerciements et sincères félicitations aux dirigeants et membres IDAN. Nos remerciements et félicitations sont plus particulièrement au président d'IDAN, Charles Aboubé, et au directeur du département Afrique, notre cher collègue Dogo Sénat. D'accord, le 28.
I think Dongo sent me a very long thing to thank a lot of you. But we do not want to keep guys waiting. Still going to ask her to do one more thing, which is declare our meeting closed. The only thing I would like to say is that the major thanks to the government of Senegal for helping us. organizing.
That's all.
Representing for the president office the year, so we feel totally and completely supported and supported. I want to avoid repeating many of the times, and also this to see a lot of these organizations were live streamed across several media outlets in Senegal, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Kenya, at least in East Africa, and online. So we have a global audience. We would like to follow up all the information that have been provided. We'll try to upload them on the website and make them available for anybody who wants to utilize them. We'll of course encourage people who have presented PowerPoints and having written papers, provide them so that they are permanently available. Finally, let me thank Emma for helping to organize this. All of them who have made an effort to come here, to spend here, they will find it, teach, to share our knowledge. Let's keep the solidarity and let's take forward the minister's appeal. And one appeal is that the Senegal has a big problem, a problem which is one of justice. That injustice is billions of dollars that were supposed to be hidden. And that Senegal is now under pressure to pay a debt that it did not think people did not know of, did not utilize. But if it paid, it has to do so at the total cost of development. And after all, those people have sacrificed their lives after that. And the other thing about it is because this is a serious international an issue of capital and an issue of responsibility of the higher level. So we have to be able to direct our collective agency to not do so that Senegal is not through a process that makes it impossible to fulfill the promise. I just wanted to emphasize that as a potential going forward. They are after all of this, as those I have not specifically acknowledged, to bear with them. To have this acknowledgement also sets all to all contributed, we are all happy. We hope we found this solution. On this ground, we have asked the minister to now formally declare our conference closed.
Thank you very much, Charles. I will give you and again, congratulating all of you who participated in organizing this, in planning. And I see
which one?
also that,
Yeah,
you know,
today, which one?
good support from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I would like to support thank the Minister for supporting the initiative and ability to support more of what you're doing in Senegal. And I would like to really thank you for thanking all of the participants, those who participated in the meeting, those who participated and spoke, those who came from overseas, and those who are from the continent outside the continent. And say that, you know, we are going to be committed to trying to realize the declaration and, you know, the commitment taken and the promise of Charles. For some of the action that we had discussed. And after all of that, then, we remercie tous. C'est un plaisir d'être là avec vous, de vous écouter, de participer en partie au dernier panel historique. Parce que quand on va un frère qui est là, qui a 92 ans, et qui le fils de Max Gab, le leader de Panafrique. Avec le Sénégal a la chance. Quand on va au Nord-Est, éminent professeur,
un ami, un frère, avec nous aussi, Charles, et tous les autres.
No.
Champion de la
No matter.
Il est toujours là, debout, en nos
That's why I promote you the part.
Je vous remercie encore une fois. Je voudrais donc préparer cette conférence, cette réunion de bientôt, à très bientôt. Nous sommes dans le gouvernement, nous sommes avec vous. Et à chaque fois qu'on aura l'occasion de participer, de penser ça et de réfléchir avec nous, nous le ferons. Parce que c'est ça le plus parce que le panafricanisme et la libération. Merci beaucoup.
Share. What do they make? You have copied this, yeah? You have copied.
Remove this one.
If I remove this.